the fuck? Purified water. Purple lotus. Nightmares and dreams, maybe. I don't know. Stray! It's like, I need like a fuck. Sorry. Look at the sample. 500 steel fire. 10 steel picks. 2,000 crystal. 500 leather, I think it is. Bruh. Bruh.
Oh.
No. Oh no. Oh no, I'm trapped. Ah! Please let me out.
Ooh.
Oh dear God. The animals were very, very friendly.
Are you alright now?
I was just trying to put my animal where it belonged, and they said I belonged there too.
One?
Sir. It's
What other
titled
one?
The True King.
The True Queen?
True King is what it says.
Oh, what does it say?
One moment and I will get the note out. I copied it down.
Fair.
My spot has been stolen.
Hello, Calista.
Hello.
Hi.
Um,
Hello, Carnage.
I'll read it out for you right now because I have to think for a moment. But it says.
I mean, you can just give it to me and I'll read it, and I'll give it back to you. It's up to you.
But I like this piece of paper.
All right, that's fine. Whatever works. Doesn't matter to me.
I'll read it for you really quickly. It says there's only one true king and he is coming. How can we trust those who will give half-truths and sidestep the questions
Oliver.
of the people? Those in power need to remember that without the people they have no power, for he is coming.
What's up, fella?
I believe someone is here that was actually banished from the kingdom beforehand. Do I have permission to kick him out?
Ooh.
Baron.
Excuse me.
I'm trying to think. Hold on.
I wasn't aware of this.
Hearing from Marcus yesterday, I was told that he was banished from here.
I was not
That was a
banished
long
by
time
any.
ago. I believe it was by Artie, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Long time ago, though.
What the hell have I missed while I was asleep? Y'all gone to hell in a handbasket?
No? I don't think so.
No, I was not banished from these lands. The late queen said that if I should start any trouble in her kingdom, that I would be banished.
Fair enough, then. You wish to stick
I did
around,
not
then
start any trouble.
And then it still stands.
Hamster.
As long as no trouble's there, then there should be none that is started.
Alright. I'll stand down then.
Appreciate it, thank you.
So many new faces that I don't know. That's for Oliver's smug mug. You can recognize him anywhere.
Me? What? No, never.
You stand out like a sore thumb, buddy. You wear the same green shirt and the same blonde hair.
Listen, man. It's the day that I don't stand out like a sore thumb, then they have to be worried.
I mean, I guess Anya got you to take off that damn hood you used to wear all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, gotta change it up every once in a while.
I'm just giving you shit, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing alright, all things considered.
Oh, hello. Good morning.
Afternoon.
I threw Tony off a cliff.
Not a shock, not a surprise.
Again. How many times does this make this solid?
Ooh. It's okay, I got thrown off a cliff this morning.
Yeah, you've got to be more careful, Zala.
Well, don't go sparring at night in front of the pack house near the cliff.
That's probably a good idea not to do, yeah. Might get flung off the cliff.
Yeah.
You do one wrong roll backwards. Oh, that's a cliff. Bye.
Go below!
I tried to
Oh
block
boy,
it
that's a
hard,
cliff.
and it didn't
Oh my
work.
god.
We were fighting that big knight in the snow area, and I accidentally rolled out of the whole entire place.
Oh no!
I was like, well.
Oh god.
Oh, you got us again.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Greetings, Halvard.
Hello.
Oliver,
Hi.
you're too big for that damn chair.
I know it's fine.
Yes, yes, he is.
How's she there?
Hello. Would you like me to move?
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Screw it, I'll stand. It's fine, everything's fine!
Everyone
Are you
panic.
sure about that?
What?
Okay.
You tell them, Bella.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, there you are, Stark.
Hey.
I came by, but you were sleeping.
Yeah, I took longer in the bath than I thought.
Ah.
The crap, how did I get inside?
Nope. Hi, Sonia.
Hi. How did I get in here?
I'm sorry for
Magic.
touching you without your permission, but I didn't want you outside by yourself.
Well, thank you.
You're in the rain.
Now I'm gonna get the couch muddy.
Oh well.
Sonia,
That's my name.
Did you not get cleaned off before you came?
Nope, I ended up just sitting outside.
Oh.
How many times since always?
Just gonna give everyone a couple more minutes and then we'll start here soon, alright?
I feel like there's a lot less people today than there was yesterday.
Probably. That's alright. From my understanding, a lot of things were talked about yesterday, so I don't know if a lot needs to be covered today, but we shall see.
Hmm?
Thanks. A little soggy.
Thank you.
Alrighty, think it's about time we get this thing kicked off. I guess first things first.
Who's dying?
Who's dying? What?
Someone's dying again.
What do you mean, who's dying?
Everybody
Restart.
please take a quick drink.
Court with a drink.
What kind of drink? Skama? Lemonade? What?
Or you all be on water.
Yeah, right.
Just come by the tavern after court, have drinks.
Both is good.
Hello.
Looking for seating. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I
maybe
can move
just
my
over here.
booty if you want as well.
You're
There's,
fine.
Spaces right between me and Lucian and Bippo and Rain if you want, Sonia.
Mm-hmm.
We have
You get a dandelion in your lap.
See, at least we can't do that. That will be cuteness overload if you did that.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hi.
All right. So, with the newcomers coming in, we're just getting started, so nothing's really been covered yet. But I do believe everyone knows when the coronation for Prince Noctis is. It's to be tomorrow. Normally held around court time. So that would be, I believe it's. Everyone can get here around 5 by the Eastern Stars, and the coronation will officially start at 6. Just kind of come around and chit chat and have a good time. Yes, that. Excuse me. Sorry, 6 and then 7. Other than that, for all the news that I have, it's the thing I've been focusing on the most. Sometimes time zones are hard, yes. At any rate, is there anything anyone wishes to speak about? Anything that anyone wants to bring forward or talk about to the court?
I have some.
Alright, step forward.
New Asgard is blighted, so go wear protection when you go in there.
Fair. Do we know why or what came about because of it, or?
It's apparently spread in there, so
Yeah.
don't harvest any bodies while you're in there,
Or
it
pick up
will
any,
probably
like-
spread out.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It doesn't appear to have changed much since we found it yesterday either. So I don't think it's necessarily spreading, but the people inside are definitely showing signs of the blight.
Mm-hmm.
Alright then. I guess everyone just has a beware of that situation. Do we know from where exactly it spread in there? Like, how did it enter that area, or just that it did?
It did, and obviously it's a big concern because so many people go there, especially for their guild stuff and everything as well too.
Mm-hmm. That is very much a concern.
Mm-hmm.
Have we seen any blighted activity in that area, or do we know if that's where they're kind of holding themselves up, or has it not been investigated that way?
It hasn't really been investigated that way, but just sometimes randomly, everybody will be perished, but don't know if that's exactly blight or just normal activity.
If I may, when Lucian and I were in there the other day, we didn't see any signs of the blighted creatures having set up residence. It just seemed the villagers were suffering from the blight.
I see. Alright.
Could it be the blight containment that is, just a stone's throw away?
It's not a shock, honestly.
Maybe they've been messing around and gone over there to investigate it, not being informed what it was, and somebody just happened to bring the blight back with them.
Maybe.
It's either that or one of the blighted people got bored and they were doing shenanigans in there. Who knows?
Could have been. Or some of these blight scars are becoming more dangerous and spread into there. If there's one nearby, I think there was. Perhaps somewhat nearby.
If you're talking about the...
Yeah.
if you're talking about the one that's near the Sanctum of Illumination, it's been contained for a little while now.
Alright, fair.
But the reason that it is probably spreading, because if you've been anywhere near Saint Sweat Ruins, that has been spreading, and I would actually be a little concerned, Stark.
I am.
Bippo actually has a idea for that. If we could gather as many people as we could together, and possibly construct like a giant a black ice wall, and maybe ward off the area so that it doesn't encroach on not only Stark's area but the town.
That might be a decent idea. I'm not sure. Does that wall that you're referring to, does it contain the blade? Like, is that a valid thing, or?
I don't know, but if we build a wall and maybe put some sort of wards up, it would maybe slow the progression.
Well,
it is true that physical barriers are much more effective at containment than magical ones.
Well, it seems like people going in there is what's causing it to spread, so it would also keep people out, which should slow the spread.
Fair.
But we would also have to find, let's say, smaller settlements that would be willing to help. That way, when we construct the wall, that it does not have any issues. Maybe if somebody has a small house and would like to build a little bit, they could attempt it.
It's not necessarily a bad idea.
Maybe offering supplies and aid.
Yeah, we need to block it off for sure.
We build the wall and we get the blight to pay for it.
I knew someone would make joke.
I knew it was going there at some point along the lines.
I vote for Scorch Earth.
That's Bippo's idea, as well as maybe, getting mages or whoever to use whatever wards along, maybe build ward towers or something.
Perhaps, yeah. I think the thing we gotta think about is the containment of it and how successful it'll be. I know the physical barriers are better, but what's preventing it from growing and spreading over the barriers, I guess is my question. Have we had any research into that, or?
That's what wards would try to do. Ward off it from coming over the barrier.
Well, our experiments with the ziggurat were surprisingly successful. Granted, they're fairly small scale, but they are proof of concept.
Do you have any ideas of how we could expand on that and make it rather a little bit larger?
Yes.
Or?
Build bigger.
Well, yes.
It'll take a fair amount of obsidian and any other material people think might help in containment. The magic orc is not as difficult to apply as the labor that's gonna have to go into it.
I see. Seems like it would be something to explore. Perhaps the individuals that are working on that formulate some sort of plan of how many we need to construct, where they need to be constructed at, and perhaps that's something we can work on.
Unfortunately, over the next coming days, Bippo will be sleeping a lot, so if anybody wants to take on project, give you Bippo's idea and you can run with.
All right, fair. If you can write it down on a note of some sort, I'll at least try and see if I can find someone to do it. If not, then when you return from your sleep or wake up again, we can tackle that at that point. Yeah, would that work for you?
Okay.
All right, wonderful. Alrighty. Does anyone have anything else on the blight, its containment, or eradication?
Well, a lot of blight activity happened yesterday that I missed, and maybe some others missed. Maybe someone who was there for the good chunk of it can step up and inform the rest. If there is anyone who knows.
The blighted activity yesterday started with me and Serona talking over by the healing spa. At that time, I saw 3 figures running across one of the big pillars out there. Upon further inspection, they were the blighted. We had gathered a group to chase them down. They ended up splitting into 2 different groups, both going into separate parts of where the blight is over by Sandswept Ruins.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Later last night, we did have a group of blight roaming around, trying to go and convince people to join them. 2 of them
Tell
are
Daddy.
confirmed to be Vex and Cassius. They end up starting at the tavern, going through the city, coming out into Night Hollow. I believe Elise said that they visited them as well. And then we end up losing sight of them. We thought they went to the college. We checked the college, we checked around. We could not find any more signs of them after that.
I see, thank you. Does anyone have any other details in regards to that situation?
The blight also stopped by the keep here twice yesterday. Once they stayed for a while, asking several people to accept their gift. Specifically asking for Noctis. The second time, they were asking for myself and Bella.
And I assume none of you all did that, yes?
No.
Fair. Good, I'm glad.
They've come by the tavern the last 2 days, asking to give us gifts.
Come on, get in your bag.
There was something else happening around here. I'm not sure if it's connected to Blighted or not, but something is going around collecting heads and maybe hearts.
Really?
There's a camp north of New Asgard at Frozen Lake with 2 bodies that are missing. One is missing the head, the other one is missing a heart. Well, it has a big hole in the chest.
I see. Was there any references to what it could be, or was it any specific animal, or maybe a werewolf of some sort?
I could not make any further out. Maybe someone else could take a look over that.
Is there anyone willing to take a look at that?
Where it is later, Tony, and we'll figure something out.
Okay, appreciate it. All right. Anything else that we want to bring up about the blight in that situation?
A little behind on the blight. Do we know who's been taken over by the blight currently?
Yeah, that was another question I actually was thinking about. Is do we even know of any new blight? I guess.
Currently, Bippo believes there to be Vex, Cassius, Reyna, and one unknown. Let's just refer to her as a huntress because she always has bow on back.
Also, I believe one of Cassius's people as well.
No.
No. I'll
No?
be talking about blight creatures, not,
Yeah, not
anybody.
Oh, I just heard him say Huntress was blighted. Usually that's River.
Pay attention.
Yeah, I think it's
hard
two
to hear
people
on
in
the
this
other side.
instance. No worries.
It's hard to hear on the other side of the room, sorry.
Not a problem.
Just keeps coming around.
Has anyone noticed around how many hours from now these individuals keep on coming around? Like, is it like a schedule of some sort, or?
I
I
know
want
the
to say
later.
every 30 minutes to 2 hours, depending on where else they go.
I mean, I've been awake for 4 or 5 hours right now, and I haven't seen a single one around here.
It starts between usually about an hour from now, I'd say. Roughly.
Yeah, an hour from now, all the way till like what? 5 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah,
Yep, pretty much.
They're around all
Okay,
in the
later,
bump of the
Stripe.
night.
The
Well,
boogeymans.
I'm still trying to keep a book on that about blighted activity, but information doesn't spread that fast.
True.
So if there is anything known and you are around the pack house, maybe take a round around and leave a note for me so I can keep that in a book so we have more information about that.
That'd be helpful, I think. If people are willing to do that, yeah.
Just in a Raven when there was an attack and whenever not, or if seen where and maybe what was seen.
Yes, Albion?
So, are these blight actually attacking anybody, or are they just strictly speaking? Because I remember when they first showed up, they attacked everybody on sight.
They're currently just talking.
Yeah, I think they're more along the lines of just talking, trying to get people to accept what they're trying to give, accept their wares, so to speak.
As long as you don't draw weapons, they don't draw weapons, it seems like.
Yeah, at this point, that's kind of the situation I think most are running into.
Huh. So they're bad merchants, okay.
Yeah, they're really bad at selling
pushy
things.
merchant.
No, it's really pushy and then threaten you if you don't like them.
They're a cult without good fashion.
Honestly, I know it sounds really, really terrible, everyone, but if you're kind of nice to them, like, they kind of appreciate it and they don't fuck with you as much.
Yeah, but then they keep coming around.
I could
mean-
actually also attest to that. They seem to be quite hospitable when you are hospitable back.
Like, they legitimately said to me the other night that my kindness will be remembered, and I haven't had any problems with them since.
Yes, but also remember that at some point they could strip that away. Just
Oh, yeah, of
keep
course.
caution.
We had a little chat with them at the tavern because they were answering questions and said as if there are questions to the blight, we can come to the ruins and talk to them about it. But I would recommend not doing so.
Yeah, it seems to be getting much more infested, I guess I'll say. It could be very dangerous.
But when
I would also...
caught him off guard.
Yeah, that's fair. I would also like to mention casually that if you come across them, remember that they were somebody's friend at some point, and we don't know how these things, or sorry, these people, sustain themselves. So,
No, his head still froze.
if you, think about it, how long has it since they probably eaten a meal?
So you're saying offer them food?
Just offer them stuff, because they're still someone.
Perhaps Sonia would like a reminder of why a coronation is necessary tomorrow.
What? I'm very confused.
Well, it would be to continue the line of succession, I would assume. Correct, Helvin? Or is that not what you're getting at?
It's long been understood that it's best to avoid combat with the Blight when possible. But do not forget what they are aiming to do, and what they have taken from us.
That is fair.
I don't know what they took from you, considering you weren't torn up when the queen died.
Oh boy.
Let us not throw accusations about how someone felt when you're not around them 100% of the time.
People handle their griefs differently.
Very true.
I have no, meaning to be mean, Halvin. You would know that. But these people still are somebody's friend and family that we can still save. So I would rather them not die of starvation if they don't know to take care of themselves because they're too busy trying to blight others.
Allow me to put a little bit of light on perhaps the miscommunication between Halvrin and it seems the rest of the room. I do believe, Halvrin, you are speaking mostly of just the blight itself, yes? Not just the people?
We know how the blight operates, we know that it separates the soul from the body. What the blighted people do while under the influence is not the fault of the person that they were before. But
As a result of the blight and how it affects them.
do not confuse kindness to the blighted creature as kindness to the person they used to be. If your goal is to keep them alive so they may be saved, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that is encouraged.
From what I have gathered, actually, using some of their names while they are blighted seems to confuse them a moment. Perhaps that can be used to our advantage to, perhaps, I don't know, tie them up, knock them out in a less lethal way.
That's fair. There are still people in there somewhere. Yes, they may be separated in some way or another, but if there's a chance that we can get those people back, that is something we all should want to pursue and pursue actively.
I have a question for Halvin. You, when you first started talking, you said that the coronation was important. In regards to what, might I ask? As far as protecting us, or what were you insinuating?
I was reminding people of what the Queen passed off. That it is good that the Blight is taking the approach of diplomacy at the moment, but that has not always been the case, that will not always be the case, and we already know what the final objective is. Do not allow yourselves to be fooled.
I think it goes without saying that we should all be on guard in some way, shape, or form. They are dangerous, they hurt people, as we all have found out and know. And I don't want to see any more people get hurt, be blighted, change in some way that isn't themselves. It's definitely very important that we be mindful of that and try to keep each other safe and work together. That's what's most important. Alrighty. Does anyone have anything else they wish to speak about on the blight subject?
I apologize for repeating myself, but I know it's very tempting to rush into the ruins if someone you care about gets taken. I really have to urge everyone not to do that because it's causing it to spread. And the more it spreads, the more danger we're in. So just stay calm, devise a plan, don't just rush in.
To add to what she said, they seem to be stronger within their own domain. Do take heed to that.
Thank you. there anything else anyone wishes to speak about in terms of the blight, or is that all on this topic for now? I take the silence as a resounding yes. Alrighty. At this point, is there any other topics of importance that need to be brought to the court or wish to be spoken about? Please step forward, one at a time, and we'll go from there.
There is, in fact. I am told that yesterday, in my absence, I was looked for quite vocally by some people, and I am to understand that several people still feel certain entitlements to the late Queen's remains. No more of the court's time will be wasted on this. I will be making myself available after court concludes for over an hour to anyone who wishes to discuss this matter. I will take on these questions personally or as a group, it matters not. If someone is not here currently who wishes to speak, I still have birdcades. Messages can be sent, meeting can be arranged. Act like the adults you all would like to be, and do this the proper way. That is all. If anyone wishes to discuss this, stick around after court concludes.
Fair enough. Is there any other topics we all wish to discuss at this point, or is that about sum it up?
Just one thing I wanted to mention.
Sure.
We've been to court for quite a while now, and of late, at least in the past few days, there's been increasingly snide and rude remarks that have sort of been shouted out or mentioned or side said. It really takes the fun and joy out of the experience of being able to share between so many groups when agitation is thrown around the room like that. It also closes off communication between those groups, which is the complete opposite of what the space is for. I would appreciate if the court considered perhaps people acting like adults and people acting with a little more respect towards the other people in this room who choose to be here.
I can agree with that. If there are topics of contention that wish to be discussed or talked about and figured out in the proper way, I'll say, then it can be either taken care of outside of court with those individuals, and that will hopefully alleviate some of these comments which are causing people to not want to show up, or causing greater heat to be brought to everyone else. I appreciate all of you very much for coming and talking and speaking your mind and sharing this information with all of us. It's greatly appreciated. And I would love to see that continue in a forum that we all appreciate very much. Being able to speak openly about things is very important. Other than that, if there's nothing else that needs to be said or brought to the attention of the court, I'm going to call this court adjourned.
Thanks again, Oliver.
Absolutely. If any of you wish to speak to me afterwards, I'll be around for a little while longer.
Pardon, Oliver, may I say one thing?
Sure.
Just, your independent actions could negatively affect your groups. So remember, you're not just thinking for yourself, you're thinking for your group, your family.
Well said. Alrighty. I'll be available for anyone that wishes to speak with me for a while. But at this point, I think we're all free to go.
To the bathroom for a minute.
You be safe out there.
Yoshi, I do need to stay for a few
Kenji
minutes.
has to think for a moment, but he does wish to speak with you once he's back.
I'll see
Very
you.
well. Ah, didn't think about that. Zendaya. I'm saving you for last. Our conversation will be longer.
Great. This means I have to wait longer, I guess.
Sorry, Daniela.
If you want to come over and sit by us today, you're more than welcome to.
I just wanted to inquire about the matter we spoke of
It's a
yesterday.
simple yes or no. Seemed to
yes, take a step
answer
aside.
for me yesterday.
And you are?
How are you doing?
You may call me Varen.
Not too bad.
We've met once
Nice and
before.
quiet. Honestly, Dippo had idea
The late
for
queen
exactly what you brought up.
introduced me to you, to Noctis, and to those of her kingdom.
If you are the Varen I recall, I remember that the late queen sorely banished you.
No, she said that if I were to cause problems with Marcus, that I would not be welcome in her lands. And I've held to that. As a matter of fact, him and I have a truce.
I am inclined to at least hear your question, though I know that you are not particularly welcome here. So, speak it.
I merely have a question because, as I asked it yesterday, no one could give me a straight answer, and was directed to you.
Yes?
There are rumors that the queen was raised through necromancy by your hands. I only wish to know if this rumor is true or false.
The queen is dead. The king's coronation is tomorrow, Mr. Varen.
And I will never dispute his...
The rumors are false. The queen is dead.
That is all I needed to hear. That is what no one could tell me yesterday. Instead, I was directed to you.
I assume it's because it is an absurd question. There were many witnesses to her death.
Yes, but
very
it's
live.
not her death that the rumors entail. It
I
was her
understand.
resurrection. But
Well, if it's my hands that you're accusing, then no one else would be capable of providing this answer to you.
no accusations, merely a question, as I'm sure you remember her and I were old friends. And
It's
if she
not
were
how
alive, I
Seed
just
told
wanted to
it.
know.
Friends is not the word I use to describe you, Varen. I am entertaining this question because I am certain others might share it. But do not push your luck here.
Very well. Are you ready, Yoshi?
Yeah.
Safe travels.
Anyone else besides Kenzie and Zendaya?
Yoshi, this will be my last court. I won't be coming back here.
That is a shame.
I don't attend court with liars.
Excellent. Then no one else has questions besides these two. Kenzie, I assume, is still in his thoughts?
it as a yes. Katerina, are you focusing?
Thank you.
I guess he's not. Well, look at that. Where are all the people that were so vocal yesterday? Alright, Cinderella, look at that. You've been pushed up. You pushed up the schedule. I will be back for Kenzie, since I heard that he wishes to speak.
Is she drinking?
Yeah, she is.
Oh no.
If anyone's around and available when Kenzie wakes up from his daydream, tell him that I'll be back if he wishes to speak.
Of course.
It was for them to be alone.
Safe travel.
Goodbye.
Be alone. For he to be alone?
One moment, Clark.
Carnage, are you trying to do a magic trick?
Yes, I also was thinking that.
Trying? What do you mean trying?
You almost seem to be very spry in your age.
You're
very
trying to
leanable.
like you're trying to be on your toes, yet not.
Oh, very much
Leaning
so.
forward.
Makes my
A lot forward.
Oh, maybe I am.
Alrighty, I am
Are
back.
you trying to imitate?
That is very
Gavin?
impressive.
You're doing the magic that you
Hello,
floating bullshit.
Oh, there we go.
God, I'm making the
I
mouse.
actually have a worry.
You need to talk?
Yes.
Alright. Is there
I
anyone
can wait
else?
until anybody else needs to.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you.
When you have time, I would like to train a bit more.
Absolutely. We can definitely do that. I'm down, because I like that stuff a lot, and I haven't been able to do it, because I've been doing this kind of crap.
Yeah, well, welcome to having responsibilities, Oliver.
Yeah.
It's so much more than being responsible for fighters. It's yeah.
Is it though? Is it?
We could go to the training spot.
He's
'Cause
down.
You've turned from a general to a paper pusher. Nice going. Congratulations.
Isn't that all generals though? They turn to a paper
clearly
pusher
have a
eventually.
cousin
Come on there,
now.
let's go.
Do I?
Kenji adopted Thorn, so now Thorn is your cousin.
How many
Awesome
children
shit.
does Kenji have?
Wait. What did
I
that just?
count the number of the Wendigos, but apparently Kenji last night officially adopted Thorn, so yeah.
Carnage, don't.
To understand like how.
Look, I don't count. I can't keep track of the other ones. Not that I don't count them. It's hard to keep a number of them.
Does she call you
At
mommy
least
cat?
I'm not the only one.
I've lost count, so I just like yes, there are many children from that side of the family.
Well, at least it's good to know someone is
Okay.
Halvern does know you want to
children?
talk to
I don't
him.
know.
I had to think for a moment myself, and then
Where's Zendaya?
She's talking with Halvin.
She's
yeah, it's gonna
getting
be a
hot and
long
spicy.
talk apparently.
Yes.
Clark, are you drunk?
I've been drunk ish all morning.
Okay, I guess I was ignored. I'll go fuck myself then.
What?
Perhaps you should speak up.
I can be quite loud.
Try again then.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, very funny.
No, I'm serious.
No, really, I didn't hear anything.
My thoughts are really loud right now too, so please bear with me.
Especially within these lands, you definitely have to wear armor.
Very lucky kind
Then
of
I'll be on.
late. Just saying. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say? I have a concerns. Steelfire.
I'm not saying right now.
500.
Do we know where he went?
1,000.
He ran out towards the dark, the deadwoods. They're not.
is
Oh,
that?
there you go. Alright, wait,
the mountain
Halvard,
of that.
No, yes.
Yeah, Halvard.
Who do you think we think you're talking about?
Hi.
The ventriloquist.
Did you want
Oh,
to do
yeah,
that
it'll be
now?
fun.
Because if not, I might be a little bit
Might I?
busy later.
We can do it now.
We
Since you're free.
Try recreating duplicate what you have on.
Uh,
This game, we determined
do we
if
still
you
have
Put
this
the
one?
armor
We
on
don't have a
and
spark
then
crack.
put your clothing on.
I
somewhere.
You have a minute.
Troubles of everything.
Yeah, we can go to the field.
Didn't make sure.
Clark, how much
I
scama have
just
you
need
had?
to work on
One
my combat because I
20.
Was there a drinking event before?
Shut down.
I feel like everyone's drunk and no one gave me a
She's
drink, and I feel like that's unfair.
She's a kid soon. She'll be fine.
Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
I'm drunk on you.
So pre-gaming court is the new practice, I'm understanding.
I've been doing this all night.
Hi.
Please don't kick. I was dealing with an emergency in my brain.
Oh. Sorry.
Like, called almost setting the place on fire.
Oh shit.
Fire?
I'm gonna get some.
Miss Calista, could you come speak with me for a moment?
Of course. Where would you like to speak?
In the warehouse.
All right.
Sit here. Please don't kick
Did
me
she
again,
get
I'll
it
be on.
done?
I don't.
I did
I
it.
don't know. She did it.
Oh, wait a minute. She did it? Okay.
I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna
Then
get
I
some
don't
bean
need to-
juice.
It got resolved. Thank you very much. I hope
Okay.
you're doing.
All right. I guess.
Oh, so that was resolved. Always good to see you. One of the ladies was having problems with their clothing and
I
from the
see.
explanation.
Yeah, the first time you've opened your closet, it's kind of seizure-inducing.
And I was having very much difficulty in explaining. Seems
Yeah.
that she's not.
Good job. How have you been?
I'm trying to survive.
Good.
But I'm happy
God,
because I have a
there's
good
more.
home, and the little lady running around is a fallen star who yesterday
tiny
literally fell from the
foot.
moon. And she's staying.
She fell from the moon. I see.
Yes, you should listen to her story. It's wonderful.
Perhaps I shall. Hello, Mr. Lamont.
How are you all doing today?
But I won't keep you. My man has disappeared, which is no. He does that a lot.
I got bean juice. I said I was getting bean juice. I got bean juice.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hi. I have
How are you?
question.
Hmm.
Actually, the question is gone. I thought I had a question, and then it just threw itself off of the cliff of my brain. Never mind.
Yeah,
It
that
happens
happens
as
a
we get
lot.
old.
Are you calling her old?
I'm just saying it happens as you get old. I'm not saying she's old, young, or in between.
I see.
Even teenagers seem to do it.
I think it's just called, never mind. It
It's
happens
called a
again.
never mind.
It's called a never mind, yep. I
Got
never had
it.
the mind in the first place. It's gone.
Really?
Excuse me.
Nope, we're gonna stand in the walkway.
You need to step. Good to see you, Mr. Connor.
Good to see you too, Miss Pina.
I found that court was a lot more civil today than it was yesterday. Everybody was so angry yesterday.
I wouldn't know. I wasn't here.
I don't know. It was very strange. I think I need to go to the college. I don't want to. They yell at me every time I go over there.
They yell at you.
To do things, yes, I don't like it at all.
Yeah. I need to do college work else.
Yeah. I think that's where I'm going to head.
Stay safe.
I'll try. You as well.
I'm not saying bye because we're going the same way. Just be weird to end up at the caravan. Clark.
She's probably going along.
Is she in her head?
No, I'm right here.
I'm getting
intoxicated. This is great.
Excuse me.
Oh God, what the?
Sorry.
What the?
Sorry. Hello.
Hello. Oh, I haven't seen you around in a while now.
Have we... I feel like I have seen you in passing, but we have never formally met. My name is Calista.
We have formally met, but I did not appear as such. My name is Vorn.
What happened?
Lots and lots.
Good or bad?
Should be good for now. Perhaps bad later, but the bad may be interesting.
Anything to be done to make it better?
Oh, I could have handled it, but I decided to let it be for now. What better way to punish greater devil than to send them back as a failure to report to the archdevils.
What do devils have to do with it?
Oh, well, you see. The greater devil was attempting to drain my power to achieve the rank of archdevil. They figured that it would be two birds with one stone, getting me out of the way and, well, gaining extra power. So for apparently a couple hundred years, they were siphoning my power, blocking my memories, and delusion of my very being so that no one would recognize me.
You are a devil?
I am no devil, no.
Perhaps I am confused.
A devil was simply, keeping me prisoner in my own mind.
That is quite a terrible thing.
Terrible indeed. Thus why I sent her back as a failure.
Fascinating. Well, I hope that you are right.
Yes, yes. I'm quite well now. Much, much better. Making deals and contracts of sorts.
Oh, I have always been told to be cautious of those.
Well, as you should. Especially when you don't know who you're making them with.
You never know who you're making them with. Better to give away whatever service you're trying to render than to try and make a deal. As often what you can do is better than what can be provided to you.
But making it look appetizing is, well, all the fun.
Of course. Well, I will not keep you, Thorn. I hope your days are good. And whatever troubles you is not so big.
Be safe out there, Calista.
Of course.
Whew.
Cliff notes for Vorn. Fuck, I missed. Can I get it up, is the question. No, I can't. So I need to hop off and do this. Vorn's an angel? Callista's right, like, sitting here like... Bruh, I remember this man had some memory problems, but I don't remember him being like a fucking waging war. She's like, I'm fucking confused, man. I don't know what I did here to misunderstand this, but I misunderstood something. Peedles, what are you doing, Peedles? Come here. Naughty baby. Naughty baby. Peedles. I'm attached to a digitally undead hyena. Emotionally invested in this hyena. The fuck is wrong with me? There was Frost Lotus here. I think today might be a promotion, maybe? I don't know. I don't know exactly what days are promotions and what days aren't. I'm gonna get my dailies done. I'm gonna finish the journal publication that we've been working on. And I don't know if he wants me to post it or if he wants to post it or what, but I'm gonna get it done today. I'm gonna hang out in New Chemi, do some writing, and just kind of see who comes through because right? Like, there's a lot of people. And I want to be, like, exposed to the people, but, like, I don't want to be, like, sitting around at the keep. Do you get the next promotion? Is it just like you talk to this guy and be like, hey, I want a promotion? I don't know how many days it is on Adept. I'm gonna look it up in the questions because I know it's listed. Day 9. Okay. Maybe? Okay. Oh, fuck. That wasn't what I wanted. Beetles, no. Beetles, no.
Well, there is green light coming at us. What the hell is that thing?
That's Calista.
Wow, I have a name, thanks.
I meant the thing they're on.
It's Beetles. His name is
It looks like my mother.
Oh, I see.
Wow.
Huh?
Calista, this is Ethan. He's new in the land. I was just showing him around.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Ethan. My name is Calista, and my mount's name is Beetles. But, I mean, your mother,
Oh my
I
god,
guess you
Beetles! Hi, Peatless! Alright, good talk.
Jesus
Bye.
Christ, what is that?
Don't worry about
Gosh, that's so mean.
Hi, asshole.
What the fuck?
You're lucky.
I prefer Beetles.
Not much.
Okay. Anyway.
Jesus. That thing scared the hell out of me.
Cross temple.
But yes, would you like to try to find your own weapon, or would you like me to donate you?
Oh, interesting.
I would like the weapon donated, please.
Sure.
Swords are not my thing.
Come with me, and I'll see what we have that you might find more to your liking.
Why is this part of town so horribly lit?
I don't know.
It's so goddamn dark here. Fuck.
Well, we are mostly all creatures of the night, to be fair.
Yes, but it's still very dark. Sir, do you need something? Can I help you?
Nope, just trying to make you busy.
Do you
I think he
need,
wants
like...
to spar with you.
With me? That's a horrible idea.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I didn't see you for a moment. I thought it was the dog talking.
Yes, it is I, Beetles. The, very fancy, light-carrying dog. Beetles the wizard.
Alright, Beetles. I'll fight you.
Oh, do not fight me. I am just a lowly puppy who likes to run around really, really fast. Zoom.
Oh, okay.
I am Zoom, the dog. His name should have been Zoom, not Beetles. Ma'am, I don't think we've met. My name is Calista.
My name is Ravana.
Muddles.
A pleasure to meet
This
you.
is your new name.
Oodles and zoodles.
Oodles and zoodles. Sir, have we met? I apologize. I feel like I have seen you in passing. Zooming. No, you were the one who stood on the roof, and I tried to talk to you, and then the woman thought I was talking to her, but then she thought it was the dog talking to her.
Yes. I've seen you at court before, but I don't believe we've ever spoken.
No, well, we have. You just thought I was talking to someone else.
Fair.
My name is Calista.
Nice to meet you, Calista. Rick Knight.
The pleasure is mine. What's everybody doing today? Because I was going to review my notes, and that was the exciting thing I was doing.
Sparring.
No.
Getting money.
Um,
That's pretty much.
did my dailies for the college. That's really about it.
I'm probably gonna go visit the Summoner Slope for fun. See if I can find out any more of their research.
What is that?
Oh, a place that a whole bunch of very angry things are.
Yes, very angry.
What kind of research do they do there?
Looks like it could possibly
Torture?
be necromancy.
Interesting.
I could torture you.
I don't know.
Torture, obviously. Clearly that's what it is. Okay, I feel like I've distracted everybody from whatever the hell they were doing. Because Beetles it's fine, it's fine. Beetles is a talking, glowing, green, undead hyena. It's fine. Also a wizard. Hello, I am Beetles.
You're Zoodles.
Beetles.
Zoodles.
Ah, it's Xandor. Hello, Xandor.
Oh, hey.
Not much, you know.
Oh, that reminds me, Rick, I still need to show you the sparring pits next to my house.
Ah, you have a pit.
Somebody
Yes, I shall
might
definitely
feed
have to
that
provide you.
animal. It looks hungry. Very sickly.
So, okay, I want you to guess what you think he eats, because you're going to be wrong.
Berries.
Rotten flesh.
Well, he's got sharp teeth.
The testicles of his enemies.
He's a herbivore, surprisingly. I've mostly been feeding him hops so he can make good jumps.
I don't know if that works.
Not quite sure that works right back.
His beer, maybe.
Are you... Zoodles?
Do you tend to sway side to side when running on with him?
No? Why?
Because you know what hops is made for, right?
Enlighten me.
Use it to make mead and get drunk.
Any other alcohol.
Oh, I thought it was a joke. I thought you were telling me a joke, and I was waiting for the punchline. I didn't think you actually meant the alchemical properties of hops. Got it.
No, it's used for bunny. You make bunnies with hops.
Yes.
Hop to it.
That's what you should be feeding him. Bunnies, not hops.
He will not eat meat, so yeah, there's that.
Well, I'm gonna go do some research. I'll see you guys later.
Yes, I must get to do what I was doing too.
Yep, no worries. I'm
Take care,
gonna
all.
pack up my notes and work on them, because I have so much work to do. It's horrible. I hate taking notes.
Have fun with that.
Does
If
anybody
it's
else have
important
to,
enough, Zedor remember.
Does anybody else have to do essays for their schoolwork? This is stupid.
Schoolwork? What's that?
You read the board as of recently.
No, why?
Apparently there's a true king that is coming.
True king of what?
It doesn't say, it just says that there is a true king coming.
Versus a false king?
I guess, I don't know.
I mean, there has been accusations flying about, so who the hell knows? This has been weird times lately.
That it has been.
Okay, so you're telling me you don't have to do essays for your schoolwork?
But warriors do essays? Are you kidding?
Basically,
had to
we
do
beat
any.
ass and
Our body count is our
I'm
essays.
part of the mage college.
That's bullshit.
Right, Rick? The body counts for us are the essays.
basically, yes. They say, go spar people, that's your homework.
That's absolute fucking bullshit.
The higher the body count, the higher the grade.
I'm gonna have an argument with the professor. This is total bullshit.
Is this a part of the mages college?
Yeah!
I don't even have to do those.
Who's your professor?
I don't
Oh,
have
before
one.
she goes, I'm going out here.
What do you mean?
When I joined, I was never given a professor. What did, I don't know.
Who's your teacher?
Well, I chose the battle mage mentor, but they don't give me anything.
Professor Kambu doesn't assign homework? What the fuck? I get fucking essays and tests and exams and shit. This is fucking bullshit.
Why aren't you studying under Halvard?
Yeah, well, I am, and he's an ass, and apparently none of the other professors do that.
There you
You
go.
want to see our professor? This is our professor.
Yeah, and you are studying under an archmage, so that would make sense.
Okay, your essays are an axe. I get it. Alright, fine.
And a door.
And a door. That is a door.
Yes, it is.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hey, Bebo.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
See? He gets it.
Okay, I'm still, like, really upset about the fact that nobody else has to do homework.
Homework?
Maybe you need to get a new school.
Well, no, apparently it's not the whole school. It's just Professor Halvorin who's a dick with this. He's not a dick. I'm really... Every time I try to learn a new spell, something catches fire that's not supposed to, so I probably need the schoolwork. But nonetheless, it's unfair.
Have you tried catching less stuff on fire?
I wasn't trying to catch things at all on fire, Bippo!
Have you tried doing it while sitting in a bath of some kind, some type of fluid?
He literally had me sit in the snow yesterday, so when he was trying to teach me Ray of Frost, I didn't light anybody on fire, and I still ended up dropping snow on his head.
I mean...
Sounds like a
So
continuation
you're
of
trying to learn this.
I mostly have it figured out.
Do not get it confused with this.
He told me it's like cast snowball, and that was kind of what helped.
You and all your magics.
I mean, I guess
Your
you could
magics.
put it in this area.
I know the cone of cold one, but that's about it.
I hate that thing.
This is all the magic I need.
He refuses to teach
Magical
me
wood.
fireball.
It's magical when you slice through a body. All the magic.
I just know one that's really, really loud and everyone complains about.
Which one?
Here.
Show how loud it can be.
That's not that
Oh,
loud.
it's not that bad.
No.
But
Well, I mean, that's...
when she heals everybody, it can get really loud.
Oh.
Oh, hold on.
I got something even louder.
Oh God.
Oh, okay, yeah, that does.
Yeah.
Loud, yeah.
And it's not that loud. This is loud.
I think the healing was actually almost louder than the horn, not going to lie.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
actually,
think it was a little bit.
the group healing, yeah.
There's always this.
He told
Oh
me.
no.
Oh no, this looks bad.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
dear.
Go ahead and hit.
Have you heard how loud this is?
Do it.
He has the door ready.
Ow.
There was no sound.
Yeah.
I love how he pulls the door out and everything for you to use against him, and instead you just
Oh my word.
I didn't see him
Time's
over there.
passed.
She said to
Oh,
go ahead and hit
goodness.
her.
Give me 1 second,
Fine.
though. I have to take a soft nap.
I guess it's only the person that gets hit then?
No, I don't
Well,
think.
no, I heard it. It was just kind of quiet.
Oh. I thought.
Professor
usually a lot
Halvorin
louder.
did tell me I need to find. Oh, and never mind.
Hmm.
I need to find a shifter teacher. Because he said he can't teach me that.
What kind of shifts are you wanting to learn?
The midnight shift sucks, by the way.
What is the midnight shift?
It's where
When
you.
you're up at nighttime?
Mhm.
What?
And there's nobody else at work with you?
Yes.
Oh boy.
The degen shift.
Yes, it's a very lonely shift.
No, I think midday worse. Because
Yeah,
whole days.
midday is pretty low.
I am confused, but that's okay. That's normal.
Well, you said shift, so that's what we know.
It's fine. I'm just gonna quit. I quit. It's fine. There's a light here. I could do my fucking essay. It's fine.
You know, you could
form
always
shift,
do
right?
essay while getting drunk at tavern.
Nobody sits over there.
Huh. We've been sitting down there all day.
Oh, well, from what I heard yesterday, there was blight there.
I mean, their blight comes to town.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
You're too tall for that.
I realize that now. I'm too tall for a lot of stuff. Xandor can't even collect eggs properly.
I mean, I'm pretty much at the
That's
same
most-
height as you.
The collecting eggs is the funniest part about.
Mm,
I think that both was too tall.
close.
You're just a little taller.
You're
I cannot
collecting
collect
eggs.
Yeah, for cooking, you know, I'm too tall to collect eggs.
You
the
can
efficient
crouch.
way.
No,
Yeah,
don't work.
but she doesn't have to crouch.
Crouching doesn't work for Xandor either.
I would like to point out most people didn't know you could collect eggs with a pick.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't know.
I feel like a lot of people didn't know that and really hated eggs for a long time.
It took
What do
so
you mean?
big.
I still hate eggs. They're good to eat, but collecting them, no.
The summoning place is the best place to get eggs because as soon as you finish one nest and like most of them, they all start coming back again.
Also over by Elysium, there's all the turtle eggs everywhere.
I still think summoning place is more like together, but
Mm-hmm. But what we usually do is go summoning place, then go turtles, and then if we really need more eggs, go back to summoning place and turtles.
I see.
You know, the insects in the jungle have them too. The big nests.
Mm-hmm.
Those are big eggs. Those are good big eggs.
I mean, I prefer the turtle eggs over the insect eggs. They just taste better.
To get more in the insect eggs, though.
I'm going to tell you for a fact, bird eggs taste better than the other ones. Like just personal opinion, insect
Oh, yeah,
eggs are
bird eggs
like a
better.
little bit too poppy.
Hmm. Depends on how you cook
Turtle
them.
eggs are little shell.
Yeah, they got the hard shell.
I thought turtle eggs were
A
soft
little
shell.
shell.
These are hard shell. I don't like soft shell or hard shell crab. Then you get your blue crab, king crab.
Kind of like lobster too.
Lobsters are cockroaches of the sea.
Yep.
Don't forget shrimp, shrimp crumbo, shrimp, you know,
Shrimp stew.
pasta, shrimp sandwich.
Shrimp shish kebab.
There's a million ways to prepare shrimp.
This conversation has delved way down into food now. Good go.
Doesn't every conversation go into food?
At some point, probably.
Yeah.
Food or something else that the other beings like to do.
Extracurricular activities, I call it.
Mm-hmm.
That's true too.
Yeah,
One
that's
way
what
or the other.
conversation usually boils down to.
Boiled eggs. See, food. Again.
It's always food.
Okay.
I'm a big person. I need to eat a lot. I'm sorry.
Nothing to apologize for.
I'm gonna think of a joke Bippo knows that about food and other topics. Oh. Just thought of one. Why do they say men are the best cooks in the world?
Why?
Not
With
touching that.
one sausage and 2 eggs, a man can fill a woman's stomach for 9 months.
My word.
Anybody got a
This is
frying pan
terrible.
handy?
I feel like someone
wish
needs
we
to
had
cast iron on him.
I don't have one.
I
Anybody
don't
else
have
a
one
cast
either.
iron? How about a fishing oar? You got an oar?
I usually carry personal space, but did not bring personal space today. That's the name of my frying pan.
I got this.
That's very nice.
But I could touch you from way over here with it. See?
Oh boy.
It doesn't hurt. It just shocks you.
And let's see. Bippo got some. Oh yeah, Bippo does have sorts of answer to that.
Bendo's not home. No solicitation, please.
Did he just disappear? Like completely? Oh, okay.
That's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Magic.
That. Why is he... get back here, Scorch. Calm down. Okay, I gotta go. Scorch getting restless.
Okay.
Okay. Say hi to everyone down there in jungle.
Will do. Stay safe, everyone.
You as well.
Rain, do you want to go check if Sorona finally back?
Yeah, we can. I completely forgot that's what we're...
Yeah, we were supposed to be looking for Sorona, then we came up and talked to everybody.
It's fine. I'm just gonna hang out over here.
You could come down to bar and hang out.
Are you actually down at the bar? Because I'm doing like work, but I don't mind the company. As long as you don't mind I'm quiet.
Oh, be as quiet as needed. But yeah, we've been just hanging out at the bar with Stark, Serona,
All right,
and then a couple other people show up.
I can definitely be a bar rat. That's fine.
Want to come?
Shop. Ha! Is it with the other shops? Okay, thank you. Follow me, sir. I'm going to.
Wait,
Oh, wait, quick
Serona, Serona, wait!
What?
Bippo's looking for you. They were gonna come down to the bar in a second. They said, come down here and be a bar rat. He's literally up at the bank. They're right there.
How do I put it back in my pocket?
You don't.
You can't.
Oh, okay. So
Bippo,
then,
could you do me a favor? Can you go get a saddle for the litter mount for this man?
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
so then when I'm done with it, what do I do? Like when I'm gonna go to sleep?
So what you want to do is you can have it follow you if you don't want to ride it. You just have it follow you. But whenever you want to stop using it, you're going to hold your E muscle on it and tell it to stand guard. That'll stop it from wandering off. If you make it stop following you and you leave it for too long, it'll wander back to the last spot it was guarding. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. So remember where I tell it to stand guard.
Well, if you hit tab, you should have a tab at the top called followers. And you can click the eyeball next to the litter mount and it'll show you on your map where it is.
That is good to know, yes.
Okay, perfect. Make sure when you go to sleep you put it somewhere safe because it will get attacked if you don't.
Okay, and where would somewhere safe to put it be?
Oh, well, I mean, just away from
they're
any creatures. There you go.
They're looking for.
Usually, any place you see other people's mounts is probably fine.
Yeah, you can leave it in town. You can leave it somewhere like on
Okay.
a cliff where it's safe, wherever.
So just like somewhere's in the bushes that way.
Maybe
Over
not.
there.
If you
Just
don't have place
nowhere where
to sleep, I would say somewhere in town, maybe next to bank or by hospital.
Okay.
Hi, Daisy. Danny left, sorry.
There you go. Now you should be able to get on.
Oh, hell yeah. That looks awesome. Oh, this is cool as hell.
Yeah. You want to put food on them. I don't know what food they like the best, but that'll help them when they level to get stronger.
Okay. That is the coolest thing ever. Thank you so much.
Hi. Mwah.
No problem.
Yes, thank you, Vippa, for the saddle. If you check their pockets, at the bottom you should see some food options there. Like it might say berries or something like that.
They like steaks and meat and stuff like that.
Meat and steaks, okay.
Why am I
Yeah,
struggling?
I think they prefer everything cooked.
So your first order of business is probably going to be to butcher some creatures and cook it for your mount to consume. Because food also helps them heal.
So if I have a stack of 50 salted meat, how do I make it not a stack of 50 to give them some?
You click on it and then you click split and it'll split it in half. Alternatively, you can hold down shift when you drag it to them and then it'll ask you how many you want to give them. Does that make sense?
I'm gonna go sit down.
Yep, sorry, I'll be right in there, Pippo.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay, thank you. That worked.
Perfect. All right. Well,
So
that's all you...
if I use the caravan, does it come with me or?
Yeah. Make sure you set to follow you because it is following now. Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you go through a caravan, it will follow you. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Well,
If you ever need anything, let me know so I can pay you back.
Of course.
I'm gonna go adventure now.
Good luck adventuring, and come by here if you have any more questions.
I will, thank you.
You're welcome. See you later.
See ya.
Apologies about the delay there.
So she's doing schoolwork, but I told her maybe come down to the bar so that way she has a nice comfortable spot to do school.
Oh yeah, of course.
But maybe I'm gonna go in here and play a little music.
Sure.
You can stay out here if you want.
I need to start cooking. If Rain, can you bring me that meat when you have a moment?
Oh.
So I can start cooking.
Yeah, let me actually go home and get.
I have a lot to cook and not much time to do it. So.
Yeah. I'm gonna run home. I'm gonna grab all that and then I will come right back.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Can I get you a drink?
Yeah, strongest stuff you got, and some drugs too if you got that.
Let me see what I have.
Got any of that Eastern powder?
Powder?
The drugs? Oh, please tell me you know what that is, right? For the bad.
Oh.
For bad?
For the bad.
For the
There's a paddle there. Tormund uses it on people who misbehave. Yes.
You know, I probably deserve some paddlings from Tormund for 200 years ago.
Probably. I unfortunately do not have drugs here. I can start keeping some here, but I do have alcohol.
Here, have some drugs. There's some powder. It makes you hallucinate stuff, so. There you go, it's right there. It's right there on the stool. Right there.
Okay. Oops, I set down bags.
How much for the absinthe?
Oh, the drinks are always free. You can tip if you'd like, but we don't ask for payment, so.
Okay.
Rough day?
A little bit of a rough day. That's really cute. What is that? Oh, hello.
Have you met Dandelion yet?
I don't think so. Hello. Thank you. It's so cute.
Dandelion's the cutest.
Oh my goodness. This is adorable.
We have a special lemonade bowl just for Dandelion over here. She loves lemonade. So we keep it in a bowl.
Adorable. Thank you.
Also, we have Pippy Jack tables upstairs if you ever want to gamble.
Oh, I'm terrible at that.
Me too.
Terrible. There you go. This I give you for a tip. I hope that's okay.
Thank you. I really appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Is there anything I can get this one? Anything they would like?
They love lemonade.
Lemonade. Oh.
Would you like me to go
Carrots
grab
and apples as well.
Oh,
Carrots and apples. Oh, I love apples. Oh,
I think I have some apples. Let me check.
there's a man that I met. Well, an old friend that owes me apples and bushels of them. Has yet to give me apple.
Here, I'm gonna give you the apples to give to Dandelion.
Oh, okay.
And some lemonade too.
Okay.
You are a very pretty elf.
I have a lot of stuff for you, Serena. Or unless you want me to just put it in the fridge.
Yes, if there's room in the fridge, that would be great. If not, let me know. She's so cute.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, your fridge is full and I still have a ton.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can make some space. I'll put it out here for now. Can you put it on this bin?
We try.
If not, I can get another fridge.
Okay, I filled that up. Well, I don't know how much full. You might need to get another fridge. I just brought you everything.
Perfect. I'll put another fridge temporarily for just coronation stuff.
Yeah.
Good dog.
Hey.
I'm trying to play music where it's not so loud for everybody.
It is pretty loud.
I think that's a good spot.
There we go. Nice, you have some cooked food. Did you make a friend, Zendaya?
Kind of, yeah.
That's lovely.
Thank you for the drinks and for letting me do that for her. It's a beautiful creature.
I'm glad you stopped by, Zendaya. I hope you stop by again.
Yeah. Probably won't be around much longer, but cause oh, that's some good music. I was gonna stay to the princess coronation, maybe a few days after, and then kind of head back to the hedge.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope your trip back is safe.
Yeah,
And
I should be around though for a few more days.
well, I'm usually in here, unless sometimes when Tormund's awake we go explore, but usually I'm here, so if you ever need anywhere to hang out, come.
Yeah, I need to make my peace with Tormund, so a discussion is probably needed at some point.
I think that would be really nice. I know that there's a lot of resentment and hurt on his part there because of the scars he still carries, but I don't think it's irreparable. And I'm sure that there's some ill feelings on your end too, which is understandable. But I think it'd be nice if you guys can sit down and work it out.
Yeah.
Greetings.
Greetings. Welcome. Can I offer
How are
you a
guys?
drink?
Not right now. Can I speak to you privately somewhere real quick?
Me?
Yes.
Sure. See you around Sunday.
See ya.
Follow me, sir. Okay, there you are.
Did I hear you're gonna be leaving here soon?
The bushes hide me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably
no,
in a few
right.
days after the coronation.
Oh, it's gonna be a shame to see you leave.
Well, I mean, I did come in just to visit the queen, but then some things happened, so we go way back. A long time ago.
Yeah, I was there that day, and unfortunately was not 20 feet when the incident happened to her. Nobody was aware anything happened at that point until the dust settled.
Well, at least you were there. I wasn't there at all, so it's kind of sad.
Well, Wei Halvern said she drew magic from the earth. Maybe she's now part of it. I'm happy to see you dancing.
Oh. Maybe she is part of it. Either way, I hope she's at peace.
So it's the hedge you go back to? How difficult is the journey from the hedge?
If you don't know where you're going, you're gonna get lost really easy. Probably never come out.
Bibbo never knows where you're going.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
We ran around with Violet last night going to the smuggler.
Yeah.
Oh. Interesting. how to tip the person playing the music.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't actually expecting that.
I appreciate your music, sir.
I really like this one.
Really good music.
Mm-hmm.
Just wish I knew how to play more songs. So, what is everybody doing tonight? Got to be something fun people are doing.
No, I don't know what's fun.
I don't either.
I think being here is pretty fun.
Agreed.
And you always got the healing spot to soak in the bath.
Haven't been there yet before, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, that's
Where's
wonderful.
Where's that?
It's just down the way, down the cliff. You can actually see the roof from here.
Okay, I'll go over there. A little bit.
Iona and Stark run that.
That sounds lovely.
It's a very lovely area.
Alright, team, we have things to do.
Be safe, everyone.
You as well.
Please travel safe.
You as well.
Bippo, Rain.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to interrupt the music, but I need both of you for a moment.
Okay.
Cindy, would you excuse us for just one moment?
Sure. It's fine.
Oh, sorry, Cynthia.
Okay, don't worry about it, Papa.
Wait.
Hey, that's
I'll be
mine
right
to carry.
Dandelion, I'll be right back. I need her.
Dancing
Can I please just cuddle her for a moment? I just.
Hello. There you go, you got it. precious you are. You're very precious. I wish I had something to play you, but I don't. I don't have any. I don't have a lute, and I don't have one of those fancy instruments. And I think there might be a piano inside. I can maybe do that. I don't know.
Ah, there you are, my dear.
Hmm?
Your husband is at the house.
The what?
Roman?
Yeah, he left.
Ah, well, he's at the house.
I'm gonna kill him.
Okay, that works. Do your thing.
Cold iron straight to his ass.
Yep. Sell tickets. At least make some money off of it, right?
Thank you. It's nice to meet you, Dandelion. I'm Zendaya, and I have to go retrieve my husband in Boppin. So.
Thank you
I
for
will
the
come back.
dance. It was very amusing.
Thank you.
I swear I'm gonna get this essay done and then I can leave. It'll be fine.
Okay. Can I hug you? It's okay. Thank you. And thank you for the flowers too. I'll see you later, okay? Good luck on your essay, ma'am.
Have a good day, Zendaya.
You too.
Hello, Dandelion, it was? What is it? Okay. Did you feed the dogs? Okay. So he's been lying. Sorry, this is not the most exciting thing in the world. I'm just doing something that will be more exciting.
Will do. I hope Dandelion didn't leave. Oh, no, she's still here.
And then
Sorry,
we also
Dandelion, we
have
didn't mean to leave you.
we also have your customer that's sitting at the table doing schoolwork for Alvin.
Hi.
Need something to drink while you work, Calista?
I could take a drink.
Would you like alcohol, or do you want some like tea or lemonade?
I won't get drunk while I'm trying to do this essay. My brain hurts so bad.
I understand. How about some tea or lemonade then?
Okay. Your preference, whatever.
Sure.
Anyone's just so well behaved and understands so well.
Oh. Can you grab that without standing? If not, I can.
It's fine. I got it. Thank you. It's okay.
You're welcome. Enjoy.
I
And let me know if you need anything.
like hanging out and listening because right now I'm doing a thing and it's upsetting now. Decently. Never mind. It's fine.
I understand.
Need outside perspective? Who thinks of things very simply.
No, that's all right. Basically, I'm just trying to transcribe my notes from him, the lessons of like shape versus form and spellcasting, and why he should definitely teach me Fireball.
He should definitely teach you Fireball because you will burn down what you
Fire is
should
fun.
eventually.
Still doing okay on lemonade over here, Dandelion? Okay. Perfect. I'll keep more apples on hand just in case. Or for whenever you come back.
Oh my goodness, what the fuck? Doggy, no!
The door was open and he ran into
Aw. You're so sweet, Dandelion. I have so much cooking to do.
As you ran into something, you dingbat.
I have something that might make anyone happy if you can put down for her.
Okay, sure. I'd be happy to.
Maybe put next to her bowl?
Oh, absolutely. Dandelion.
It's a happy donkey.
No.
I tried to bring more carrots on occasion, so that way she always has some.
Yeah. Absolutely. Carrots and apples. Oh, hello, little tea. Finally left your rug, did you?
How do I center this? Ah! is. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Okay. I'm making some progress on this. Where's the Wendigo picture, sir?
Sorry, I was just checking my fridge. Are you doing happy donkey laps? Oh, is it? What's wrong? Are you just doing happy laps or is something wrong? Ah, I see. You had the zoomies. Fair enough.
I mean, Dandelion's a fast little donkey.
She is.
That is fast donkey zoomies.
You had quite a bit of food already made.
Mm-hmm. We were rather well stocked.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That saves me a lot of time. What, did you happen to bring any eggs, Rain?
She's kind of in her head right now. But I don't
Does
think
not
we
seem like
had any eggs at Elysium.
Okay, I'll have to go gather some at some point.
Bib was too tall to gather them. It's just pain in the butt to crouch and hit in
Oh,
that spot.
the easiest way is to go to the jungle and right outside the L7 carriage, you know those birds? You kill them and then you slice them open with your knife and you usually get like 20 eggs per bird.
Oh no, what I want you to do is I want you to take your pickaxe and go to the summoner's place. As soon as you get off that cart, I want you to just look to your left. You'll see a bunch of bird nests there, and I want you to use your pick on those egg nests.
Well, there's turtle nests out here. I could try.
You'll be
Do they work on
surprised how
turtle?
much you get.
I didn't know you could pickaxe them. Let me see if I can find one. Dandelion, want to help me look for egg nests? Tormund blocked them all off because turtles were wandering into our tavern. I guess they like alcohol.
Those little guys really do like.
Mm-hmm.
Do 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 do. Ah, da da da.
I was gonna work on something a little bit in head, but still be here. It's for the situation that we were pulled aside for.
Okay. I need to work on the coronation thing. For all you who are coming this day, to you your homage and service are you willing to do? Sirs, I present to you
Hello. I'm
present to
back
you
with
King
eggs. You're
Noctis,
right,
your
Hippo.
undoubted king,
I didn't know that you
whereas
could
you are
pickaxe them, but that was very good to
who
know.
are coming this day, to do your homage and
Hippo's kind of
service,
working.
are you willing to do the same?
Oh, sorry.
This needs to be
What
modified a
the-
little bit.
Hippo's kind of working on something that might help you in your venture later on.
Oh, thank you for that.
Aaron, would you like to run around with her a little bit? Hippo let you out of his arms.
I can do.
There we go. Got some fried eggs cooking. Oh, we need a spot for you. There is a nice comfy rug and some pillows upstairs, but then you wouldn't be with us. Maybe I should put a rug down here for you. You want a rug for in front of the fire? Okay.
Okay, so
Apparently I need some dried berries. Damn.
okay.
Is there a place to... Oh, wait.
Ma'am,
Hmm.
sir, it is
Is
your
there a place to
majesty.
get bones nearby here?
Is your majesty
or
willing to take the
berries
oath? And the
nearby here?
queen and the king answers, I am willing. The archbishop shall minister these questions, and the queen, having a book in her hand, shall answer each question severally
Wouldn't
as
you
follows.
get berries out of bushes, I would think?
Will you
Well,
solemnly
hello
promise
there.
and okay, okay, you scared the piss out of me because it didn't ding.
Aye.
I am
Well, you
trying
could
to
definitely
write
get
the script
lunch,
for tomorrow.
From the bound.
Okay. Whew.
Yeah,
I feel like
I
everything is
know
burning
where
around
to
you.
get them.
No, it is.
It
100%.
is. It is
Yeah,
wonderful.
no, it
Okay.
is. And I'm putting out fires as quick as I can, but like,
Yeah.
it's as I explained in DMs. It's that stuff that's just like
a lot.
It's a lot, but it's not even. It's just I don't know how to explain.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like my biggest thing is I'm trying to make it make sense to everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to give them plot
just go back
things
and
to
run some
pursue,
back.
but
Oh well,
in
and see, I have
the
seeds,
yeah
so I could grow
aggressive
them
way
into
of
berries.
pursuing those,
But I
it's gonna
need
tear the group apart. And I'm like, that is the last thing I want.
Well, it's the
'cause I
one of
still
the
want us to stay together, but
part
still.
of the problem is the people who are trying to pursue this are not going through the
you
channels
want me
we
to
set
run
up for them
around?
to do it. Right?
Exactly.
Like
Well,
we
I
have a
wanna know
way for
what
people to
drops
do
those.
investigations
What do I kill
instead
to
of
get
just
bones?
like bullying
Yelling at people about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like there are ways. If you've yelled at people once,
you
go
would
do something
put,
else.
I believe it's flesh into.
Okay.
No,
I actually gotta step away from them real quick because I
compressor,
can't see shit or
with
hear shit.
juicing thing.
Are you streaming comms or no?
I am streaming comms, yes.
Okay.
But there were people talking in game, so because I needed help working on the coronation script because there's parts of this I want to keep like the big thing and then most of it's going to go away. I need in part 3, so I need to know who the primary speaker is. Is it going to be you or Stray?
I would say probably. I want to say me, but I don't want to like.
Okay.
I
I'm
don't wanna
going
throw
to
Stray out of it. You know what I mean?
give you and Stray and Halvorin different things to say, right?
All right.
Speaker choose. Can you under 4? Can you fix what needs to go there. Like it needs to be modified a little bit. Okay. Number 4.
Are you talking to me? I don't see what you're talking about.
Yes.
On
In
stream?
the coronation script, which I am not streaming. I mean, I could, but
Oh, hold on.
the link
in
I
the
gave.
document you sent
yes,
me.
in
Okay,
the
that's what it
document
was.
I sent you, in the coronation script. I'm gonna give stream puppies because there's nothing exciting going on right now other than vocals.
Where? Send it to me in DMs, right? I don't see it.
It's in the group DM for the
Oh, the group
coronation
DM.
group.
Okay, never mind. Okay, got it. We're in there. All right.
Hang on, I'm gonna possession. Go over. Presentation. This probably needs to be expanded just a little bit. Why? Well, that's just in no way, shape, or form what I want.
He's fine.
Why? This should be a new list. What the fuck?
Well, hi.
Hi, you want to help us with the present document?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
We're writing the
Shoot.
coronation script, basically. You can give her the link.
Oh, dear lord.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, I send.
Okay, yeah. So basically, there's 4 actors in this, and then there's the audience, right? There's Oliver, Halperin, Damien, Prince Noctis, and then the audience, and it's, it's people coming in. The presentation needs to be fixed a little bit because I don't like what that is, and then the oath.
You want me to write
Speaker.
that?
Yeah, if you want to modify the presentation, basically you're presenting the king to the court.
Yep.
It can be modified a little bit. I'm gonna put the oath, bring the oaths in.
Do you want me to write the oath, or you want to write the oath?
I have the oath script. I'm gonna modify it. I'm gonna bring it in. You can help me write it. I need the presentation fixed.
Okay, let me see here.
Did you want to do it as Oliver entering first, then Halvin and Damien together?
Yeah.
Since he's
Make
right now.
make it make sense.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put this in here on.
Okay, this is gonna be a mess. The king.
Oh, it won't be a mess.
Returns to his chair. We need to tell them, we need to have standing locations, right?
Hello, person that joined.
I can't see that people are joining.
It's a Reaper.
I am streaming voice comms, so be aware.
Hello, voice people of the streaming world. Chat, right? That would
Chat.
be chat.
No. These be chats, yes?
These be the chats.
All of the chat.
There.
No,
Is
they're
Your
gonna.
Majesty
they're gonna
willing to
hear
take
my
the
chat.
oath? King. Stop it! You're so sassy.
Who's being sassy?
Alright. Oath.
Holding a book. Holding a book.
Do you want this to sound like a presidential inauguration type of thing, or do you want it to sound like just like a kingly inauguration thing?
This is I literally have the script of Queen Elizabeth's inauguration and I'm modifying it. So that's a fat baby. That's a fat baby. Hang on. Oh god, I'm getting murdered.
No, what? Don't get murdered. No need for that.
Yeah, right? No need for that. Put that shit
You're
away.
not allowed to die. What are you talking about? Stuff that shit back down.
Put
No
that shit
death.
all the way down. It's fine. No death again, you mean?
Yeah, no death again. No IRL deaths. Allowed.
Puppy butt. Will you solemnly promise to and swear to govern the people of Night Hollow? not England. Hello.
We also have Northern Ireland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Union of South Africa, Pakistan, Ceylon, and possession of territories belonging to and pertain to the respective laws and customs of all the rest of the world.
Do you want to fix that while I fucking like form? You fine. You fix it.
I'm just messing around. I'm screwing with you, right?
It would be what night? Is it Night Hollow and the Night Pack as well as
The Night
Shroud?
Pack is part of Night Hollow. Night Hollow is the kingdom. I mean, you can list all of the great houses. That might be cool.
That could be cool, yeah. I'm fine with that.
Start editing it, lady.
It would be the Shroud is technically House Warhaven.
You can,
technicality.
yeah, you can list that however you choose.
Wait, what would it be?
The Shroud is technically House Warhaven.
So it's House Knights, House Warhaven, House
Yeah.
Umbral.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because that's all
House
there's left.
Lamont. Well, you can list it as the Shroud and the Knight, like
Yeah,
the Shroud and the Knights and House Umbral and House Lamont and all other minor houses of the kingdom.
Yeah.
We need to pick the speaker for the oath. True profession of the nation? Nation? Just want some dashes, sir.
Me?
No, I want this to give me dashes, and it's like, nah. No dashes for
Gotcha.
you.
No more dash to you.
Is it?
I'm sorry, this is just going all over the place on you.
Yeah. Say what?
What is it? Night? What is the Shroud?
The Shroud is technically House Warhaven, but you can call it the Shroud.
Solemnly promise and swear to govern the people of Night Hollow within her territories, the houses of Knights, Umbral, Lamont, and all other minor houses. Its citizens and residents.
You said Lamont?
Lamont, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All citizens and residents of the territories.
Mm-hmm.
Or something, right?
Yeah.
How was a sound?
Just was. I almost put Duckmorn.
Duckmorn.
Oh, that would be easier enough. Put that in there.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
King Duckmorn. Long may he reign.
And swear to govern the peoples of Night Hollow and within her territories, the houses of Warhaven, Night, Umbral, Lamont, and all citizens that reside within her territories, according to their respective laws and customs. Does that sound right?
Well, see, that's in reference to multiple nations according to our laws and customs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. According to their respective laws and customs. There we go.
I think that's like a duplicate statement. A lot of these are, I'm just trying to figure out
Like what goes where and how to
what of
reword
these
it.
should be like chilled out, right? Because there's a lot of like faith references and Will you maintain and preserve the inviolability settlement of the Church of England, the doctrine, worship, and so this should probably be about the Temple of Twilight.
Yeah.
You do your utmost. Noctis basically just going, I will, the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Of your power to maintain the laws of the
Is there any
land.
other big houses I missed?
It is there were, right? You guys kind of vanished. So the houses are Warhaven, Duskmorn, Lamont, Umbral, Shadowhorn, but Shadowhorn was the house you were part
Gone. Yeah, it's gone now. Not technically gone. It's still there.
of. We can list
But-
Shadowhorn.
I would. Why the hell not?
Warhaven, Duskmorn, Shadowhorn. I wouldn't put those two houses next to each other. Fucking
Yeah,
tongue
we're
twister.
gonna put them right next to each other. I wanna listen to them. Fuck it
Umbral,
up.
Lamont, and all citizens. We still haven't assigned this to somebody. The laws of God.
I don't mind doing that part, or is there a specific part you want me to do?
No,
I think it's the prayer, and then I think Halvin.
do it? So it doesn't come back?
Oh boy. I think Halvin wants to do the
crowning
portion, the crowning, which I think it would make sense for. It says, "Here, sirs, I present unto you King Duskmorn, Noctis Duskmorn, the endowed king," and he say that part, and then I'll go through the oath type of thing. You know what I mean?
I could see that.
I feel like that would make RP sense.
So this would be Hal's run. This is like basically the presentation though, right? Like the presentation is not much.
Do you want it to be unbiased judgments, or do you want it to be judgments just in general?
What do you mean?
Replace speaker with not or Oliver.
That's what I'm doing now.
This top part should just be trimmed down to something that makes sense.
Yeah, let me look at it. So is this I want to make sure I'm understanding this. Is this like this first part referring to Noctis returning to the Queen's chair, or returning?
Okay, so this is basically okay. So in the presentation, technically, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to do this 3 times, and you're supposed to present him around the room to the 3 sides of the room, and everybody's supposed to respond, "Long live the king." Like the audience is supposed to respond.
Do we want to do that and re-say it again and again, or just have them all say it at once, type of thing?
Well, here's the thing. Nobody's going to know to say "Long live
say
the
it.
kings," but the counselors might, right?
When exactly did she die? What day was it?
She died. Oh, I felt bad. I didn't mean for Reaper to leave, but that's okay. Anybody can be in here for this. What day did she die? I have no fucking idea.
It wasn't that long ago, I don't think.
It was about a week now, I think.
Like a week, maybe. Yeah.
It's probably a week past or something
There
like
it
that.
is.
Let me look at the day.
streams would show it.
Yeah, the streams, because there'll be a gap after she died. I didn't stream for 3 days. Videos. Two days ago, 9 days ago, 6 days ago. So 9 days ago, whatever the fuck 9 days ago. Be Still was the name of this today.
What, the 1st of March?
7, 8, 9. The Tuesday? Did she die on a Tuesday? Or a Monday?
That was Monday.
I don't know how exactly it counts.
Well, it might have been the day. The stream was started the day before, but went into the morning, which then ended up being the end of the days when it ended. So I think Twitch counts the day it ended.
February 28th is what it's saying, and the day before is February 27th. So I must have started it on the 27th, so it must have been a Monday.
Yeah.
I mean, wait a minute. If I look at yesterday's stream, it says Wednesday. No, it was the 28th. I fucking did it on a Tuesday. It's fine.
Everything is fine.
Okay,
Should it be enters the hall at during the prayer or ending of the prayer? I would say ending.
wherever.
As the prayer
We
ends.
we just have to kind of modify this to make sense.
Enters the hall at the end of the there.
I'm gonna grab the next part. We don't need to do the presentation of the Bible or the beginning of the communion service. Anointment? Do we want to do an anointment?
Anointment of what?
King kneels on her fad stool, and the people kneeling in their place. The archbishop shall begin the hymn. Da, 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 da. Prayer ends, and the people stand. Presentation of the spur and the sword, the obligate of said sword.
And I'm going to have to add something to this when Noctis gets this finished, I think. Like at the end of it.
That does not need to be that long. It's just a direction of where to stand, right? Like, that's a
Well, I'm
direction
just
of where to stand.
I'm referring to like at the end of the coronation. I might have something to ask Noctis to do.
Yes, I'm gonna grab a couple more things. So we don't need to be, we can do the presentation of, which is basically where he is given like a sword and a scepter.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think would be the next section.
I made his crown already, by the way.
Nice. I have so many crowns.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, but
it's I did an RP thing for it, so I was gonna hand it to him.
Gotcha.
Like Oliver made the crown for him or something like that. I don't know if that would make any difference or something, you know what I mean? But I thought it might be a nice little RP aspect of it.
Scepter and sword. I don't think you can co-wield those, but
No, you can't.
Do you
So
want
we'll
it
just do the
made
scepter.
administering the coronation of oath in her stead, or just administer?
well,
the
okay, so the
coronation of-
previous king or queen would never have administered this oath, right? It's
No.
usually done by like the
It would have been
archbishop,
the-
but in this case it's
yeah.
done by the council.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello? Was there a new person who came in?
You see Jack. What's up, bro?
Hey, Jack.
Jake,
Hello.
we're doing the thing.
She's streaming it, so be careful.
Oh, well.
Well,
Yeah.
bye. Don't go,
That's
sir.
Well, that escalated quickly, gosh.
Gonna be sassy, but god damn it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I don't think we need to do an anointing. I think the presentation of like the pieces and then the crown. Enthroning. We can
Mhm.
grab an enthroning. That one makes sense as like the thing at the
Where he
end.
takes the throne type of thing.
Wait, should it
Yeah.
be Oliver stating this very first part, or should it be
No,
Halvard
it's-
or
it's-
someone stating it?
Okay, so it starts the procession is Damien, the presentation is Halvarin.
The oath is Oliver.
Audience.
Did I spell his name wrong?
I thought.
Or wait, no, it wouldn't be
No.
Damien saying
No,
that.
it'd be Oliver saying that.
But he's saying it about himself?
No, he's not saying it. That's a stage direction.
Oh, okay.
That's a stage
Oath is
direction.
the one I'm referring to.
Yeah.
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 I thought someone was actually going to be saying that.
No, it's
No.
a stage direction.
The stuff where it starts to be said is, Sire, is your majesty willing to take the oath? Noctis, I am willing. And then goes into the whole thing. And basically he's just saying, he solemnly promised to do so, I will. I promise to do this.
So I
All
didn't
that.
finish getting all the way through this. Some of these can be
Yeah.
trimmed out. I'm just trying to grab the sections I think are valid,
Of importance, yeah.
and then we can trim them up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Church of Twilight. And the doctrine, worship, discipline, government thereof, as by law established in Night Hollow. Okay.
crown. We don't need a benediction. Enthroning, homage. Prince. All the princes and peers shall present to do their fealty. Ooh, we should do fealty oaths.
That's what I was thinking of the houses that do the fealty oaths.
Oaths of fealty, yeah. Homage. That would be cool.
I just don't know if all of them would do it. You know what I mean?
Lamont would do it. I'm pretty sure Carnage would do it, right?
I don't know.
Hellsong. That's the one we're missing.
Hellsong is a house?
Okay.
Hellsong
Hold
is
on.
Damien's house. Archpriest
Oh.
Damien Hellsong. All the names of the formal houses except Lamont are in the history books.
Yeah.
Homage.
There you go.
Because Lamont is a new one, technically. It wasn't added yet.
Lamont is a new one, but I think Homage, I'll just have to be like, I need a representation of each house, and I need you to come swear an oath of fealty. I like that. Homage.
Yeah. I feel like... How would that...
Oh my god, some of these are really long.
Yeah, they are. I was trying to cut some of them
No,
down.
I absolutely want them cut down, but I'm trying to grab the section for homage and
Yeah. Is Damien considered a bishop? Is that his title?
I
or is he
think
something
his
else?
title kind of flips around. Archbishop, High Priest, right? It is what it
So I
is.
should just put unto the,
I think he
the
said
bishops of the clergy of
archbishop.
Twilight. Yeah.
Sure. We don't need to do the prayer. Humble access.
The Church
recess.
of Twilight.
The Temple of Twilight. And then ending it with a national anthem. I'm just kidding. We don't have one of those.
We don't have one of those. I'm so glad. Don't ask me to write one because I won't.
Just gonna be Oliver singing Parting Glass.
Imagine, oh my god. You know. He hasn't done a whole lot of singing this season.
No, he hasn't. Okay.
Not I don't think he's done any at all. Maybe once to
Who?
to Artie or something. At one point. Maybe to Anya as well. I can't remember.
Some of these stage directions will need trimming, I think. These things I do hereby, I have here before promised, I will perform, and so this is a Noctis statement. Queen shall kiss the book and sign the oaths.
Then the king.
Yes.
Kiss the book, sign the oath. King having.
Oh, fuck.
Dean of Westminster? Who would be technically the dean then?
A lot of these don't matter because
We're
they're
not gonna
fucking.
be, yeah.
So trim them out, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just gonna move the whole part.
The king having returned to his. The 1 week past, left her seat in the final moments of her life, having made the declaration and decision towards her successor. Okay, so I'm gonna trim out all of this because this is supposed to be stage direction. Returns, stands before the chair.
Joe trying to get into his chair. Or were you in a different part?
I'm fixing the long stage direction.
Oh, okay.
Noctis.
I gotta make him a sword too, don't I?
Yes, probably.
I should make him a sword. I'm gonna make him a golden sword. It's fine.
Beside
I can find one.
the throne. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
When does he sit? Because there needs to be like a, okay, and now you sit. Actually, I don't think he should be sitting at all until he's enthroned. Some of these can be trimmed out, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Which ones?
Okay, so like, promisely swear to govern the peoples. That one makes sense. Will you, to your power, cause law and justice in mercy to be executed in all judgments? That can go.
That would be.
It's a lot.
Would be the justice would be more than likely carried out by your
Will you,
the
to
shroud.
your utmost of your power, maintain the laws of Night Hollow and the true profession of the nation? That one I think is good. He should answer.
You're good.
Yeah. Will you maintain and preserve the inviolability of the settlement of the Temple of Twilight, the doctrines, worship, and discipline, and the governance hereof by the established? That one makes sense. Will you preserve unto the bishops of the Temple of Twilight? That's a duplicate. We don't need that one. So it's 1, 2, 3 promises. The things which I have here before promised, I will perform and keep. So help me, this God needs to come out because it's not a nation under God.
Here, hold on. Let me There you go.
Okay. And then the king shall kiss the book and sign the oath.
He's gonna kiss a book?
Well, he's supposed to be holding this book of oaths, right?
Oh.
Yeah, it's up at
That's
the top.
a lot of power.
Well.
Oh my. Well, if it's anything to do with, Fae.
Yeah.
It would be oozing power.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that would be a really fun tell to give.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be up here when he pulls out. Somebody needs to present him the book, right? The book of oaths. Ooh.
Oh my. I feel like that honestly would put a little bit of magical pressure on the room.
Yes, I need to tell, so this needs a /tell. So I think Damien would present the Book of Oaths. Damien presents the Book of Oaths to Noctis. There needs to be a tell there. The /tell is the tell. The magical pressure emanates from the book. Yep, okay.
There.
Yep. Bears down on the entire room. That's cool. Okay.
Because with that much of well, really moving that itself might wake that pressure back up.
Yeah.
Even just touching it, possibly. Mm-hmm. And if it recognizes the next in line, it would have even more.
We just made up this thing called the Book of Oaths. It's fine, but it makes sense. It's perfectly fine.
If it is a book of written oaths from Fae, that would have a lot of pressure.
Well, it's probably like some founding document of the kingdom. It's fine. Okay, so will you make
which holds a lot of power in and of the people underneath it.
The things which I have here before promised I will perform and keep, so help me in her name. Then the king shall kiss.
Smoke. Sorry.
Okay. Noctis kisses the book and signs the oath. So it would be slash me kisses
Is he signing it in
the
blood?
book and signs the oath. No? Should we? In
No,
blood.
come on.
Okay,
In
fine.
blood.
Edit
Like the
that.
tiniest pinprick. I will. Once I
Okay.
get back in, I'll
Yeah,
edit it.
edit that tell. Shall return. Nah, we don't need this stage direction. That's good.
If it's to be a binding oath, why not bind it by the actual powers of the blood?
It's fine.
As Gwen comes out in that statement, I'm sorry.
Presentation of scepter and sword. I'm gonna. Let's give thanks unto ourselves, for we are the creatures of the light. Let us give hallowed halls. Within these hollow halls. Actually, I kind of like the Mist Town's call on that hollow. Okay, so I think we're pretty solidly through there. Then we gotta do the scepter part.
I feel like is there some sort of like a passed down heirloom of like a quill or something like that, specified one just for signing documents like that?
Not in lore. I mean, not to say there isn't, can't be one.
I know which one can be made.
I feel like you guys have this code that I don't.
But I don't know all of the other lore behind them. So I'll fix that part when I get back in and
Yeah,
leave
it's
that to you.
Actor. Noctis. Holds the sword.
Oh. Nope. Did not mean to do that. Oops.
Except about the scepter.
What is that saying besides here, I'll hear this entirely. What's the altar called?
Per needs work. I'm gonna like yellow ties things that are like formatted but not worded.
What exactly is the god or goddess that they...
We don't follow a god. We don't worship a god. We have the Temple of Twilight is the worship of self and like the better it is a self-serving faith, right?
Okay. Serve our
So faithfully serve kings of the past in this life?
Where are you? Sorry.
I'm fixing the
So you may faithfully serve the people.
the people. Okay.
I think you can usually substitute the people for God.
In this life, they may reign.
I feel like we're gonna be like need to have a sign like, and now it's the audience's term. Long live the king. Like each of these should end with that, right? Okay, we're just gonna involve everybody. It's fine.
Oh,
Somebody's
crap,
gonna
I
need to
can't.
do a tell.
Here, let me do it this way. Slash tell.
Slash tell. Motherfuckers, long live the king. Now it's the audience. The say long live the king, everybody. It's fine. It's good. Here, I got that. I'll put that on the where it goes.
Okay. Okay, so then Noctis. Oh wait, this isn't supposed to be what Noctis says, right?
No, that's a stage direction that needs to be trimmed. Somebody is gonna need to be doing these tells. Or need to get that assigned. I don't think we're gonna do people lifting him into the throne. Stand firm and hold fast hereforth the seat and state of royal imperial dignity, which this is this day delivered unto you. In the name of the authority of the almighty people. Of the people. Whose ministers we are and the stewards of his mysteries. Which they this day delivered unto you in the name and by the authority of the people whose ministers we are and the stewards of their mysteries. Establish your throne in righteousness, that it may stand fast forevermore. We need a speaker for that part. But
fixed the
hello,
rather
Calista.
presenting of the
Hello.
sword part.
Oh, are you talking to me in game?
Doing Helverin's homework, I
Huh?
see. Have fun.
Huh? What?
As all your other classmates are out running around, not doing homework, you're stuck here doing
You know
homework.
what? You know what? Stop being a brat, Rick. It's not fair. It's not cute. I know I am. It's because I'm.
You know, you could just say screw it to the homework and go, I don't want to do homework.
Yes, but then things will not be as they should be, so. Shoo with you. So I can finish this and then go do fun things.
Have fun doing your homework.
Yeah. Let me just casually hiss at people. It's fine. Alright, I need to message Bruce and Carnage. And the who else? It would be Brucey. Do you want to be part of the coronation? Brucey? Shall do their fealty and homage. All the princes and peers. So actually, Atta would be the first one, I think. Or I don't know. We have to do it because she's got to pay fealty, right?
Yeah.
Queen shall deliver a scepter and the cross and the rod, the dove to someone near the blood. Well, there's a lot of words here.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, somebody's gonna need to call forth these people. Who should the order?
You can probably put the order in which people are going to. Yeah.
I, Damien Hellsung, Archbishop of the Temple of Twilight, do become your liege man of life and limb, and of earthly worship, and of faith and trust I will bear unto you, to live and die against all manner of folks. So sworn. It needs to be an oath, right? I make this oath. Oh, that'll be really good. This will be really I think the fealty oaths will be really cool, and as long as we do it with the lieges first. What do you have in your mouth? What are you eating?
I'm sorry. It's coffee, I swear.
My puppy's being naughty.
Oh.
You ate this. You ate this and you're not supposed to.
Yeah, I ate it. I ate it and I'll do it again.
The naughtiest of dog.
Wait, what did he eat?
It's just a piece of cardboard.
What?
It's just a piece of cardboard.
Cardboard?
Yeah, he's a fat dog.
Oh, puppy dog.
What's that? What's that?
You could get a hold of so much better than cardboard, you silly puppy.
He's a gator. He's a gator. Okay, we'll just solidify the oath and then we'll let people make it as they want to.
Yeah.
Like, it'll be like Damien motions for all those who wish to make oaths to come and line up. Like, after the 3 counselors and I probably
Tell
not.
her. I understand you're in your book, but you're just gonna let the thing beat your ass like that?
Liz. Listen, I had every confidence you would save me. It's fine.
Uh,
I'll just hang out over here. It's fine.
Why don't you just study in the bar or something?
Because it's very loud.
Okay.
Alright. I'm going to the bathroom now. Oh, baby. You can get up. You don't have to lay there like a baby. As much as I love you, you don't have to just be a baby. You can go play. I got your feet. Pedals. Okay. 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 Yeah, very exciting.
Puppy dogs.
Yes. Okay. I insert person's name here, do become your liege man of life and limb, and faith and trust I will bear unto you, to life, to live and die in protection of the kingdom. I make this oath. What do you think?
Yeah, because if you say of the kingdom, that implies her people as well. So yeah.
Yeah. Painting them. And then that would be followed by Oliver. I really feel like it should be I, Oliver Warhaven of the High Satyr of the Gloomwood Herd or something like that. Fucking just like.
Well, he's also the general.
General of the Shroud, right? Okay, fair. It's basically like letting people putting titles in there and stuff.
He could have a long ass title, honestly.
Yeah.
Fucking surprised. High Satyr of the Herd. General of her army. Jesus.
It's fine.
Hmm?
It's fine.
Yeah, everything's fine. If you just tab, it should work. Oh, here. Let me fix it. Oh, that's why.
What the fuck just happened there?
No, it's okay. Everything's fine.
I got it. I got it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I've stolen it from you.
Do you want to start doing them? Okay. I was looking if there was
I'm
some.
fighting you. I'm going all over the place. I'll fight you. Okay. I'll let you do it.
Well, do Oliver, Damien, and Helverin, right? Because there's Oliver, Damien, Helverin, and Atta. Theirs, I think, would be different. He's actually like sister or brother to the queen, right? Like
Oliver's, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he wants that one in there though, right? I need him to like
Okay.
figure out what
I'll
he
just-
wants as his title. His official kingdom title is General of the Shroud.
His is his is also
Warhaven. Warhaven is
Warhaven.
his last name. Be faithful and true, and faith and trust to bear unto you, our sovereign lady, queen of the realm and defender of the faith, and unto you heirs and successors according to law. Yeah, I think yeah, we don't need these other ones. We do need a separate one for other people, right? Theirs is gonna be this one. I need him to roleplay out though.
Hello. It's a stray.
Hi, Stray.
We're about to find out.
What are you thinking?
Okay.
Sorry. I just walked through the door and heard Damien and was like, okay, what are we doing?
I don't know. We're almost done, I think, with the script, right? We need to have. We're gonna like let people.
Yeah. I was thinking about seriously building something, but I need to put a ticket in so they'll be okay with it.
Either that, or we can modify the courtyard.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. I am not rechanging that thing again.
I just don't know if the Great Hall is gonna be big enough, right?
That's why I want to put a ticket in to build something.
All right. Well.
And I can build it right over there where Sisty was. Right, so it's not really far. That's pretty flat land. I just need them to okay us going over our build and placeables for like a day.
Temp
and
builds,
then
I
we'll
think we
bring it
should
right
be
back in.
fine. Like, should be fine.
I don't think they'll have an issue, but after the last few
Yeah, you
instances
just.
I've had,
We gotta make.
I'm
Yeah, they're just ask, right? It's fine. Who else? So it'd be Lamont.
I need to tweak this prayer thing. What do you want me to do? It really sounds spooky.
It doesn't need to be spooky. It just needs to be on brand.
You
God,
told me it's
I
spooky.
didn't. It just needs to be on brand, sir.
I don't know what brand means.
For Night Hollow.
Oh. Oh yeah. I want it to be. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Yeah.
Like there's parts of it that just seem that to me just feel a little off.
Yeah.
But I wish I'd had more than a day to think about it.
It's fine. You guys didn't start working on this, so I wrote it for you.
Well, because no one ever talked to me about anything.
Yeah, I know. So I
Until
started
today,
doing it.
and
It's
Rep-
fine.
Rep is like, hey, and I'm like, well, I figured you and Rain were doing
No,
all
no,
this.
no, no. Nobody did anything, which is why I'm doing it now. It's fine. Dead Queen coming through.
She's writing from the grave, dude.
Well, you two have done so much of the back scripting that I figured you guys were discussing what you wanted. And no one ever said anything. So. Oliver said he had ideas or something planned, but I have no idea what.
I think he had to go do something really quick, but he should be back to talk to you about it.
I just know Rep didn't want, and I agree, like 15 minutes of like just standing there doing twiddling thumbs.
Yeah, no. This will be fine.
So we thought about fighting with a fighting pit. I was going to ask the admins if we did something like that.
Did you read
like
the
a big
document?
tournament. No, I told you. I just came in.
Well, then, okay, read the document
Hey,
before you
welcome to
jump
the
off the
room. Read
fucking.
the document.
Fucking goddamn it.
I walked in, put groceries away, got on headset. That's a lot of information.
It's not. This is a script. This is telling you where to go, who stands where, and when, right? It's who speaks. I will actually end up doing, like, Control F. I'm gonna do this. All Damians are going to be replaced with red Damians. And all, like, oh my god, what the fuck was that? That was horrible.
I don't know what you just did, but it
I
just
didn't.
hurt me.
It's fine.
Yes, you could do you do like Oliver's in blue, Damien's in red,
Yeah.
Halvern's in green.
Actor? Who's actor?
Actor means somebody isn't assigned yet.
Oh, okay.
Speaker also means somebody is not assigned yet, right?
Is Ada in this?
Ada will be having an oath of fealty, but I want them to do that like in RP. Like, but that's got to be something that he says. So basically, the part that a lot of people have an interface with. So it's the three counselors and the king primarily, but then it is like the lieges of houses, right, are in charge of oaths of fealty. Lauren takes the crown in his hand and holds it up for all to see. Oh no, I just crashed. Okay.
Oh, Baron. I am not bearing children for that fool.
What? What?
I said I will bear unto you. Like, I'm not bearing children for that guy. No, that's not gonna happen.
No.
Yes, your firstborn becomes a part of it.
To be fair, there are several lords who have given the oath of their firstborn, or gave the oath of their firstborn to Artemis. It was something she asked for a couple times because she thought it was amusing.
Damien did not do such a thing.
Behold,
River would have been a joke.
the crown of the
That's
faithful.
never gonna happen.
Bless we beseech thee this crown. And
To be fair, Lirin probably would have, and then would have told you in the same breath, not that I'll ever have children.
Okay, this says nothing about a tournament or anything afterwards.
No, that's
so-
because this is the fucking script. You guys think this is a really long script? It is not.
It isn't.
Okay,
It
well,
isn't.
no. Okay, so I talked about a tournament.
I
like,
get that,
after.
but we're not doing that right now.
Okay.
Focus. We are writing the script.
That doesn't mean I can't say, hey, this.
Yes,
is what
it does,
I'm
because you
doing.
will break my fucking brain. We are focusing. Stop it. Stop.
Okay, so
One thing at a
thinking this
time.
build- I'm going to like
I'm
5.
going to fucking kick you out of here if you don't shut the fuck up. I'm going to fucking kick you in the teeth. Hold the crown of the faithful. Bless we beseech thee this crown, and so sanctify thy servant Noctis, upon whose head to this day thou doth place it, for a sign of royal majesty, that he, not she, he may be filled with thine abundant grace.
Okay.
No, with
I-
abundant grace.
I'm going to eat real quick.
And
then
all
I'll be
princely
right back.
virtues.
Enjoy your food.
Yeah. Double cheeseburger, everything on it with fries.
Through the power of the land.
And enjoy your food, and then afterwards, enjoy the water. Or,
Look,
or
I
something to
did
wash it down with.
I did a heavy workout today, so.
Okay.
Yeah, you need those carbs.
Okay, Noctis. And then the queen is sitting
Stop
upon.
it.
No.
Alright.
Halvren places the crown on Noctis. It's fine.
Should Oliver hand the crown to Halvrin, and then Halvrin place it on Octus's head?
Well, okay, so there is, in the script, there's basically what it is the counselor who does the crown section, which Halvrin asked for this one. He takes the crown and he holds it up and he says, Behold the crown of the faithful, bless we beseech thee this crown, and so sanctify thy servant Noctis unto, like, the little script. And then he places it on the king's head. right? And then Noctis doesn't do anything. Noctis like puts the crown on.
He's just handing the crown on there.
He's just like, okay.
Wait.
And then they like, then he
got
sits
it.
upon the throne. Yay! You know what's really funny? The work for all big ceremonies is not actually done by any of the people the ceremony's about. It's everybody else. Like the minister does all the work, right? Crowns. Noctis. Noctis puts the crown on. Long live the king! Puts the crown on. Noctis. Okay, that one's a super short one. And then the enthroning. Noctis stands before the throne and takes a seat, and then the speaker goes, stand firm and hold fast for thine, henceforth the seat and state of royal and imperial dignity in which this day delivered unto you in the name, and by the authority of Night Hollow and her beings, whose ministers we are and stewards of thy mysteries, establish your throne in righteousness, may it stand fast forevermore.
Can I throw a towel in there?
Yes, absolutely. If you want to replace, there's a ton of stuff that should have tells, but I haven't done those, right? I'm just trying to make sure these are.
Shit.
You're like, I got this.
How do I do it? Damn it.
Who should be? Yeah, there's a couple of these that should have like tells added in,
He's
right?
He's still holding the book, right?
No. That there's a couple of these that actually need like closing out tells, right? We're doing the script, then we have to go through and add the tells and the slash me's. And we need to say who, because like tells are not done, like it doesn't matter who, but somebody needs to do them. Somebody needs to be assigned them.
Okay.
River by the river, betting the river. Sorry, that was me. What? Halvarin Lamont. It should be Atta next. Are there any other major houses that need to swear fealty? Because there are other houses, but we don't like. Oh! I need somebody from the Night House. Marcus? I need to ask him. Who's in charge of Night House? Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, excuse me.
I need somebody to like take responsibility for the House of Night, or they're not getting somebody in the ceremony tomorrow. Because as of right now, nobody wants to step up. So somebody
Marcus
needs.
doesn't want to do it.
No, he doesn't want to do it. So.
What about Rin?
Rin's not part of the House of Night. She's part of the House, the Shadow Pack, which is not a formal part of the kingdom.
I thought she was a part of Night.
I don't know.
Or at least a daughter of Night.
She is the daughter of Night. That doesn't mean she's part of the House
true.
of Night.
Very true.
We need a way to close this out, and I don't know how to close this out.
Hold on. Well, Noctis would leave the chapel, or not the chapel, Jesus. The coronation first, yes?
Yes.
So then you could have him stand, and I don't know if you want to have him thank the people or something of the sort. And then take up you're giving him a scepter, right? Or is it just the sword?
It's just the sword, I guess, because we don't have a second thing to say for the scepter.
For the sword, you can have him emote that he's just holding it guarded in front of him, and slowly walk out.
You can't do those emotes and walk. It throws a fucking fit.
It does.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It's like, no. You can't. Sorry. This is how I've always done. Like when I write scripts for stuff like that, you have to basically everybody gets their own version of it with their name fucking highlighted, because otherwise people miss shit. gonna make Clark do it. We need a tell here.
Where?
For when Noctis enters the hall. Because we have a tell for when they enter the hall, but Halvern does this one. Okay. Is Rin's Discord name? There she is. Move your mouse! Trying to take a picture and you're like, nope.
Damn it, girl!
I feel like we should have like a, I don't know. I don't know what else goes in there.
Well, I don't know how to add that in other than just Noctis and or Oliver, Halvard, whichever one. Thanking the people for witnessing it.
Yeah, probably something very much like that.
right?
The things which I have here before promised I will perform and keep. So here, so help me in her name.
Okay.
All right.
What are we at?
Something.
All right. Time to break someone's brain.
Good luck with that. Mine's been broken for years.
Yeah, it's probably going to be mine at this point.
It's okay. I have this done in such a way it should be super fucking easy. I'm gonna give Halvorin all of the fucking tells. Yo, color coordination is fucking important. I don't know why people laugh at me for this shit.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because I do the same fucking thing.
I'm gonna have Halvorin do the now is the part like this. I'm gonna have him do a lot of the general tells.
So I'm going to have a book. Dun, 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 dun. Where's like rep and all of them?
Streaming. I don't know where. Oh, maybe he's not streaming. Then he has no excuse for not being here.
Rep was like, I just want to put the crown. I don't want to do anything else.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to be responsible for this shit. I'm like, sir!
I'm like, y'all started this. Yes, you've got to be responsible.
Oh, sorry for the sound. And the coughing.
Alright, I need to assign a couple more. This section is Oliver, and it does have a Damien in it. This section is Halvorin.
I need
the
to finish this
presentation
freaking
of this.
prayer.
Yo, it's fine. You want to know what you do?
You can
You
close it with a prayer.
Yeah,
No,
we'll
no,
close
no,
it with a prayer.
Yeah.
Great, I gotta do another prayer.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you.
No, Tony's gonna do the prayers. Stop it. There's.
Can you imagine fucking Liren walking up there in all of her glory right now and just being like, oh my god, stop staring at the wings. Shut up, stop it.
Oh my gosh. Look, you got food. Why will you not eat?
Okay, the presentation of the sword I feel like should be Oliver. I need a tell here.
Throw up like a color or something
That
where you need
pink.
the tells, and I'll try it. Right.
These got to be
Just
converted to
highlight
tells,
what
basically.
you need the tell for. And I'll throw them all together. Making myself some coffee. That's the awkward, strange sound in the background.
Actually, this is gonna come up here. People maybe presents the
Sword.
Wad. May the swads be with you. Sorry.
Oh god, this is such a long fucking...
Coronation? Is that right?
I don't know.
Is that what's
Yeah,
called?
coronation.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the
Slash
whole entire
tell.
proceedings.
Alright, so I put ticket in, looking for permission to go over peace and placeable count for about 48 hours to build and set up a place that can hold most of the server for coordination tomorrow. Oh, great. And looks like Android's updated. Yay.
Huzzah.
Okay, so this is... The enthroning I feel like should be Damien. Because Damien hasn't spoken in a minute. I'm trying not to like wear anybody out.
I mean, it's okay. Damien doesn't speak much.
Fine, I'll give it to Oliver. Oliver said he was gonna do this. If he doesn't
What is
tomorrow,
it?
it's
No.
literally no. I'm gonna give it to Oliver. You have a prayer at the beginning and the end. You have to pay your fealty, and you have like the presentation of the Book of Oaths to Noctis. Although I'm gonna actually just give this to Oliver. You're gonna have the sections in the beginning and the end. Halvorin has the presentation and the throning, or the crowning. Oliver has everything else.
That works. Works for me.
Apparently, I just totally BC'd or something. It's fine.
Yeah, it gets you out.
How do I resolve this note?
Hmm?
Did I think? Okay. Till their presence brings with it a tangible pressure of old Atlas. With Noctis' presence, the pressure of this old magic. I'm gonna give most of the tells to Halvorin.
Oh, you did put her as Anna Dustmorn.
Huh? I did because he said he wanted to add her.
Who?
It's because that in sense because of what Noctis would have wanted, right?
And here I was thinking River push buttons. Thanks. Take the wind out of my sail. So I want somebody who can put up a sign that says, "Audience, long live the king!" Now.
Well, I've given a lot of the tells to Halvorin, unless you want to do the tells, like the general tells.
It doesn't matter either way.
Like somebody could handle the tells all by themselves, right? Like.
Can we get an oath in here to where the prince swears he will not get drunk and walk into the blight again?
Nope.
I mean, I feel like that's a crucial oath.
Maybe you could get him to swear that oath after he's king.
I feel like that's really crucial.
Here, I'm gonna get this. So it's like enters the hall at the end of the prayer and stands before the throne. He doesn't even need to do anything. This is not a tell. He's just there. Knock this.
How do I don't know how to change stuff in this. Like nation, I tried doing it earlier, but it just kind of like ghosted it in.
Well,
or do you have to come back and approve it?
You have to have the editing oh my god.
Hey,
to add
do
the
not
editing
yell at me.
link. Which you should. And change your setting from like suggesting to editing. Oh my god, what are you
to
doing?
where Noctis does a speech at the end, and that is the closing speech, if you want to, like after the prayer.
I lost the thing that was like what I was doing the script off of.
Do I have to do like the add comment, or can I just click on it and edit?
You should just be able to type.
Yeah, you should just be able to edit it.
Okay, because when I did it earlier, like I said, it just kind of ghosted it in. Now it shows it nation in black, so I don't know what changed, but whatever. See, I don't like this first part of this prayer. Let our heart fill with joy when she shows unto us. That doesn't make sense.
Fill with joy.
Yeah.
When he... I don't know. Because I don't know what it's fucking talking about. I'm gonna leave that for you while I finish this editing.
Well, at first I was talking about, because like he has a patronage, right? The Dark Priestess, the Dark Lady.
We're not trying to bring God into this at all in any way.
That's why I'm trying to rework that. Because I was going by the prayer that you gave me, and I was like, and then like midway through, I'm like, this doesn't really fit. Like we don't really pray to God as a nation.
The people of Night Hollow and House of Warhaven Duskmourn. Warhaven.
Mind if I make an adjustment?
Honestly.
All right.
You wanna?
Hold on, because I'm trying to rework. Hold on, one moment. Let me. Whoever was in the brown was.
I'm gonna hop out of here and let you guys do your thing, okay?
Okay, bye. Thank you for your help.
Bye. Yep.
It's so much to do.
I'll try and hop back in later if you need more help, okay?
did come and hunt him down.
Do you notice Ellie is on the server now?
Who?
Ellie from PO.
Nope.
Yep, you ran into her. She was the. You saw her on her first day. She was like a pixie girl, but she had like the demon wings.
I
She
didn't
came
know.
to court today. I don't know what her character's name is.
This kingly sword, brought now from the altar of twilight and delivered to you by the hands of us, the bishops.
What did we say this place was?
Help and defend the weak and or unable, restore the things that are gone to decay. I need this one to come out. Are gone to decay, maintain the things that are restored, punish and reform what is amiss, and conform what is the order of her laws. And doing these things you may emanate all virtues, and so faithfully serve the people of this life, and you may reign forever with them in the life which is to come.
Oh, okay, that's not gonna work.
Behold the crown of fading light. Blessed we beseech thee, crown. We beseech thee this crown, and so sanctify thy servant, knock this Duskborn.
Okay. How does this sound? Let it. God, I don't know. This is.
Give me. I need to finish the proofreading I'm going through, and then I will help you. Okay. Said this day thou dost place it. To joy with the princely over of the land. Hail. I need a tell for this, and I needed Tony to come back and give me this tell. Okay, listen to this tell. After he's crowned, the title King in Fading Light settles upon Noctis. For the first time since the Queen's passing, the magic of the land breathes again in unison with Noctis's heartbeat.
That sounds good.
Okay. Okay, all we need is a closing statement. And the procession. Ah! Yes, no, kind of. So this event is like, I don't know, different. I'm writing the script for it, basically. Hi, games. What's up? Fair.
Iranian.
Did they give you approval?
No, but I'm going to start because I
Yeah.
have 500.
Yeah.
We have 2,628 pieces used, so we have some pieces to work with, right?
Okay.
And I might actually be able to do this within reason, where I just have to worry about placeables.
Well, placeables is definitely going to be the
Tag
issues, right?
Turbo. Let's see if because he's like, hey, tag me anytime, don't worry about it. So.
Okay. Oh God, how do I get a closing?
Things don't have an
need
issue,
a
but
fucking closing statement in here somewhere. I, King Noctis Duskmorn, King Invading Light, do hereby accept your oaths.
You know what? No, I'm not.
Something like that.
A mixture between Turanian and.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it.
Yes. But that just seems weird. I think I'll do a mixture between Stormglass and Terranium. I'm actually excited with the new Bazaar that's going to be coming out. They're going to add new Terranium pieces. Actual round edge Terranium pieces.
DOT. I, Noctis Dustmorn King, invading light, accept your oaths and fealty. I accept all oaths of binding promise made beneath the light of the moon and under the hollows of trees. Some amongst the kingdom of Night Hollow, something like that.
Where are you at?
All the way at the bottom.
Ooh, I should have used that.
I kind of like that beneath the light of the moon and beneath the hollow of trees. I like that, like as an invocation, right?
I'm sorry, Zala.
My babysitter ran away from me. And then I got ran over by a horse. Yeah, I
It
did.
was just a
I got
light one, and it's a ghost anyway.
I, Noctis Dustmorn King of Fading
Okay, they
Light,
gave permission.
accept
They
your
said it's
oaths and
fine.
fealty before the light of the moon and beneath the hollow of trees. I shall lead the kingdom of Night Hollow and her people until my dying breath. I don't know how to cancel. All right, and then the closing statement is another prayer by Damien. Basically, Noctis
Okay,
leaves.
before we get to the second prayer,
Yep.
let's get up there to the first prayer.
Okay. I know, I'm just trying to finish the script, right? We can populate it, but it's like Noctis leaves.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. I'm gonna start laying down the stuff while you're figuring that out. How big do you think I should make this?
I don't know. as the final tell, the magic that has pressed on the hall releases and spreads across the land. Or okay.
You think 10 by 10? There's 70 down people.
Let us remember her name as we entered this hallowed ground. Shall her memory echo on the wind for all? For we shall all stand at the entrance of thine gate of the castle of Skyholm. Night Hollow is built as a nation that was carved out of the night itself. Let us give thanks unto ourselves as we let us give thanks unto the people as we are creatures of the night. For we are the creatures of the night. Let us show unto her we shall prosper through our love to ourselves. Yeah, this is some weird wording you got going on here. Peace be unto these hallowed halls, these hollow halls, and be plenteous within thy lands of the hunt. I like that. I'm going to bring in some of these things that we have from before. Beneath the light of the before the light of the moon, and beneath the hollows of trees. As we entered this hollow ground. Okay, are you talking about Artemis in this prayer? Or are you talking about somebody else? Stray.
Well, yes, and then I was like, no, Artemis.
You are, so I'm on
Because
this
it's
prayer
in
with you, right?
her kingdom.
Let us remember her name as we
Can you
entered
hear me?
this. Yes, I can. I was muted. I am so sorry. So it is, you are talking about Artemis. Let us remember her name. See, but here's the thing. Nobody actually has her name.
Well,
let us remember her title.
But he doesn't either. He only knows as Artemis, right?
Yeah, but it's a title, and he knows that. Let us remember her title as we enter this hallowed ground. Shall her memory echo on the winds? For we shall all stand at the entrance to thine gate of the
That's why I have you here to verify the,
Let us remember her title as we entered this hallowed ground. Queen in fading light. Shall her memory echo on the winds? Stand at the entrance of the gates of Castle Skyholm. Entrance of the gates of Castle Skyholm, Night Hollow.
Yeah, a lot of that needs to be worded because I was going off that prayer you gave me, and I was like, ugh. I can't reword all of this.
Let us remember her title as we enter this hallowed ground, Queen in fading light, so it may be passed to her. So it might be passed on.
There we go. That's what. Thank you.
We shall all stand at the entrance to the gates of Castle Skyholm, and remember, Night Hollow is a nation that was carved from. It
See, that needs to be changed.
is a nation that was carved from the night itself. That was carved out of the night itself, from the night itself. Let us give thanks unto the people, for we are. Let us remember her title as we entered this hallowed ground. Queen of fading light, so it might be passed on. The Queen in fading light. We shall all stand at the entrance of the gates. We all stand at the entrance of the gates of Castle Skyhome. Stand at the gates of Castle Skyhome, heart of Night Hollow, and remember. Was carved from the night itself. Let us give thanks unto the people, for we are creatures of the night. Before the light of the moon and beneath the hollows of trees, let us remember her. Yep, we're going to use that kind of like
There we
as
go, that
amen.
works.
Right.
Yeah, that's better.
Let's give thanks unto the people, for we are creatures of the light. Let us show unto her that we shall prosper through our perseverance. Let us show. We don't need to show her, because you don't need to talk about her anymore. Right?
No,
like
I
you
wanna-
mentioned her once.
Yeah, I want to transition more into what we're doing.
Let us show unto the world. We shall prosper through our strength and unity. Right?
Yeah.
Peace be unto these hallowed halls. Hey, safe. I feel like it shouldn't be peace, but like safe haven unto these hallowed halls. And
Look, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily. The words aren't necessarily right. They're just a
within
guide.
these hollow halls. And can you say that word? I need you.
Emptiness?
So you can't say that word because I can't say it either.
No, it needs to be changed. Like I said, the words were just thrown in there.
Bountiful within the lands of the hunt. Safe haven be within these hallowed halls. These hollow halls, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be hollow.
Not hallowed, because hallowed is
Yeah.
holy. Hollow is, in the kingdom.
No, it's supposed to mean hollow.
Yeah. Safe
Hollow.
haven be within these hollow halls, and bountiful within the lands of the hunt. Here's the hall of the prayer. At the end of the prayer and stands before the throne. Tell Noctis's presence the pressure of the old magic shifts from the far end of the room towards him.
Now, I want to. I don't know if it's proper or not, but I kind of want to use some of the wording that was used in the original oath to the decree that we made.
It's really not super applicable.
No, in the closing prayer.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I don't know. The hallowed blah 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 something.
All souls are sacred and hallowed and sacred, and will go to their destined something.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll actually fit though.
No, I don't think it will, which is why I haven't brought it in yet. Okay, all of this. So I basically transcribed the prayer down. Before the light of the moon and beneath the hollows of trees. I want to like mimic the first prayer.
So I think
The king invading light.
I don't know if this is going to be big enough. I think it will.
His title.
You think we'll actually have 50 people here?
I don't know. Leave this hallowed ground, the king invading light, so it might stand strong. For the light of the moon and beneath the hollow of trees, let us embrace his title as we leave this hallowed ground. The king invading light, so it might stand the eternal.
Let's see. Before the light of the moon beneath the hollows trees.
Shall his heart beat, echo in the land. Okay. Stand at the gates of Castle Skyhome, heart of Night Hollow, and remember, the kingdom was carved from night itself, for we are creatures of the light. Let us show unto the world that we shall prosper through strength and unity. Safe haven be within these hallowed halls. Yep, I think I just mirrored the opening prayer into the bottom one, but I changed it ever so slightly to be about him.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I think this is said, it should say, let us give thanks unto its people, not unto people.
The people.
Yeah, the. Sounds good.
Unto the people. And I'll change it at the bottom too.
For we are the creatures of the night. Let us show unto the world we shall prosper through our strength and unity. Safe haven be within these hollow halls. Hallowed halls, and bountiful within thy lands of the hunt.
And that's the script. Okay. I can RP now. I've been sitting here for fucking hours.
Look.
I'm happy with this. Now it's up to you guys to be able to fucking read. Alright, I'm gonna shoot this script off to the other couple people who are present in this so they know.
Do we do beneath the hollows of trees or the trees?
Okay. Beneath the hollows of trees. So hollows are part of a tree. Right?
Yeah.
Hollows of the trees. No, it's hollows of trees. So the trees hollow. Share. Viewer. Going to be the viewer link I'm going to generate and copy this and give this to the people who need it.
Okay, I'm reading that last one. Before the light of the moon, beneath the hollows of trees, let us embrace his title as we leave this hollow ground. The king invading light, so it might be stand eternal.
So it might, so it will.
Okay, so we're going to take that word be out of there.
So it will stand eternal. Okay, Nixie, Jack, Rin, and Bruce. I think I got everybody who needs to have access to this. dying Noctis thus mourn king invading light. Accept your oaths and fealty before the light of the moon and beneath the hollows of trees. I shall lead the kingdom of Night Hollow and her people until my dying breath. Yo, most of the work is being done by you guys. He gets like 5 sentences.
Who's that?
Noctis himself.
Well, that's probably for the best.
Yeah, it's fine. Alright. I think I'm gonna do some roleplay. Haha! It's gonna be great. Alright, I'll catch you later. Let me know if you have any questions. Bye. No?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
But you might swing by just to give your 2 cents on this building and yell at me as you normally do.
It just needs to be a place for people to fucking sit. Bruh, there needs to be a big ass throne. You gotta here, hang on, let me get Sisty and tell her to do the deco. One sec. Fair warning, I'm streaming voice comm. Sisty!
Hello.
I have need of you.
What you need?
Stray is building a coronation hall.
Oh.
You wanna deco it?
Sure.
Yeah. Or, yell at Stray the whole time.
That's fine too.
Okay. Okay. It's fine. Alright, that was what it was. Alright, I will be in and out, but, DM me if you need anything.
Alright.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
One second. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and make myself some fucking dinner. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing could pass. Okay. All right, we're gonna do some RP. It'll be fine.
That's a joke.
I'm free.
I'm having a hard time
I was about to say, you only last a minute? That's sad.
You finally got done?
Finally finished. It was horrible.
Where have you been?
I was sitting in the grass because I couldn't think.
I'll be right here hiding.
I just wanted to say thank you for keeping me company, but I'm gonna run because I've been sitting in place for like 2 hours and my brain hurts.
Of course.
What'd you say?
Nothing, it's fine. That's a picture.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, thank you. Yes, they're very pretty.
Crucible Blade, Warhammer, Twin Death Backbones, Vigilant Shield.
Oh, I was like, the building is speaking by itself.
No, not building. Bippo just turned in some marks of acclaim.
Did you win?
No, nothing good.
I think that hooded man might be missing a hood and might have just ran into a cliff.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, did you get homework done?
I did. It took forever. It was horrible. I hated it.
Did you find out the excuse to be taught Fireball?
I don't think he's gonna buy it. I gotta be honest. It's fine.
Right. She catches everything on fire when she tries to do fire magic, but wants Halvern to teach her Fireball.
Listen, I've not tried fire magic, like, at all. I've not done it once.
Oh, it's all other magic that you caught stuff on fire with?
Yes.
Maybe if you learn to control fire, you would learn to control other magics.
Bippo, this is a weird comment, but I feel like maybe your mouth is not where it is supposed to be. Like, maybe it's a different sort of, like, input right now.
Is it Spitter?
No, I think maybe, like, it would be... Your mouth might be where your eyes would be, maybe?
I have made sure that the eye was not able to be picked up.
Anyways, I'm gonna go run around like an idiot for a little bit because my brain hurts and I've been sitting staring at like an essay for fucking 3 hours.
Go have fun.
Yep.
Go fireball stuff. Or
I can't.
magic
I don't know how to.
he's still waking up. So if you want, you can stick around. I'm not gonna do anything, I promise you.
What does that mean?
Oh, I thought you hissed at me.
No. I feel like something might have hissed at you, but it wasn't me.
Wasn't you? Okay, good to know.
I'm assuming he told. Why would I hiss at you? What the fuck?
I don't know.
I'm assuming he told you
Otta
to give
hisses
me the
at
key.
me.
Otta's a cat.
Yeah, that's true.
Do I look like a cat to you?
You're humanoid?
There you go. Good observation skills.
Yep. Great observation skills. Yep. Great talking skills too. Awesome.
Are you nervous for tomorrow?
I won't be awake for tomorrow, sadly. A bunch of nightmares.
Unfortunate, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Is he actually waking up, or am I just like gonna stand here and wait for an hour?
He should actually be waking up because he seemed like he was mumbling and rolling around like he would wake up.
Ah, well. Sure, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine too. Sorry for not being very subtle. I was quite
You were what? Sorry?
tired.
It's okay, I don't feel like anybody really had any idea what you were giving me anyways. Did you know what you gave me?
Key to this room?
Mm-hmm. Did he tell you why?
I think he wanted to talk to you about something, but I don't know what.
Okay. Fair.
If you want, you can take a seat.
I am alright, thank you.
Alright, I'm gonna sit down myself because my toes are cold.
Your toes are cold?
My toes are cold. Okay, more like trying to distract myself, but toes are cold.
What are you trying to distract yourself from?
Let's just say my mind isn't a safe place for myself right now.
Would you like to talk about it?
It's fine.
So when's the wedding?
Wedding?
I presumed if you lived with the prince that you would marry.
I don't know. I mean, I've lived with him for quite a while now. If all in all, I mean, yeah.
Perhaps the whispers I heard about it were false then.
Hmm?
Perhaps the whispers I heard about it were false then.
What whispers?
That he had proposed.
Well, I mean, in a way he did, but...
But... Good lord, girl, you really need to learn to tell people to mind their business.
I'm not very good at that.
You need to tell
I've
Noctis to tell
tried
people to mind their business too.
I don't know how to tell them that either. I've been teased practically nonstop, and I don't know if he's actually been helping it or making it worse. All I know is he's been telling people I'm his girlfriend.
Well, I believe you were presented formally that way. Were you not?
Yes, I guess so.
Does that word irk you, girlfriend?
No, surprisingly, it doesn't.
Anyways, when someone is being nosy and you are uncomfortable, it is very easy to just say, I apologize, but that is none of your business. You actually don't even need to apologize. Just tell people to fuck off. It's not their business.
Surprisingly, I'm not that good at that.
The other way you can do it is you can just change the subject. Pointedly. I think it might be easier if you imagine someone is asking Noctis something he does not wish to answer. If someone is making him uncomfortable. Am I wrong?
I guess so.
So if I were asking Noctis something incredibly personal and invasive, what would you say to me?
Depends on the subject. I mean, it concerned his mother. I'd say, I'm sorry, but you need to back off of that subject. She's long and dead.
Perhaps I was incredibly rude and I asked Noctis what's his favorite way to have you. I do not know if you can tell I am trying to incite anger in you enough to keep your tongue
That just
sharp.
more embarrasses me. That doesn't really anger me.
And if it embarrassed him?
I think we'd just be two embarrassed people.
You have sharp teeth, girl. You should learn to have a sharp tongue.
I wish. My sharp tongue and teeth have been torn out long ago. I just try to reach down inside and take them back out.
I see.
I believe speak of the devil and it shall appear.
A name spoken thrice, and they shall draw near. Your Majesty.
Hello, Calista. Bella.
Hello. Are you sure you don't want to sit down, Calista?
I am sure. There was something
I
you
can
wish to
move
speak
my
to me
big
about.
fluffy butt.
Your Majesty.
Will you be attending the coronation tomorrow?
It sounds like that is the most important thing happening, and it will be the most interesting, so I think I shall.
Good. That was the main thing I wanted to ask. Forgive my absence. I needed to take some time to recuperate.
You are not in need of forgiveness. The kingdom flows around you, not you around the kingdom.
I guess maybe I'm just concerned about the people's opinion of me.
I will give you secret. The kingdom, the people, they will always have foul opinions. That is not what matters. It's the actions that do.
And I shall be good to make good actions.
You must not let the people at court bully you so. It is not your job as a monarch to find solutions. It is your job to choose them. If someone asks, what do you plan to do about this? You say, we are looking into current options, and if you have any suggestions, we would be open to hearing them.
I still have a lot to learn.
You are the manager of all of these people. Your job is to make sure that they are going in the same direction. But very often you are not very often you are not the one who comes up with the bright ideas. It is counselors and advisors who will do so, and they will argue a lot. Your job is to figure out which of the things they present to you is the best course, not to come up with the course itself.
And if none of my court show up, then I speak freely.
If none of your counselors are present in court, there are many advisors that would be more than willing to help you. If someone says, what is it you plan to do about the blight? You point them to the archives of all the things you have been doing about the blight and ask if they have any new suggestions. People who decide only to tear down walls very often never pick up something to build a new one, and they are to be dismissed fully. Are you ready for your coronation tomorrow?
Everything's accounted for me except for my wardrobe.
Well, there's probably somebody who can help you with that, but Lord knows it's not me.
I have inquired the help of Princess Arta and Bella here.
You might look a bit frilly.
I think that is the point. A coronation is a ceremony. It is supposed to be pomp and circumstance, over the top, lacy, frilly, crowned, bejeweled, all of those things.
Where I shine the brightest in the room.
Yes. The last light in the night. Yes?
Yes.
I believe High Priest Damien is actually building an entirely new building.
He seems excited.
I don't believe he has ever crowned a monarch, though.
No.
I'm not entirely surprised about that.
How have you fared?
Your father is a horrendous master. He has bullied me to untold degrees. I have a 7-page essay on why he should teach me Fireball.
Seven pages.
Yes.
Wow, that's actually surprisingly short.
Well, I look forward to seeing the fruits of your labor.
It will probably end up with the Archmage with singed hair.
Did I stutter?
That is particularly wicked, Your Majesty.
My mother was a very wicked woman. And I loved her
see.
very much.
You must have gotten it from her then. I believe your father wishes to speak to you before the coronation. He confided in me that he wished to crown you himself.
Then I shall speak to him. But I will make it clear to him, Bella will be beside me when he speaks to me.
I feel as though you should speak with Damien to figure out where you want everybody to stand.
Ah, then I shall speak to him as soon as I can.
Yes. Perhaps Bella, Lady Bella, would wish to make an oath of fealty to you as well. If not, it is probably not an issue, but it is up to you who would make public declarations. Other than, of course, your great houses, who must make declarations. Wait, she just told me she's not going to be there. Never mind. I'm dumb.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
It's fine. She literally just told me this and I completely forgot.
Before you depart, over
Yeah,
here
no,
is
I
the
wish I was able to
archives.
be there, but I doubt I'll be able to actually make it in time for it. Even if I do try to be there.
You're welcome to take copies of whatever you need.
Very well.
I'm being cool, lady.
Is there anything else you need?
I think that's gonna
Alright.
do it.
Wonderful. Alrighty. And please, when you are departing, announce it so as we may close up the doors and such.
We'll do. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your time in the archives.
Yes?
I need waffles.
Even if you want there, still accept.
All right.
There you are.
Yes. Give me a moment. I am looking for.
I'll see if I'm able to make it, but I can't guarantee I'm sorry.
Bella, it's alright. I promise.
Okay.
Guess I'll see you afterwards.
I'd better see you afterwards.
I wouldn't let the universe stop me.
think I'm gonna have to ask Oliver about how to give fealty speeches, because I don't know how to other than the pit speech. I don't think you want the pit speech. It's not very flowery and nice. It's a bit yeah.
Shall we braid flour into your fur?
Oh. That'd be a good idea.
That was a jest. But it might not look so bad if you took the chain off.
Chain?
You have a chain on your waist, dear.
I want to.
I mean, yes. What if someone yells? You gotta bind him up and walk him away.
I think rope suffices.
Chains work on everyone. And only two.
Listen, I don't judge what people are into. It's fine.
You'll have to forgive her. She's very bashful about that.
I can tell. I was trying to encourage her to be more forceful with the none of your beeswax. Listen, I have a beeswax lipstick. You can put it on your lips. When someone's being rude, you point at it and you say, "See this beeswax? It's mine, not yours."
Huh. Would you be willing to... Would you be willing to part with some of that?
Yep, that's every time, right?
Am I supposed to eat it?
No. Although this is infused with powder of power stones. You rub it on your lips and it will color it the color of crimson lotus, though not as dark.
All right.
Is it safe to taste by chance?
Of course it is. Lotus in small quantities is not poisonous, and this is only utilized for its color.
I see. Well then, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, that wasn't for you to taste and not thought.
No, if anything, he will taste it, and you will not.
I'm confused.
Perhaps later I can show you.
Listen, if you were married before this ceremony, you would be crowned queen consort. But I suppose there will be a separate crowning when you are married.
It's probably best to have it on a separate day.
I am teasing you.
Yes. It's simply a tea.
Was there anything else, my lord?
No, that is all.
I'm gonna be in my thoughts for a moment. I have a dog that wants inside.
Now I'm going to have to figure out how to get out of here without being seen. It's fine.
Good evening, Councilmember Damien.
Just Damien, thank you. Wish I knew you all here.
Hey!
this the college, maybe? But this is the college's outpost. This is the college's tower. It's absolutely what this is. Oof. Hmm. Hello, General Warhaven. Your mask is not showing, by the way.
Is not? What? How rude. Oh, 1 second.
Just warning, hers are, yours isn't.
That's weird. It's fine. Everything's fine. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Hello.
Are you prepared for the coronation tomorrow?
I just have to get all the decorations situated. And then other than that, yeah, everything else is good.
Good. Maybe it's my issue, not yours. There, I
Do you
can
see anything now?
I could, and then you took it off again.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Hello, person.
Little bird.
Okay.
That's what we call it right now.
Yeah. Okay.
How was your day?
I wrote a 7-page essay for Professor Helvrin on why he should let me learn Fireball, and how I will not light his hair on fire.
Why? It needs to be 7 pages. The hell?
I don't know. Because he wanted an essay on why I should be allowed to learn Fireball, and I won't just light him on fire.
I think you kind of probably will, but I'm not gonna tell him that, alright?
Oh, thank you. I think your vouch would go a long way, convincing him that I definitely will not light him on fire.
On multiple occasions and multiple times in a row.
Yes, absolutely won't burst into flames.
No. No, never.
You're fine. Calm down.
I wish to inquire with you.
Unlock this bishop.
Oath of frailty.
Frailty.
Fealty, fealty.
You wish an oath of frailty. You wish me to be weak, brother.
Nope.
Oh my goodness. Marcus, how
What the hell am I hearing?
You're hearing nothing.
You're nothing.
You're hearing nothing, Oliver. Go away. Shoo.
Wow, that's rude.
Let me be.
Actually, I need out. I need out. I need to talk to that
Let
asshole.
me in peace.
Where is he? Where is he?
Oh, that reminds me. Oliver.
Do you really need an oath from me, brother?
Oliver. Oh, they are.
I'd like to make.
What is that?
I need
I'd like to make more of our
good
connection
words.
official.
I cannot hear you, brother.
I know.
Come on, let's take a step away. Come on.
All right. An oath of fealty. Make on our connection official.
I thought it was official.
I want to make sure everyone knows.
I must ask, where do you want me during all of this, the ceremony, as Oliver had asked me to stand by his side earlier?
I've been informed to go talk with Damien about where I want people to stand. But the reason for this is with the intent of people of importance. I wouldn't ask many. Those that I feel need or would wish to make an oath to me when I'm king.
I see. I did tell you that you had my support, and I would stand by your side.
Do I still have it?
I stand by my words, brother. You know what our word means to us.
I do.
If that is what you wish, brother, then it's what you shall get. But I hope you know that you don't actually need that.
Couldn't have asked for a better sister.
I enjoy you as a brother. I had to throw a quip at you.
No, I understand. I often forget that it's possible you have had much more sibling-like relationships with others before me.
Not really.
But you are the first I have met that was made by Otto, aside from me. So,
Speaking,
you will be my sister in my eyes.
you are my brother and mine. We may not have the same lineage, but we share the same mother.
Do.
Casual eavesdropping, it's fine.
What would you have me do?
I will get back to you on the positioning, but I will need your assistance in wardrobes.
Brother, I've not even made my own yet, as I'm still wearing the clothing since before I changed.
Then I suggest you find some change or someone to help you with your change, and come help me when you're done.
Very well, I have been searching the lands for a tailor, but they seem rather scarce. It's quite funny. There are many many smiths that work in armor and weapons, but nobody just makes clothing around here.
No. Hmm. Should definitely inquire
No worries.
with Oliver if he might have any ideas on who can help if you can't find anyone. Maybe Anya.
Pretty sure you know how I feel about most of them right now, brother.
No.
Do not like the secrecy. But I understand it. I wish I would have been included, is all.
You would have if I had a say on it.
I understand. Well, are you ready for the next step in your life, brother?
No. But I will do
Good
it.
answer. Are you still wishing me to take up your mantle?
The Prince in Shadows.
Yes. I see.
I think I'll need to make an heir at some point, in case something happens. We'll talk about this when I'm king, when I have the power to grant it.
Brother, if you no longer hold the title, it needs to go to somebody.
I'll be with Noctis.
Aside from my sister.
I'm back.
One
I
moment.
asked Oliver. Oh, you're talking? Never mind. I'm gonna go.
What was that, brother?
Reason for it, because the In Shadows title is given by the Queen of, or by the Fading Light title. It cannot be given before.
I understand.
As long as you understand that, all you have to do is wait a little longer.
I wonder if this new title is going to change you like the titles have been changing me.
Well, I'm not certain, but I do know there is no shadow without light.
Indeed.
So cute.
If I do change, though, please help me, like, steer off the path.
You will always be able to come to me for whatever advice I might be able to give. I've had and met some very wise mentors the past few days. I am trying to learn from them. But you will always be able to come to me should you need me.
I will seek you out if I cannot find anyone else. I mean, I can
You're
be
welcome to come to me first, too, if you wish.
I can be playful as well.
Indeed. We are acting like siblings. You're gonna be fine, brother.
I know. I have you.
You've got me, you've got counselors, you've got Bella, you have the kingdom. We'll all back you as best we can. I read a book today.
A book?
It mentioned another child of mother's, one named Rekko.
Rico. It's fine.
Rico?
Rico.
Yes. I'm unaware of this one, but it was mentioned in the book.
Tell me more.
Oh, what? I apologize. I saw this book briefly after court. What else did it say?
I wonder how she got it.
I apologize, brother.
You make me what?
It's been a long day, but I just remember that passage.
Chicken! I see you has it! I want chicken!
I'm trying to mentally prepare for tomorrow.
I want chicken!
Well, let's get you ready then.
That look really good. I got chicken! I want chicken!
So get yourself set at the table. I need to speak with Damien in a moment. I will see what I can do.
Yes, I suppose I should go speak with him and Oliver as well.
I'll be a bit.
Not toasted.
Take your time, Crown Prince.
Unseen.
I gotta grab food or I'm gonna starve to death. Oliver.
I need to speak with Oliver as well.
stay here.
Oh, it's not urgent.
Not urgent. Okay, never mind.
No, it can wait. It's definitely not urgent. We have until tomorrow to discuss it.
I didn't. Okay, yeah.
I'll eat them tomorrow for lunch when you make them for
So
me.
you were not
I'll eat them tomorrow for lunch when you make them for me.
Please
Because you
do.
keep now making me food,
Okay,
and I
I'm gonna
starving.
drag him around.
I starving to death.
Hello.
Hello.
Is this one yours?
No.
I dying.
Might I inquire what you're doing here?
Forgive me.
So I've never seen you before court today. Well, besides on the way to court.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't even know what you're saying to me.
I'm gonna be
Usually
outside,
help
waiting for Kenji, I guess.
get information. Or
What would you like to know?
Usually for kingdom. Yes. Usually help get the info and information as best as can.
For this kingdom or for another?
This one.
So what information are you seeking now?
None at moment.
Well then, welcome. Do you need food or drink?
No thanks. But I appreciate.
Of course. Should you need anything, do not hesitate. It's good to see you again.
You as well.
I love you. He give it me sandwich. Cause he is love. How? Cries in the struggle. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, hunger. Listen, the Shroud is not just a military unit, it is a spy network. The organization of the kingdom is something that it's a difficult thing, right? Mm-hmm. I'm assuming everybody's around the corner looking at the build. We're watching Jamie and judging harshly. This is the rebuild of the original Twilight Temple. Alvin Kenji. Oh! See him over there. A little irritated that I have no milk. Hello, Babao! I have no milk and no water. Well, you can always get water, but... Dude, it's been snowing all day, and we went from no snow on the ground to like 3 or 4 inches. This is crazy. Bowser! Are you upset about the snow? Not sus at all.
To work now. As I initially thought it was going to be in the courtroom, but here. And now you're saying there's going to be a wedding, which she wasn't even aware of.
There's no wedding!
I believe she has to consent to such things and be asked.
She was asked.
I believe he's screwing with us. Well, I suppose you would... Never mind. We should speak to your brother. My brother. Oh my.
I don't...
He said he needs to know if he...
This be? Yeah, it shouldn't surprise anyone, really.
Looks like you got the right count, Stray.
Storm's coming soon, so might as well go
Brother.
inside.
Yes, Atta.
We have questions for you.
Oh, I will try and answer.
Great. Were you planning on having a wedding tomorrow?
No.
Okay, so Damien's either screwing with us or he's planning your wedding for tomorrow as well, making Bella queen.
There are promises that must be fulfilled first before Bella marries me.
Well, he seems to be thinking you're tying the knot tomorrow.
I'm getting crowned tomorrow.
I understand that. He's
Does he
preparing
know
for a wedding.
Bella, does Bella know? Does he know Bella can't make it?
She did say as such. He still is anticipating you to tie the knot tomorrow. That or else he was really messing with us and continued on with this joke.
That devil.
That he is.
Going to drive me up a wall before I'm even king.
Isn't that his job as a devil?
No idea. I've never inquired many questions about him. Well,
I kind of wish I can go so I can break out my fancy clothes.
You still can right now if you wish.
I would love to see it.
Okay.
I would too.
Should I leave the room?
No,
Do you need help with anything?
not entirely. Give me a second, because I have to remember how to dress up.
Yes, I believe I'll spend a good part of the evening going to find that tailor. Although that man was going to go get some clothing, possibly. But he may not return till tomorrow. Why do we not have a tailor here within the keep?
A storm.
Yes. Have you thought about...
I dressed up.
You look beautiful, Bella.
Well, now I'm sad I won't see you at the wedding in this. Or at the coronation in this. Now you have me doing it too!
Congratulations! May you both have lots of puppies.
How the fuck did goddamn dog get in the bloodline? It's fine. How dare you? Same way Cat got in there.
It's very beautiful.
It is, yeah, right?
You two can have some fun during the storm. I'll be downstairs.
Fun?
Yes, you have a gorgeous dress that he most likely wants to rip off.
Nice laugh. Oh, that was good. That was really good. Last thing. It's always like last comments for stuff is always so good because you're like, who's gonna get the last word? And then it's like, yeah. This is my moo. I need food. I had the sandwich and it was delicious, but now I need more. because that is the only thing I ate today was like this chicken sandwich, and well, it was delicious. I'm fucking starving. Where is my Bow Bow? Where is my Bow Bow? Mr. Bow Bow! Mr. Bow Bow! Where are you? There's no Bow Bow in here. Where's my Bow Bow? Wow, he didn't even like me. He doesn't even like me. He's downstairs with my husband. It's bullshit. Okay, so I'm gonna eat the last bit of chili cheese fries, but I don't really want to eat that right now. I want to eat that for lunch tomorrow. So that means ramen or rice. Kind of feeling rice, actually. Feeling a nice big bowl of rice, I think. Or maybe a bowl of ramen. Nope, nope, nope. I changed my mind. I want ramen. Same thing I had yesterday, but, you know, sometimes you just get this compulsions, and you're like, I must do. I must have. I want to bake something. I haven't baked something in a hot minute. I don't know what. Because every time I bake bread, we don't get through it. I haven't made noodles in a bit. Like, man. I like making that kind of stuff, but if we don't have a reason for it, I don't get to, and I get sad. Okay, I was a little stressed about the coronation script, but I feel a lot better now that it's done and can be modified at least in a reasonable way, because before I had nothing, right? Like there was nothing, and it wasn't even like my ceremony, right? Like it was a bunch of other people who had to be involved in this stuff, not just me. Do you like my definitely planned outfit today? Like camo and Hawaiian print pattern. I am the pinnacle of fashion. Don't you know? I'm that kind of person who's really, really rocking the fashion senses. It's fine. That's done, that's done, that's done. Do 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 do. Hey! Hey, where's my Bowser? Where's my Bowser? What'd you do with him? Why is he hiding? He doesn't even like me anymore. Bowser, what the hell? My love!
That's your love?
You're my love. This is the jelly bean and that's the ice cream cone. What are you doing, ice cream cone? Come here. Come here, you're melting. I love you. Love you. You want to come upstairs and cuddle with me? No? Fine. You found me. You found me. Hello. Hi. It's ice cream and jelly bean, which is what she would be named. If I had any sense of consciousness, and then we didn't just name you pit bull names, Tonka and Bowser. Get in the bag. Get in the bag. Get in the bag. Get in the bag. Puppy. What a baby. He's my baby and I love him. He's a baby boy. Is that you? Awooga? Fish. Do you want to play some fish? Get the fishy. No, we're not playing fish? Okay, it just took us a second to get wound up. It's gentle fish. We're playing gentle fish today. Very delicate fish today.
delicate game of fish, are we not? I caught some dogfish here. Look at that. It's a dogfish. Get the fishy. They're so gentle today. It's like they're sleepy babies. Come back here with the fish. I've caught a dogfish. His name is Tonka. This is Bowser. Uh-oh. He got it. He's gonna run away with it. Oh God. You're not. I have full force Tonka, and he's actually stronger than I am. But what's really funny, right? Like, he's stronger than I am. But if I ask him to drop it, thank you. See, he's very gentle. Wah, 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 wah. He's the gentlest baby. They're both very gentle. Bowser is just excitable. That's not the part you're supposed to chew on. The gentle baby. Are we done? All done? All done with Fishy? Okay. Okay, we can be all done with Fishy. He's clearly run out of, like, attention span for that. Ramen's done. Server should be back up in like a minute or two, right? Because it's only a 5-minute timer now. Like 3 minutes to restart and then that's it. Humph. Hello, Babao. In Tonka, Twok, and Bao Bao. There's a Tonka and a Bao Bao. And they're both very good dogs. Don't you make fun of me talking about the dogs! I'm talking to the puppies. Clearly, they have a very good understanding of what I'm saying to them. It's good to join now? Okay. Okay. Well, let me join then. As I'm like sitting and snooping. Yes. Bum, bum, bum. Where's Yuto? One of these days I'm going to talk to Yuto. I swear it'll be a Yuto sort of day. It's been days and days and days since I've talked to Yuto. It's fine. I don't need to talk to Yuto. Jeez, he's got like... How did you make progress when the server was down, Stray? What the fuck? Well, it's because I'm eating. And I don't know if you know this, Calista doesn't have much of a right to, like, a lot of stuff. So she snoops. I need to, like, be clear of the roof so I can actually see. Nobody cares if Callista spies. It's fine. She's definitely not doing anything uncouth. She's so hard to see, though, isn't it? Like, she's ridiculously hard to see when she's not moving. I like snooping, even if it's not stuff, yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? Watch. Invisible. She's fucking invisible now. But yeah. Maybe I'll go to the, I want to go out and, like, RP with some other people, too. But, like, I just haven't yet. It took a lot longer to write the script. And y'all can get mad at me about the script all you want. Yeah, right? It's crazy how much you can hear. Like, I sit in the tavern all the time and sit, right? I had to move away from the tavern down in the south just because I couldn't write at the same time. It's not like coffee shops, right? Coffee shops have a very specific low conversating. There's also something I've noticed as I've gotten older. I get sensory overload really quickly, and I never used to. Like, I used to be totally fine, and I don't know if it's like being like I haven't had a lot of exposure to public spaces since COVID started, right? Like, I used to work in an office that had a lot of talking and I could like focus in on stuff, but like ever since, like, because I work in a quiet space, and it became much harder for me to do crosstalk. Just really, really hard for me. Yeah, I haven't had anything like that. I just struggle with it. I mean, it used to annoy me, but now I do that thing where you're listening to your own voice on a slight delay and your brain go like it literally breaks me. I can't do it. Even if it's not me, like it's horrible. And I know it's not that way for everybody, but like I can't. It's interesting watching people log in, right? Yeah, people don't fucking know. Yeah, you sit on those roofs, people can see it all.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-mm.
What?
Mm-mm. Mm-hmm.
I...
Mother, where's your stash of hidden cookies?
I don't know. Does he have a stash of hidden cookies?
He should. How else am I supposed to steal them?
Something tells me they're in the piano.
Yep.
there's cookies. Heck yeah.
Yep. If she
I
wasn't
think you
like
can
one of
have
the
some. There's no
fae.
chocolate in them. Or raisins.
Raisins.
Yeah, there are no raisins, Ash. So you should be okay.
Okay, we're good then. So seriously, raisins?
Oh, no raisins, no chocolate. Where is brother?
Did I break him?
Maybe. So you're getting married tomorrow, huh? When you're not even gonna be there. You ready for that, Bella?
Marriage?
Hmm.
I'd rather get rid of the markings first.
How can I help you?
I don't know.
Do you get rid of your markings?
I don't know how to get rid of them.
Hmm. I always assumed they were part of your fur. I apologize.
No, sadly they're not.
This room is so much bigger than mine. It's so much nicer.
I would blame the one who had made it, which is, I think, Damien.
Oh, it's fine. I do enjoy my room. I'm just... This one's nearly twice the size. I suppose there are two people in here.
Yeah, true. I mean, if they have us move, you can always get this room after.
Suppose it's possible, as Halvern's now staying in the Queen's suite by himself, yes?
Yes. I heard there might be a possibility that we would be moved to the Queen's suite after his coronation.
Fun fact, they're nearly identical.
That would be something, wouldn't it?
I guess so.
Hmm.
That'd be interesting having your scent everywhere.
My scent?
Artemis's scent.
Oh, I thought you said mine. I was curious, as I've been in that room once.
I've been
to
in
help
there
Halvern.
3 times.
It was only once, as Halvern was drunk at the bar, and I had to... No, he was laying down near the bar, and I had to carry him to the couch in there and lay him down. That's the only time I've been in there. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Do you know how to get rid of your marks?
No.
But you're saying you can't be wed until they're gone.
Yes.
You may never wed.
Possibly.
If that's a possibility, then what is your intentions with my brother?
I didn't think about that for her. Rip. Wait, what?
Promise?
Always.
You made a promise to a fae.
This is not my first one.
That's fair.
And from now on, you are like a sister to me.
That's not how that works!
I'll accept that.
Wonderful. Hmm. You do look lovely. Now, I must ask, why do you still wear a collar?
Force of habit.
Do you want it off?
I'd be given pain if I take it off.
Whom? Pet?
Pit.
The pit. I'm not very knowledgeable about this pit. What is it?
I don't know that in character, but
It's an organization that
how am I gonna hear them all the way over here?
skin children, and they train them to be soldiers, guardians, and anything to give birth.
So you're not. Do you wish to leave?
No, never.
So initially,
Oh,
you came here, even though you did not want to, but now you like it here.
Yes.
That's fine. This is very pretty. Can you usually erect temples overnight? Is that a demon's gift or a devil's gift? Can you not hear me? Oh. That's a thing. Yeah, I figured it wasn't. Can you usually erect temples overnight? Oh, I don't think the wall deserved that.
But it was it was trying to move.
Ah, well that must be how you get it to stay in place so easily.
Yes, you force it. It is a bond of servitude.
does it get in return?
Usually it gets devotion.
Are you sure this isn't some kind of summons?
You could say that.
It's very pretty.
Thank you. Only the best for the king, or should I say the new king. Besides, I feel Her Highness would have liked something like this. Nice, grand. A gaudy is all out, just to give a finger to the rest of the world.
She sounds like a right arrogant ass. No offense.
None taken. I think she would have approved if you had called her that. The wonderful thing about her is she knew what she was, and she was not afraid to be it. Unlike most do not know who they are. And those who do, they are too afraid to be it. And what about you, young apprentice? Do you know what you are?
What? It is quite wet here.
Yes, indeed. Have you seen the inside?
I came in through the inside.
How did you like it?
It is very nice.
It will be even nicer once everything is up. If I can talk the little moth into coming and decorating things, it would be wonderful.
What are the towers? Oh god. Other than something for me to fall into.
It is exactly that.
Oh, I see.
You see, long ago I was taught about such a thing called a fey trap.
A fey trap? What's that?
It is things that are put up purposely so that people go over and they say, "What the fuck is this?" and they fall into it.
That's wild.
Yes. Typically it's designed in such a way that you cannot get out. And then, well, for those who are unfortunate enough to fall into such a thing, they, well, usually become failings, I think. Hauled off to different places within the Fey realm.
Failings.
Mm-hmm. Don't ask me, I don't know a lot about them. Her Highness used to go on and on at times, and River tried to explain to me once, but... Well, to quote Harvin in this one particular manner at least, I felt like it was fey bullshit. At least to some degree.
Well, you know what they always say about bullshit? It's always on the ground, so it must be grounded.
Yes, I suppose that may be true. But no, as far as the towers, they're more for just breaking it up so it doesn't look like a big slab of I don't know what.
I see.
Do you not approve?
No, they look nice.
I would hope so. This is going to be for the king's coronation tomorrow. I tried to push for his wedding, but I have a feeling he's not quite ready to get married in the same day.
Although it would save me a lot of hassle if he would.
Too much work doing them separately.
Yes. I'd have to build this thing twice then. If you just do it in one accord, then wouldn't have to worry about it.
I see.
But it is alright though. Never too much.
You know, I think there are only so many times in life you get to celebrate good things.
I suppose. Then I guess it depends on how old you live to be. And what about you? Do you celebrate anything?
Every day.
Really?
I celebrate the flowers in my garden, and the bees in their hives, and the wine in my barrel. You know, little things that fill life out.
Try to BS me and tell me you celebrate studying under Halvrin.
No, it's horrible. I wrote a 7-page paper today about why I should be allowed to learn Fireball.
Yes, it sounds like a pricky thing you would do.
Well, he said it because I've lit everything else on fire, even if I haven't learned any fire magic, that I probably shouldn't learn fire magic. I think that's completely contrary to the point. I think fire magic would probably prevent me from lighting his robes on fire. Unintentionally, anyways.
You would think, but then again. You know, I will say this. As much shit as I give him, for the most part, he does know what he's doing, usually. Granted, like most of us, he does get things wrong. And he's usually, well, most never will he truly admit that he's wrong, but on occasion, he has that moment, you know. It's usually few and far between, but that one moment usually somehow makes up for all the other puckers. You ever known people like that?
I don't know. I like to think most people are trying their best, even if they're not doing it. Like, you know, maybe intentions matter, right?
To some degree, yes. But if your intention kills 400 million people in the process, did your intention truly matter?
Well, what if your intention was to save 8 million? $4 million still died, but 4 million lived.
There is the crux, isn't it? Some would say that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. But not everyone would agree with that.
Aren't you getting into the values of an individual life then, if you disagree? Do all lives have the same value? Weighed equally on the scale?
Some would say yes.
Is
I'm
mine
not
worth
so
more
sure.
or less than anyone else's?
Let's see. I guess that might depend. Are you mortal?
I think so.
There is a cruelness about the land here. Your life is only worth what it may be.
Well, I'll have to figure out what to do with it then. You got any advice?
Become a changeling.
You know, I've been told that you gotta be careful of Fae.
This is correct. If I will tell you now, I love her to death, but I swear to God, if you ever come across one named River, do not make a fucking deal with her.
I'll take note of it.
Yes, that one. She will bind you forever if she can.
Good to know. Why did you make a deal with her?
No, I am not. I am a devil of the crossroads. I make the deals myself with others. I do not need one from a fae.
So if a Fae and a devil make a deal, whose oath is binding?
Honestly, I think they kind of cross each other out. But I choose not to tempt with fate in that regard. I would hate to be wrong.
Archpriest,
Yes.
do you know anyone who can train me to do shifting? Halvran says he can't.
Well, that depends. What house are you of? Are you born of the Mirrormire?
I mean, I do live in a bog, according to Marcus.
I see. Well, I am a shifter myself. Most of the ones here in the lands are. I guess it would depend on what you're wishing to learn.
I guess the fundamentals of it. I struggle to cast this spell. And Halvran told me I casted it wrong, and I'm supposed to do it with the orb, but I don't like the orb. I'd much rather mix yellow and black lotus together and add some witch fire and then think about the calcification process, but...
Hello.
Hello.
This is cool looking. What's it gonna be?
Are you a hedge witch?
Yes. Halvran says he's not supposed to tell anyone that he's teaching me hedge magic. That the college would expel him for that.
I couldn't say one way or the other. Ren, please do not fall and break yourself.
Aw, you're taking the fun out of it.
As if Fierce would be very upset.
Oh no, she's fallen into one of the Fae traps.
Oh,
Well, looks like I live here now.
A demon kitsune lichen beast can mix for you.
That she does. Well, this should keep her out of trouble for a while.
At least the designs are pretty.
I tell you
It's a
what,
bird in it. It's like a nice bite. I see it.
I want you to count every speck on that wall. When you're done and you tell me a correct number, you can come out.
1,636,599.
That's not the right number yet.
Damn it!
No.
It would be a
You're flicking
shame
the
if I
dice
burnt
all
this
wrong.
whole building down.
Yes, it would, since how it's the King's coordination building.
Go away.
Well,
Go
looks
away.
like I live here now.
Get. Okay, I got it.
Calista,
Yes.
Listen. You need to flick your wrist, not twist it.
Oh. Leviosa.
Yes, there's a difference.
Rin is the
Think.
meme.
Straight down. This whole. Like that instead.
What am I looking at that's different?
Look at this side
Oh,
versus
I
the
would mirror the one you have below it. You have below it, you have it coming out with the flat edge, and I would mirror that. Instead of just, yeah, so like what you have. And you have them in these too, so it creates kind of a symmetry.
Yes. You know, I used to break Her Highness's head all the time by unsymmetizing things.
Unsymmetizing things? I don't know if that's a word.
It is today.
It is today, got it. Good to know. Did you come up here just to zone out?
Sorry,
It's okay.
unexpected nightmare. Almost like I have narcolepsy. What a shame.
What?
Do you know someone who'd be willing to teach me shifting, Archpriest?
What are you looking to learn?
I don't know.
I can what? I could teach you, but it will be the simplest form you can possibly learn. You will start with it. And if you dare make fun of any reasoning of why I know this form, you can forget learning it.
Okay.
Oh, this will be good.
Hang on. I'm not disguised. That's so cute.
Rabbit stew. I probably should go eat something.
I'm sorry, that might be rude.
It's fine. Most shifters won't care one way or the other because they choose not to give away their form. But some may consider it rude if you knowingly do it.
I don't know. There's like a bunch of rabbits that I feed near my house.
Ah. Well,
One's named
if
Fred.
if you learn the form, then you can, if something happens, you can gather them together and you can go and hold Nukami prisoner.
I
Create
don't
a bunch
know.
of bombs.
I don't know if they'd listen to me. They have this really bad tendency of going up on where I make my like brews and stuff, and then trying to like jump in my cauldron. I swear they're suicidal. I keep trying to rescue them out of my cauldron.
That doesn't surprise me, to be honest.
Uh-oh.
You got another one.
Oh. Yes, see? They work quite well. Red.
Yes.
How are you doing today?
You read the script, Rep?
Archpriest, why? This is the backwards one, not the other one. Oh no, you're right.
Read the script. Spent 3 fucking hours on it. You're responsible for most of the tells.
Okay, bye. Yes, it's the same one in the fucking group. Rap! Rude, it's in the group. Okay, so what am I supposed to do to shift?
Sorry.
Actually, I won't distract you while you're working.
No, you were fine. There were things in my head I had to silence out so that I could actually concentrate on what you were asking me. Now, you were wanting to know what you have to do to shift.
Yeah.
Well, first, you must. Well, it's obvious you have at least a little talent for magic. You must understand what magic you have. You must study your prey that you wish to shift in. Study their habits, what they do. The fact that you have a lot of rabbits around your house, I think, makes this perfect. For it sounds like you already know what they do.
The rabbits and I have an agreement. They at least listen to the treaty. The deer don't. They keep going into my garden.
You indeed are a hedge witch.
At least the rabbits know as they stay out I'll continue to feed them. The deer seem to think that it's their entitlement to eat my flowers.
Is it not?
No. I will feed them corn and such, but if they eat my fucking reagents, we're gonna have a problem. I know for a fact I can burn Black Lotus from a distance on an accident, but nonetheless. That wasn't the intention of the spell, but now that I know how to do it, casually causing Black Lotus to explode into flames is a kind of a nifty thing.
And
Indeed.
deadly, depending on who sniffs it.
Well,
Note to self, don't sniff it.
to be fair, it wasn't entirely my fault that Halprin, that the professor had really singed robes the other day. He shouldn't have taken my flowers.
Did you tell him this?
After I found out they burst into flames.
I think I would have enjoyed listening to what he had to say to that.
It was an argument. I don't agree with all of his methods, but at least he's patient enough to teach.
I will say this about Halvrin. If you're willing to truly listen to what he has to say, his patience can be boundless.
My
It is
problem is
when
I
you-
listen and I zone out halfway through some of it. And then my notes turn into doodles, and then they end up in a completely different language, and then he gets really mad at me and says I'm not allowed to use my notes on the exam.
Well, that's just not fair.
He says if I can't write them in common, he can't check them.
I mean, there's a little fairness to that. But then again, is it your fault he doesn't know how to read your language?
I think it's just because it's
Maybe-
chicken scratch.
Maybe he should be a better professor and learn it.
I think it's just because my handwriting's really messy.
You think so?
Yeah.
One of these days, maybe we'll test that theory.
Oh God.
what I was going to say is you need to learn to concentrate on what it is you want to shift into it. You must channel your magic into set imagery in your mind.
So pretend that I really like vegetables.
I mean, if that's the way you think you need to do it.
Well,
Each one of us is different.
I mean, the
Like-
rabbits like them.
They do. But there's more than just vegetables. There's burrowing into their dens below. The thought of family that they have. You know, rabbits have families. They have many kin that live below.
I'd imagine there's so many of them. They're very quiet, too.
Sometimes.
No, you can be sitting
could
there
think-
reading and writing, and all of a sudden there's a rabbit at your foot chewing on your boot.
Yes. That can be quite annoying, but... But there's many things that go with it. Many, many. Think about how fast they are. They're agile creatures too. Different facets. Why do you want to learn to shift?
Well,
What is the purpose?
I figure it would help me better understand the animals around me. Maybe I can negotiate with the deers to stop going in my fucking garden.
Good luck with that.
You
Listen.
think so?
Maybe. I'd rather not have to kill them every time they didn't listen.
Do you eat them when you do?
Of course, that would be a waste of meat.
Then why do you care?
Listen, I tell them to choose life, but sometimes they don't choose that. Just like the gators, they
Oh.
don't choose that either.
There are many things that choose not to choose life.
Yeah, it seems to be a pervading theory.
Yes, indeed, I think.
Hey, Damien.
Yes.
Are you going off of plans, or is this just out of that head of yours?
Out of my head.
You never cease to amaze me. Quite
I think
talented.
he's secretly got like a blueprint in his pocket or something.
Nah.
Well, I have put together a very similar build before, so there's a little bit of practice in this as well.
Inspiration from before.
Yes. Her Highness made me build this damn thing several times over before she considered it was done correctly. When do you want to start trying to learn?
I don't know.
Is it something that you will commit to? I'm not in the habit of starting only for people to quit.
I haven't run away from Helverin yet.
I suppose that's something to say. I know many who would have already ran away from him.
I don't know.
Is it just... Why is that off?
What did I do? Why is this off? I think that's gonna have to come out. I don't like the way that looks. I feel it would break my friend's head.
Why is what off? Oh god, it is off. What the fuck? No! Ah!
No, what went wrong here? Oh.
I think you're just too far forward. Yeah, you're just too
Nope,
far forward
yeah,
by
it
one.
needs to go to the left.
Oh, wow. What has been seen cannot be unseen, son. That, yeah. Wow. I didn't know he could disappear too. Oh, he fell.
Yes. Let's see. Alright, I think this will make it where it needs to be. Okay. God, that's much
That looks better.
Yeah, that was really. Whew.
Well, at least you noticed it now and not when you were completely done.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see, Her Highness, God rest her soul, she has punished me so much that, well, I have just come to pay attention and know better.
Anyway, what am I supposed to wear tomorrow? Besides clothes.
Something that looks good.
Well, what part do you have to play?
I'm the Dame of No House Knight.
Well, then I would have.
A night night. I'm a night night.
I suppose it would be important then to words, dress your station.
That looks better. Yes, that looks much, much better. Alright, good. What do you think? Flat or...
It should cover it. It'll leave a place for someone to hide if they have ill intentions.
So here's what I would say. Take these down one, and then do that straight up in the middle. I don't know, maybe. I don't know, fuck. I don't know what I'm on about. It's fine.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, I think that looks fun. I will be right back. I'm going to go get some toppings.
if you are gonna teach me, when should I come by?
Well, tomorrow looks. I will be busy with the coordination.
Obviously, yeah.
We can do it sometime this weekend.
Okay.
When is? When is?
Oh God, no. Oh no.
What is wrong now?
Look up and then look down. It just. Okay.
Oh.
And then.
Well done.
And then on top of that, I don't know.
What am I missing?
Okay. So you did just move those other ones back. I know how your towers on the sides guide off.
Those damn window.
Okay. But no, I know how your towers got off because this is where your towers are on the outside. If we go look, like, hang on, I'm just gonna run around like a very dramatic and hug myself. But your windows are lined up on the outside, on this side, right? But your ceiling isn't lined up.
I can't line up the ceiling. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Maybe nobody else will notice it.
Well, it's that way. Well.
Well, I could if I. If I move this in one, maybe it will line up.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
I'm just having OCD moments at this man's amazing ability to erect a temple in one day. It's fine.
OCD about what?
I'm gonna just let you see if you can see it. I will tell you that the floor is correct.
You know what? I'll make these rooms smaller. Maybe that'll make a difference.
Well, what are the rooms for? If it's for the coronation, what's the purpose of them?
For the prince to hide in here and do whatever.
Won't he be entering from that side, though?
I honestly don't know.
I feel like, okay, to cover like a procession, right? You'd like process from here through like the court, right? And then he'd be
So
like...
I wasn't sure where the hell he was supposed to be coming from.
Well, this is why it's called stage blocking.
Oh, sorry.
So, okay, so like if they all progress from down there and then like his throney thing is here. And then like the people who are up here with him, which would be, I don't know, like your counselors or something like that, right? Would probably be like, here, is there an altar?
Look, I'm not doing the damn decorating. That's Nimmy. I'm not going to tell you what the hell is up here. I just said the same.
Okay. Yeah, I honestly don't think that these rooms will be of any use to you. They looked at...
Yeah, because he'll...
But I don't think they're going to be used.
Come down there.
Well, maybe they're not.
Arrive.
I mean, see, the other part is I was honestly thinking maybe we could do the whole wedding thing. Just one big shebang, right?
That's what I was thinking.
The groom could go in one room.
Listen,
Oh,
I
no,
feel...
could be in the other.
I feel like maybe that's kind of bullying. Are you trying to bully the king?
I mean, look, I have to do what's right for the kingdom, and it needs an heir.
Well, look at it this way. He'll walk in a prince and walk past him a king. Walk back past him a king. If that makes sense.
Burr, burr, burr. Look, I'm a trumpet. Burr, burr, burr.
Then that could... Man, that's gonna fuck everything up on top, I think.
No, that's all internal. Your roofing covers all of it, I think.
To some degree, yes.
Brr.
We're going to find out really damn quick.
It's fine. I got faith in you. It's probably fine.
Yeah, well, I have faith that you act like somebody I used to know.
Listen, all I know is that it's very important to have things be even, otherwise your scales will tilt and your flowers will fall off of your cauldron.
I have no idea how badly I want to see if my head fits in here if I shift.
Your head? What do you mean?
Sorry, was I speaking out loud?
Do you have a big head shift?
Sort of.
What does that mean?
I am not sure what she means by sorta.
Short of.
Is anybody else watching?
No? Ahem. Hear ye, hear ye. What is your name?
Rin Knight.
Rin Knight is now going to show us what a big head she has. Oh, jeez. Yep, that's a big head.
Yep.
I don't want to accidentally burn the building down, so...
Would it be better to have your roof set up first, and then you can do the internals?
You see, look, there's the problem right there as well.
Well, you could go 4 instead of 2, so it would come more and more here.
Well, I don't know. I don't think that's gonna be better.
Yeah, if you have the 4 in the center, I think that would work, because then you're mimicking the 2 on the other side. Like you have these like enclosed. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 wide instead of 2 wide.
Hold on.
That way you only have to change like a couple.
I don't know which.
Okay.
Look, I cannot see you at the moment.
Okay. 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
4.
No,
So, but at the top.
That would be very off.
No. Because then it would descend and you'd have like the 2 wide corridor back here. Like the same way you have it over here. Kind of.
No, all that's going to get ripped out. It's all going to get.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand. My bad.
I honestly didn't either as I'm looking at it.
The roof looks like scales.
Yeah, it does.
I just had a thought. Bear with me for a moment.
A bear is with me?
Oh, it could be if you ask nice enough. But before I sidetrack myself.
The bear!
Small. Hypothetically, I have a habit of thinking of what could happen, or a bunch of what ifs. But
You should ask the king who is going to be on the days with him.
so during the coronation, he'll be up here. Yes.
He's going to be, yeah, probably. But this is called a days, so who else is up here with him? Like, who's part of the ceremony? Like, the counselors, I would guess, right?
Oliver and Halvrin?
And the archpriest, I would think, right? Those three.
And Damien?
Is anyone else up there with him?
Atta.
Atta.
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay, so you could easily do, like, the throne in the center, and I would make this wider, right? And then two, like, flanking chairs for when people are not speaking. Oh, Rin, can you go to the far side, and I'm gonna see if you can see a yell? Can you see when I yell? Hello? Okay, this is all within vocals, I think. Okay, good. As long as you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, how far is this corner to that? This is 12. This is 13 from this corner to that. But if somebody goes corner to corner, it'll be too far. I don't think people should be going corner to corner. You know, if you want to be a total creep, this is like 13 to this one. Yeah,
Even standing in that corner, I could hear you while you're standing on the platform.
Okay, yeah, no, you'll definitely be able to hear it with more if you can see, right? What somebody's doing. Let me see. This is the way back. I doubt somebody will... Can you see what I'm doing? Can you... Well, I know you can, but can she?
No, I couldn't.
You couldn't see me motioning?
No.
Okay, what about there?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just need to like block off that back corner. Or have him stand at the front, right? Because this I think would be fine. Right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. I would make the days 2 wider. If you're gonna try and fit 5 people up here.
I'm going to change that.
Okay.
I was more dealing with what I had room for at the time.
Maybe you put your altar here in the center. And you could pull all the special things from there. Although you all gotta walk through the middle, don't you?
Mm-hmm. There. How's that?
That I think is a lot more even. Yeah, it looks like it's even, or more even. It's definitely not, but it's fine.
Well, look, you're not going to get it with the entranceway.
No, you're correct.
It's not going to happen.
Well, you went higher
You
on
would
the
have
roof.
to make it. You would have to make it 2 over here, and bring it in exactly the same if you want it to be completely even.
It's fine. I think as long as the windows are actually centered, which I think they are. 1, 2.
They sure as hell better be because they're 6 and 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's even. Okay. Also, no lie, I kind of want a balcony because I feel like that'd be a great place to sit and watch for people to watch. Super weird
Like a
request.
vantage point.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen. I'm not doing a balcony.
It's for the painters.
Painter. I'm going to paint something.
Listen, I think it'd be a spectacular view.
Yes, I'm sure. Ooh, yeah, that's interesting.
What is?
Huh. I can't seem to put that. Huh. I don't know.
Friendo, no. Friendo, you live there now. I saved you. It's fine. Everything is fine.
Nope, that's definitely not gonna.
What?
Thank you.
That's gonna be way more trouble than it's worth trying to figure out.
Fair.
The ceiling tiles don't want to connect to the edges here of the dome ceiling, right?
Really?
No, yeah. For some reason, they will connect to the behind it, but not to the front.
Well, what if? Okay, wait. What if you put one behind and in front?
Still, no, because I don't have a way to do it over here properly.
What do you mean?
It doesn't want to connect over here on this side.
Oh.
Okay, fair.
So, and I could probably do, but I would have to rip everything down, and I don't have that kind of time.
Yep. No, I understand.
This actually might work. Shit.
What?
I think I have enough pieces.
Oh, actually, I don't know if you can see where I am, but like, you could do really easy balconies. Well, maybe not. Never mind. I lied. I lied. Oh God, don't close me in here.
I'm going to. It's a fate trap.
Hello, Professor. Hello,
Hello, Calista.
Well, perhaps just the pants that go with
This
it.
is Miss Hosie from the moon.
Somebody, somebody
hello.
told me about the moon.
Wait,
maiden.
how do you know I'm from the moon? Have you met before? I don't know.
You said that's what
I
your name
can't
is.
see anything right now.
Oh boy.
I
She's
am
enjoying
very...
her first scamma mead.
I can't see anything right now.
I see.
My stomach aches.
It's just the
There.
rumblies.
No. There's something for that. Ba, 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 ba.
I like the chest. Are we focused on pants now, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
We want the dark colour. Got it.
Where is it? This shouldn't be this hard to find.
What are you looking for?
Grey lupine.
Listen, don't take away her first scamma mead experience.
Well, if it's gonna make her throw up, she'll never want another one.
Nonsense.
Oh, look at the ceiling. Oh, that's nice. Look at all the little lines.
It's a nice ceiling.
It's just to help her keep it down. It doesn't matter, there's no grey lupine anywhere anyways.
Wow. It's like telling me something.
Circle back to
The ceiling
What's it
is
telling
telling
you?
me something. I don't know.
Well, listen carefully.
I can't. I'm looking at. I can't listen with my eyes.
Then listen
Then close
with
your
your
eyes.
mouth. Taste
Oh,
the
I don't
rainbow.
want to close.
Or that.
Taste the rainbow. Is there a rainbow drink? I'll have one of those. Can I get one of those?
I'm not much of a mixer.
Probably fine.
Can give you more of the same, though.
Oh.
No, the grey lupine was just to help settle her stomach, not take the buzz off.
Oh, was I supposed to take something? Are you trying to give me something?
I was trying to find out.
My attention span is like really bad. There's so many movements in my eyeballs right now.
I was going to give you something, but I couldn't find any grey
Oh.
lupine, so you just get to suffer.
It's
Sorry.
okay. You're giving me support. That's all I need right now.
Emotional
I need
support.
someone to experience these moving the ceilings with me. It's like it's a demon and it's angrily staring at me. Multiple little angry demons staring at me. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Oh, there's like 3 crows! Oh, they're flying at me! They're flying at me!
Esther, I don't know if you're supposed to give someone that much,
I think that one will work.
anything to start.
It'll be a memorable experience.
I don't know if she's gonna survive.
Oh my god, it's a fucking dragon! Help! Help!
Listen, dragons are nice. Stop and
There's a
talk to
fucking
them.
dragon right there!
You'll be fine. Say hello.
What's that?
Dragons can be friendly.
There's like 3 of them!
Oh, now it's
I don't
3
think
of
I've
them.
seen a dragon like that before. Oh, there's another one!
Boy. What's it doing?
There's like 7 of them!
7?
Holy crap!
Oh my god, that's so funny.
It's like 7 dragons!
What are they doing?
They're dancing. They're dancing.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Cause it could be the dance of death. I ain't
That's a
playing
good
no
point.
games. I'm not playing games. I don't want to play these dragon games.
Miss Moon Maiden.
It's fine.
Did you know that their vision is based on movement?
Able to give papers, Damien?
Yep. So you best be quiet.
Fuck.
As she yells it out loud.
It's fine. I'm told that dragons cannot perceive anyone shorter than yay tall.
Ah, specifically yay tall.
Yep. The classic metric.
It's okay, I'm crawling. They'll never see me coming. It's okay. I got this.
Ah, I see, but I don't
They'll never see me.
See, creativity.
Oh, those are some nice pillows. Like a pillow party in here. Wow, look at this one. I think this one's my favorite. I like this pillow.
Are you cuddling a large centaur?
Oh. Fancy. Tiny window for a tiny me. Oh, I don't know how to get. I don't know how to get down. I can't get down. Oh,
this
no.
doesn't look too bad. Try the
I think I'm
Azarian
stuck.
passive.
Oh no.
Oh, Moon Maiden, we barely knew you. We hope wherever you've gone in life, that you will be happy.
She fell for the dragon's ploy.
I don't want to get down from here.
This is how we capture new citizens.
Alcohol?
On pillows, yes.
Insidious. I came here for a reason, but I can't fucking remember what it was. Oh well.
Not certain on these pants.
Doesn't quite match the shirt, that's for sure.
Not exactly. I think it looks a bit different with the cape, but maybe if you add shoes, we could definitely make it work. Like it could definitely work if you.
I'm sure it's fine.
Ooh, those look nice.
I'm sure she's fine.
Yeah, that's what we were deciding on these pants. I'm just trying to find shoes.
Shoes for those shoes.
I'll see you later, Professor.
Me and Bella, yeah, I'll say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be heading out. I'll see you tomorrow.
All
Or
right.
later, probably tomorrow.
Before you do,
Oh, please don't hammer me.
What do you think?
I think that looks good.
Alright. I have some more stuff here and there to do on this, but I should have it finished by tonight.
I think it looks really nice.
The moth will just have to come and decorate.
Good luck.
Yes, do be safe. Calista.
Yes.
I think that's right, correct?
Yes.
If you truly wish to do this, to learn to chef, when you go home, concentrate on your rabbits that are there in the area. Consider everything they look like, their actions, their motions, how the hair forms to their body, how their muscles move when they flop around. When you do that, I want you to concentrate centering your magic within you. Shifting comes from the core of who you are. It also comes from your mind.
Thank you, High Priest.
Yes. Do that, and I will get with you later this weekend sometime.
Okay. Oh, hello.
Hello?
Oh god. Beetles, no, stop! Beetles, stop! Beetles, stop! 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 Stop!
Looks like you're having trouble.
Okay, Beetles, no! Okay, I'm sorry.
Is your thing upset about something?
Sometimes he just gets going. Okay,
Alright.
okay. I understand. You are a good boy.
Did you call him bad?
I know. I guess I just didn't tell him he was a good enough boy all the time.
Ah. Well, at least settle down. Or her.
But it's a boy. He's a good boy.
So what you been up to, Calista?
Well, I was writing an essay, and then I was watching the High Priest build a temple, and then I watched a moon maiden fall into the sky. What have you been doing?
Wait, there's another moon maiden? Or you said maiden, never mind.
Yeah, Hoshi, I think is her name.
Oh, yeah, Hoshi.
Yeah, she
Well,
fell
again?
into the sky.
She fell into the sky.
She was drinking.
Or doing drugs. I don't know. Maybe both.
Oh no.
I think she's fine. The ceiling caught her.
The ceiling of.
The pub?
Oh, she's okay. She's over there on the ceiling.
I think so.
Okay.
Why? Are you worried about her?
Yes, very much so.
Why?
Because she's not supposed to be drinking at all.
Why not?
Because she's never had alcohol in her life.
Well, isn't that a good time to start then?
I guess after 26,000 years.
I mean, who's to say, right? What is going on over there? There's some angry unicorns.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab Mina and find out. I'll talk to you later, Calista.
Bye. You alright? I just saw some upset unicorns.
Oh, I spanked someone.
Oh, yes, we were, spanking.
You want one, Calista?
Huh? One what?
Thinking.
I'm okay.
It feels so good.
Yes, we use the tavern paddle. If you want to get on the paddle wall, you get a spanking.
I'm okay, thanks.
Of course. It's usually better when you have some wine in your system.
Where's Halperin?
Oh.
He was at the bar in the keep.
Ah.
I asked him if he wanted to come down here, but he was content to drinking by himself.
Did people grill him pretty hard today?
I don't know, I wasn't in court today.
Oh, yes, I wouldn't recommend it. It's quite a lot of nonsense.
No one
today. The last two times it was quite a lot of angry people.
Not all that surprising, honestly.
Apparently Leandros really went off the other day. I'm sad I missed it.
Where at? He doesn't get angry very easily.
In court. About the resurrection of the queen.
Whatever those rumors are on the board in town, something about resurrection and necromancy of the queen.
Well, why won't they just show the fucking body and just get it over with? Like, okay, look, here's her body. She's dead. Like,
It's not all that hard.
I don't really understand it. It's just a bunch of accusations on a board.
Oh, it's quite easy to do. It's quite and also impressive and magnificent. Have you ever seen it?
Seen what?
Raising the dead, of course.
There's undead all over.
But yes, have you ever seen someone actually raise them?
I feel
It's
like
quite
you're going to
magnificent.
show us, and I should be concerned.
It sounds like soul magic, and I'm quite interested.
Well, fine. Ruin all the fun. I won't do it then.
Oh, I wanted to know.
Nope. You ruined the mood.
okay, but if they do allow you to go to the coronation, will you go with me? Or you won't be awake, right?
I can definitely try.
I put on a good argument for you. I said fresh king, fresh start. You know, you've been on good behavior lately.
I don't need anyone's approval, Serona.
Goodbye.
I'll see you
I
guys
go
later.
if I want.
I do what I want. Do what I want.
She gets it.
to the empty abodes. Ah!
I go to the great feast. See me and tremble! Come, Shadow. Prey comes to us.
Bunny. Come here, bunnies. Bunny. Bunny, 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 bunny. Bunny, bunny. Bunny, I am a bunny. I am a bunny. I am a bunny. I am a bunny. Bunny, bunny, bunny. All like a bunny. Soft like a bunny. Quiet like a bunny. Bunny, 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 bunny. You are a good bunny. Goodbye, Fred.
You like the bunnies now?
Damien said he would teach me to be a rabbit. But I must first become the rabbit. Know the rabbit.
Like maybe he's messing with you.
I don't think he is. Though apparently he's trying to, convince Noctis to get married tomorrow, too.
Well, we'll see what he does.
I have become one with the grass, for I am bunny and I eat it. Hi, Bear. Thank you for the raid.
I've seen the value of grass.
I mean, again, if I had to pick a plant, I'd pick a tree, not grass, but either way. I haven't seen you, Bear. Can't be like, yo, mama, come let me blight you if you don't come around none. How was your day?
Oh boy.
Oh.
Certainly a day. Yep, it was one of the days of all time. I don't know.
Why?
Well, Varen showed up. That was weird.
Wait, you mean at court? Yeah, that was gross.
Then he's like, "Oh no, what? You remember your wife telling you is all wrong? That's what I'm telling you."
Of course not. Yes, I totally didn't banish him. I threatened to banish him. No, I fucking banished him after he fucking stabbed me.
In what scenario would I believe what you say right now over what I remember my wife telling me? Why would you even try that? When will that work? Under what circumstance?
It's a little funny, yeah.
I talked to Zendaya.
Oh.
This is a mess.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Roman decided it's a good idea to call me Bran in the middle of the keep. I don't know what crawled up his ass and died. But I'm done with people's shit. Again, he didn't talk to me. He just said it as he left. I don't fucking know.
You would think people would understand the importance of secrets, but no, I guess not.
Well, Kenzie's apparently willing to let the kingdom burn to find out the truth. Then I told him that you can't handle the truth. And then... No, I didn't say that, but... Yeah, he somehow magically suspects exactly what happened, with no deviation whatsoever. And was not willing to accept any of my answers. So, I don't know. I suspect that, you know, maybe he'll show up here one day and be like, I smelled you because I'm a dog, or I followed the soul because I'm a reaper, or, you know, something like that. He'll do some good old honest investigating and journalisming to uncover the truth.
The truth.
The truth. I told him that maybe he should stop to consider what it is that you would have wanted. If maybe all this turmoil and instability in the kingdom and the family might not be what you'd like, but that didn't, you know, that didn't help.
How about this? If what he thinks is true, maybe he should consider why I haven't fucking said anything.
Do you consider him your brother?
More like a really irritating cousin who never actually does what he says he will. The one who shows up for Christmas dinner because somebody's going to feed him, expects people to give him presents, and then fucks off without ever so much as a thank you.
Okay. So is that like a yes or a no, or
Not
like
a brother,
a
no. Extended family,
frustrated,
maybe.
an irritated yes with like extra steps?
He's married to my sister.
Well, yes, that's true. I don't know. I was sitting drinking and I heard Atta calling him like uncle repeatedly and telling Noctis that he's their uncle. I'm like,
He is not.
what gave her?
No, their uncle, if they must choose one, is Oliver. The one who has actually looked out for them the entire time. If you must choose another that is particularly close, I would say Zendaya or Teller. And if you must take someone that I trust, above all, it would be River. But not Kenji. I would never fucking trust him. Not as far as I can throw him.
Yes, well, I may have done it bad. I gave him a copy, well, and somewhat of a copy of the notes you gave me.
I see.
We'll see what he does with it. He said he reads slowly and that he'll read it later. He didn't actually read the thing.
Of course.
I told him that I commune with you and managed to acquire some impressions and thoughts. He seemed very much in the mood of, oh no, I will find out no matter what. Oh, okay. Cindy apologized, right? That was nice, I suppose.
Did she?
Yes. She said she still wanted to be friends. I told her sure.
Is it 27th or 29th friend or something?
29 for Cindy. 30 for Roman, although Roman is testing my patience. I mean, it takes a lot for me to strike someone from the list. To this day, I've only done it twice.
Your list is a funny thing.
You know, people keep asking me about that lately. Kenzie asked me, Cindy asked me. Now you're bringing it up. hadn't thought about it for years.
Well, it's because you mentioned it. I don't even know if I ever made it on your list.
Yes, you did. Twice, in fact.
Twice.
Well, yes. It's because you introduced yourself to me twice.
I see.
Well, no, I don't think you ever said yes under either of your guises. Right. Yeah, no, I remember I tried early on. You were one of the first few people I asked.
I very much distinctly remember you asking me this question and me distinctly saying no. I will not be your friend. Friendship is more than this.
You are in as Moon, though. Somewhere in the 40s.
Ah, yes, Moon.
Early 40s.
The early 40s. Wow, it was probably could have been like first or second. But no, I didn't trust you.
Be all silly about the meaning of friendship.
Listen, you didn't even know what friendship meant at the time. Look, a rabbit.
I had an idea of what I would like friendship to be.
And was that true?
Well, friends is a purely imaginary concept. It can be what you want it to be.
I see.
What I consider friend and what someone else considers friend can be two vastly different things. And evidently, they are very different things. All these people willing to burn it all to the ground just to satisfy their own curiosity. And they will swear up and down that they were your friend and they cared for you and they loved you, and they'll still ruin everything you cared about. I don't.
The problem is most of them don't actually know anything about me.
Yes, well. I told you this would come to haunt you. Well, it's haunting me now, but hey, haunting someone.
No, I am the ghost. I am the one who haunts. Ooh, spooky.
Not a ghost. Make a terrible ghost. Be all like, you'd be trying to convey things with like, you know, like light gas of wind or the occasional leaf blowing, and you'd be like, interpret that, motherfuckers. And, you know, like someone, a more practical ghost would just materialize and be like, hey yo, here's the deal. You know, and then they just lay out all their issues.
Listen, I was a very new ghost. I didn't know what the fuck to do. You criticized my leaf blowing techniques?
Yes, Kenzie was very upset when he couldn't find your soul in the tree anymore.
I moved on.
And he's like, I'm a reaper. Only care about souls. Alright, well, people are dying left and right. Go help them.
Oh, what sadness it'll be when he finds out he was not the one who took me. It's in the book, too.
So, I mean, I doubt he'll believe a word from that book.
None of it is a lie, though.
I know. None of what I told him was a lie. It was just...
Artemis is a dead title. I don't know what to tell you. Artemis is dead.
I approached both conversations with as much, you know, honesty as I could. Given the circumstances. I asked them to trust that they would do what they, I will do what you want and what's good for you. So they asked him to take that well. Kenzie didn't give a shit. He just wants the truth. Selfish little prick.
He always has been. The number of times he's cheated on my sister, I can't even count. With my goddaughter, nonetheless, twice, 2 different ones. He's a little mansloot.
Oh no, he's not cheating anymore. Teller and Katerina are in on it. They're both cool with it apparently.
Yes, because Teller, in her aging, totally got cool with it. She never liked to share before. I imagine it was not something she consented to, but was pushed into. So either way. Oh well.
Tacit approval is still approval. They are her choices. Have to live with them.
If her choices approve of it or leave him, unfortunately she's in a hostage situation. Oh well.
Yes, for the gigantic loss. Very much a hostage situation. She has no other choice, clearly.
Listen, fawns are strange creatures, okay?
Yeah, I guess so.
Bleh. Blah, blah, blah.
Why are you bleh?
Because I found it amusing.
Bleh is the official death sounds, according to Elise and Lucian.
Absolutely official. I haven't seen them except in court in a while.
Yeah, I shared a drink with Lucian today. Well, he was drinking tea, but others were spilling it. Heard all about Thorn and Vord and who loves who and who's dying and what's going on there.
Apparently,
I don't remember a word of
Vorn
it, but it was entertaining.
Man, I'm sad I missed it. Vorn gave me, the TLDR that gave me 0 context to something about demons and soul-sucking and memory loss, and it was wild.
Yeah, I remember trying to find... The day when I was trying to find Nyx and Tetra, someone eventually told me hours later that they were at Carniz's place. And I went there and I'm like, hey Nyx, you have some time to talk? Like, are things stable enough to talk? People were on the ground, people were casting magic, but no one was speaking. So I'm like, is this stable enough for you to come talk to me? And then immediately, unrelated to what I said, people started exploding and they started saying about people dying or something they were doing, possibly killing her. And then Nyx got angry and yelled at them, and then they yelled at her. And I'm like, alright, I take that as a no.
The night is on fire.
In the end, I never did get the opportunity. Hmm.
Oh,
Now, the more days pass, the more over it I am.
Yep. I think Bella was very confused. Noctis gave her a key to give to me to get into their quarters, and I was waiting for Noctis today, and Bella was there. And I was trying to encourage, I was asking her very personal questions, and she was super uncomfortable, and I was like, listen lady, you just need to tell me to mind my own beeswax.
Wait, I'm confused. Where were you?
In Noctis's room.
Okay.
Yeah, we were waiting for Noctis to wake up, and I was being kind of a tease. I was being a brat, right? I was asking her so when's the wedding? And what's I was asking her really things that a stranger should not ask her. Things that a friend shouldn't ask her. And I was trying to get her to just tell me to stop. And eventually she just kind of awkwarded into a corner, and I went, no, this whole exercise was to teach you to tell me to mind my own beeswax. She's like, I can't. I'm like, I clearly.
Did you tell her this?
I did, and then Noctis came down, and I was trying to explain that to him, and then I was talking about the beeswax lipstick, and I gave her a set of one, and then she tried to eat it.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So that was a thing, and then she was probably quite confused why this, like, bog thing was giving the prince etiquette lessons on, like, no, you don't need to fucking apologize to me. You are the king, and I am a no one. Like, no, you don't need to provide an absolute bullet point description on the solution to the blight at this very moment because somebody asked you. You turn it back on them and say, do you have any suggestions? This is currently being handled by blah and blah. You know.
Also, it's been a thing for over 100 years.
Yeah, people are so fucking. What is your proposed solution for the blight? I don't know, fucking not get blighted? Duh. The same way it has been around for 200 fucking years? People are stupid. Did anyone confront you after court?
Zendaya wanted to go, and Kenzie. And Varen had a question. I forget what it was, but he said it out. Oh, right, about possibly resurrecting you.
Yes.
He asked after the queen, so I was very happy to tell him that the queen is dead and has not been resurrected, and I didn't even lie.
It's true, you didn't. The queen has not been resurrected. Artemis has not been resurrected.
I wasn't even being cheeky and using like fate titles to do so. I was very clear from the beginning that I'd bring my wife back, not the queen. That's what I told Oliver.
Yeah. Oh, as Varen was leaving court, he's like, I think this will be my last court. I don't deal with liars. And it was like, okay, you asked him a question, he answered it, and you immediately assumed he was lying because reasons, I guess? Okay, oh no. Oh no. How unfortunate.
The loss, it will haunt me.
Yes. How terrible.
I've been trying to talk to Noctis, but he was busy picking out his kingly outfit with his sister and uncle.
Ugh. I don't know why his uncle's in there. It's not his uncle, but okay, whatever. Not gonna argue.
I was like, hey, brother, let our uncle in so he can help.
I don't know if Ata knows this, but usually refer to your siblings by their name, not their connection to you. She is my sister, she is not sister. He is my brother, he is not brother. People are weird about that. But I hear him. I hear him do it too, so I don't know.
Well, he does it. He does it because she's doing it. Well, she's doing it. Because maybe if she says it enough times, it'll be real and meaningful. Maybe in time it will be.
That is how Fae siblings are. It is a reinforced oath. Granted,
sure
it
in
is
time.
The difference between a 20-year oath that I have with Kenji and his fuckery as he dipped after, the Fairmont War, and a 300-year oath that I have with Oliver. You know?
I understand connections of people, less so of Faye.
Oh God.
Maybe eventually, it's the fake it till you make it method.
I don't know
Eventually
what
it
I've
might
done.
apply. What did you do?
I have learned that I can put my eyeballs upside down.
Okay.
I don't understand what I've
That's
done.
a weird thing to say.
Yep. I'm in a weird place right now.
I wonder if I should quit after the coronation.
Quit what?
The keep.
Quit the keep?
The house. The Archmage's job.
Well, you could still be an Archmage but not be a counselor. Or vice versa. I don't think you're going to be quitting magic anytime soon.
I don't need to be at the keep to pursue my magic. I'm at the keep for Noctis, and I don't know that he wants me there.
Gotta be honest, I don't know what Noctis wants. I don't think Noctis knows what Noctis wants. Usually he will need to pick his own counselors. I didn't tell him that, though.
I don't know. My patience is not infinite. I'm not altruistic enough to just keep helping people without, I'm not the type of person that will help someone even if they hate me. It's because it's the right thing to do. I will always love Noctis, no matter what. I've learned that, but doesn't mean that I will tolerate everything he does. The two are not the same thing. I don't know what consequences I can give him beyond my absence. And I know that would be playing right into the people's, the people poisoning his mind. Will be playing into their hands, but...
Who do you think is poisoning his mind?
Well, okay, poisoning is a strong word, but there's a lot of people that see him as malleable and take this opportunity to further their goals. They might not necessarily be against the kingdom, right? But, agendas, personal desires, that sort of thing. I don't know that I care at this point. Part of me is happy to let Noctis lie in the bed he makes. The rest of me wants to help him achieve what he wants. But I don't know. I'm not a man of infinite patience.
You are with me.
You haven't tested me. Not really. My patience is not infinite with anyone, Calista. Maybe this is just stress talking. Maybe I'm just overreacting. I fear that by the time Noctis learns to recognize the difference between unconditional love and true honest support and that of the exchange might be too late. Might both be gone by then. I just genuinely don't know what's going through his head anymore. I can't help but be... I was gonna say insulted. Hurt is more like it. What? Yes, I do have feeling.
I know.
There are not many. There's not a lot of people that can affect them. But he is one of them.
Do you think he is mad at you or something?
I think he doesn't know what to do with me. He doesn't agree with the things I do, and he doesn't see why I do them. So, because he doesn't know how to deal with me, he just doesn't.
I suppose we have never played a game of secrets with him. Good night, Stray. We never let him play secrets with us.
Yeah. Maybe we should have given him an actual sibling growing up. Maybe he wouldn't be so desperate for connection near his age and circumstance.
Hey! Well, he had a particularly bad string of luck with love, so he must make the mistakes of family then too, I think. Come here. Come here.
Part of me wants...
Come here. Yes, good boy.
I know, it's like I said before. Part of me wants to like sit back and wants him bring it all down by his own actions and choices. And I know that he will have earned this, right? That he had every opportunity, all the means, all the people necessary to prevent it from happening, but he didn't make the right choices.
Okay, but the point
That
of
would be...
parents is
Yes.
to try and make it easier for our children so they don't have the same mistakes we do. I've made those
That's
mistakes in
the
front
other...
of you.
That's what the rest of me says. You know, help him despite his stupidity. Help him regardless of what he thinks of me. You know, help him even if he doesn't want my help. Help him even if he doesn't understand it even.
I think part of it is we must... What are you doing? Oh god! But why?
Atsu.
That just blew the thought right out of my brain. Thank you.
It was a silly thought.
I don't know what the thought was, so, you know, that's fine. Come here.
Something sometimes, you were saying.
Perhaps instead of trying to help him avoid the mistakes, we just make sure we be there after he makes them. Because unfortunately, lessons are learned best by mistakes. Come here!
I don't know how much longer I want to be here.
You've always enjoyed running away.
Tell me honestly, even now, is this Night Hollow where you want to spend the rest of your life?
Yes, assuming we can, not fall under the horrendous blight. I have traveled a great deal in my lifetime, Halfren. I don't mind traveling, but there is a place you should always call home.
Didn't say I disagree. I just asked you if that had to be here.
Why do you despise this place so much?
I feel like that question is well trodden. I've tried many times to answer it, and if I haven't succeeded, I don't think I ever will.
Do you think anywhere else will be better?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
I mean, we went through a lot of effort to rid you of many of the metaphorical and magical shackles that made you miserable.
This place
I
and these people
understand,
did not
and I
make me
think
miserable.
part of you also understands that this anonymity is temporary. Right? Eventually, someone will follow me here, or someone will ask you a question, you will cave, or someone will use the 12th god from his backstory to figure out the truth. Right? We've always known that this was a temporary setup. As long as we're here, and as long as we
Do you want to
as
know
long as
what
we
made me
still
miserable? Because I think you misunderstand it all. Miserable is not necessarily the right word. Stressed. I was not able to be myself. I must fulfill roles for others. There's not anything fey about it. Necessity of helping and the burden of responsibility.
Okay, fuck what I was saying, I suppose. So, you think you can escape any of that now?
I am not
You
clean,
think once
am I?
think once the people know who you are, their opinion, dependence, and expectations of you won't come back, and that your bleeding heart won't push you to at least try to fulfill those in some capacity?
Instead, I should run away.
I don't see it as that. He's moving on, running away.
If it is a problem you
We-
cannot deal with, then yes.
Do we owe this problem our lives?
You know, your opinion and mine on this are different, and I don't think it's very nice to call Noctis and my family a problem.
You use the word problem. I don't even know what you're referring to exactly as problem. Just going by your analogy.
Where do you think would be better? I ask this because I have been to many places, and it doesn't matter where you go, the world's always burning, and you're always going to make connections.
Right. But new ones. People that will see us as we are now and judge us based on that.
I have lived and died in the kingdom of Night Hollow, and I don't mind living here anymore. I rather enjoy it, although not necessarily in the kingdom. I like this little spot. But not so far I cannot travel home. If you wish to travel, then do so, my love. But this is my home. You're never going to get me to call anywhere else that.
See how long that lasts.
I have quite a bit more patience in this regard than you do.
Yes, but you're also wrong a lot more often than I am.
No, I am just willing to admit when I am wrong. You wish to wait until you've come way to prove yourself correct, even if you weren't.
Okay. I'm not sure how to take any of that beyond leave if you want to, but
I'm not telling
I
you to.
understand that in some fashion that's not fair. Probably not what you meant.
No, that wasn't, well, go fuck yourself. That was, you'll always know where I am.
Mhm.
I have been a rift walker, a realms skipper, and all of those things, and I have no time or patience for it. The people care nothing about where they are. They are like demigods that tread upon the plane, destruction in their path. They burn everything they find, and I have no wish to be another.
I never spoke about realm walking.
How do you think I got here?
Again, that's not what I was saying.
Then what were you saying?
I've seen nothing of this world beyond the places I dragged you to, since your gate spat you out. You have not traveled a lot. You have not seen most of it. You have not even seen a chunk of it.
Halvern, I do not need to see the world. I did spend hundreds of years with the free folk, and we traveled farther than most people could ever imagine.
Not on this world. Unless I remember wrong. But I suppose your issue is with the idea itself of going anywhere other than here.
No, I do not mind traveling, but I'm not going to change my home. That is the problem. I would only ever be a visitor in these places. And people who are visitors in places have a tendency to trash them.
And what's home, Calista?
What the...
What is home?
Home is where the people you love are.
Alright. Forget I said anything.
Sometimes I think you wish for me to be all yours and all yours alone.
The horror.
See, this is the problem. You don't have enough fucking family. This is the problem, Halvran. You need brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, cousins who you can't fucking stand. That's what you need. Your connections are too loose. You need more connections, not me need less.
Alright.
You'll end up without anyone. And this is the thing that grounds us and holds us and roots us. But not a bad thing, because trees have roots and they grow to the sky. And they're beautiful creatures.
Yes. I've seen what your family has done for you. No, thank you.
So Oliver and River, Zendaya and Roman. Zendaya and Roman who fought for me when I called for it. River who gave up God knows what for me. Oliver who took me in when I was strange and lost and gave me a family. My sister Teller who helped me learn from the very foundations about what I was. Takage, who would always tell me the truth, even if it was cruel. Not because it was cruel, but because it was the truth. Even though Takage is not truly family, he's about as family as Kenji is. At least like a cousin. That annoys me, and I annoy him. As much as you hated all the free folks, they were people who protected me when I was particularly lost. It would have taken a certain type
Yes.
of insanity to be with me at that time in my life, and they were the perfect type.
Yes, the free folk, the perfect people to exemplify your point.
My point being is that through my life I have changed and I have needed different things. But you have discarded all of my other examples.
Oliver and River, certainly. Zendaya and Roman left 200 years ago and came back to do either nothing or their level best to destroy what you left behind after your death.
They mourn differently than you. Some people wail and pull their hair, some people rage, some people go quiet and still.
Look, if I don't know if you straight up don't understand what Zendaya's actions have caused not to his legitimacy, my name, the stability of the kingdom, or don't care. But if you don't care, then I suppose I won't either.
It's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying yesterday I sat across from my sister as a perfect stranger and watched her heart break. Because she told me all of the things that she had done and how she had been unable to move forward. How she was sorry what she did to you. point being is people are not perfect and will make mistakes. A lot of mistakes. It is a choice every day to continue to be connected to them.
And my point being that
My
taking
connections are shit, I
yours-
know.
Well, taking your people as an example, not all of them, there are exceptions, as an example of trying to support the concept of extended adopted family, you know, maybe don't use your examples as
Okay,
you
not
know.
adopted. Like, fucking stop that. That's not. That is how Fae have family. Your fucking dismissiveness of my family is really hurtful.
Okay.
I know you don't agree with Fae bullshit and you don't like it, but that has been my entire life. And to have you call them my adoptive family, I know them and love them more than the parents who gave birth to me and dropped to ash centuries ago.
Family then. I can't be doing this here too. I can't be arguing with you as well.
I wasn't trying to argue with you. I was trying to learn to become a rabbit. You have always tried to pull me away from all the things around me, and I just wish to pull you in.
Did I not get pulled?
Life is not easy. I don't know if you know this, but people make a lot of mistakes.
I don't begrudge you for not understanding the situation because I fought and tried very hard for you to be able to only be at the keep when you want to, be that only for court or when you feel like visiting. But you have an idea of things that is not accurate.
Retire from the counselor position when Noctis is the king. Come here and live with me so you can go and come as you please. It is too tiring for you. Then stop. But do not ask me to give it all up completely.
That's... Did I ask you that?
Yes, you want to leave. You've been hinting at it for a long time. You've wanted to leave.
But did I ask you?
You needn't, because I hear it, what you're trying to say.
That's not fair.
It is, though. Not everything you say is said out loud. And I've told you I'll travel with you, but not looking for a new home. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Other than apparently like a cottage in the woods down south.
I can't be held accountable for thought crimes, Calista.
Yes, this is the thought police. You have committed a thought crime.
You can't hold thoughts against me.
I mean,
I may have suggested an occasion or asked you to think about things, but I've never pushed you.
I think I can hold thoughts against you. I'm telling you that in the situations where I have been alone and traveled have been the most miserable times in my life. Where I didn't have a place called home except a hollow, all to myself. It was miserable. And I know you saw the hollows when there was no one there and thought it was peaceful and quiet, but it is isolating and stifling. Besides, a good mystery keeps you around long enough, and this is what the problem is. You don't have a task. Your mind is wandering because you have nothing to work on. Am I wrong? Oh no.
I'm listening. I don't know what to say that you will believe.
I don't know what you're trying to convince me.
I guess time will tell if you can have your cake and eat it too.
Listen, I would much rather have like cookies. Cake is not a portable dessert.
Yeah, alright.
I love you, you know that.
Yeah, I know.
Do you want to learn to become a rabbit with me? Then we can snack like rabbits.
I see the work. Yes. No, I'm alright, but don't let me stop you from going back to your rabbit watching, familiarizing.
Am I your familiar if I am a rabbit?
No.
Do you need an emotional support bunny?
If anything, I've always ever been your familiar.
Listen, my familiar is a little shit and disappears for hundreds of years at a time. Have you seen Solstice?
Isn't he inside?
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, but I hadn't seen him in days, had you?
Saw him
Before I
in
died,
the
I
ritual.
mean.
Well, before he died, I don't know the last time I saw him. I think he was wandering around, like, our old room before the renovation.
I don't know, maybe. I distinctly remember him, like, bullying people in the old keep, and then I didn't see him in the new one.
No, I know I've seen him in all of the keeps, like, briefly.
Solstice does whatever the hell he pleases. Ooh, this'll wait. What are you wearing tomorrow?
I hadn't thought of that.
Well, clearly, we better come up with something. You show up in your traveler's attire.
Yep.
I should come up with something, too. I feel like I can't run around in this. This wouldn't be appropriate.
He'll be in the crowd, presumably, right? I mean, I
Yes.
don't think most people in the crowd will dress up.
I think you are super wrong.
Okay, we'll see how many wear different outfits they usually do.
Listen, I can't wear my fucking work clothes. This is just super... It's dirty, and it's covered in, like, mud, and, like, I don't even know what that stain is. And, like, I took my blouse off today, and I was like, oh my god, I don't feel like I've felt the sun on my skin in ages.
Haven't felt the sun on your skin in ages?
Well, no, because I have the long sleeves on. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm very confused. Wait, I got it. Alcohol. Da 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 da. You've been drinking by yourself a lot, hun. At least come here and drink with me, and then when I get drunk, I'll get naked and dance for you.
I'd love to, but you run around a lot. I have to fill my time somehow. I'm happy to drink with you.
So you've been filling your time by being badgered by people.
Yes.
Wonder you're unhappy. You know, there's a lot of new people around. They're very interesting.
Yeah.
There's another posting about the true king.
What does it say?
I don't know, the true king will come. It's very strange.
It's weird. That's all it said?
It was a little bit more than that, but not much. It was like 2 sentences.
Tell me, if I did go traveling,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't mean a week.
I know.
What would that mean?
It would mean that when I got sad, I would send you Feywinds whenever I fucking figure that out. And I definitely wouldn't send a huntsman after you again. But I would be here when you got back.
Even if it was years?
I waited for you for 2 decades.
Yes, and I saw what happened to you.
But that was because I thought you would be back in 2 years, not 2 decades. and I couldn't find you. Are you going to hide from me?
No. So it would be different. Then it would be fine.
If I got particularly upset, I would definitely track you down. Especially because I could leave if I wanted to. We'll have to figure out a better form of message instead of screaming and exploding flower petals. We could just write each other like mortals do.
Yeah. Right.
You know, I think you are a bird. You are not grass, you are a bird.
A bird.
Probably a penguin.
A penguin.
Yes. You enjoy laying in the sun. Definitely well moisturized. And no, don't give a shit about anybody else's business. You like to just go where you go. Maybe a penguin's a bad example. Penguins don't fly. And it's just because I like to cuddle with you. I think I named you a penguin.
I don't think I've ever seen one.
I've seen one. They're very cuddly. And they like to swim. But no, I think you're a bird. Maybe you like to migrate. Maybe you are a bird who nests in one particular tree in the south, and in the winter you have to fly somewhere else. But the next year when you come back, it's the same tree. I do not think you believe me. Halvern, I know you want to travel. I know you want to see the world and learn all the things. And I'll travel with you. But just know that my roots are here.
I understand.
Do not think you like the answer, though.
No, I don't believe in willful ignorance. I may not enjoy the truth, but I need it.
Oh, okay. The seconds that I caught up.
Did you not hear me?
No, I started being confused and then you clarified and I was already confused by the time I figured out what the clarification meant. It's fine. I'm on the same page now.
Alright.
Listen, I get that it was sad girl yesterday and it's sad boy today, but
It-
it's your turn, I get it.
Yeah. Alright. Doesn't have to be. We can talk about something else.
I was talking
Something
about
that you
being a
like.
bunny.
Okay. How's that going?
I think I've got the ass wiggle down. Do you want to see?
Sure.
Okay, you gotta put me down. Okay. You'll love this, I swear.
Is that the bunny wiggle?
That's the bunny wiggle, yep. And did you know that bunnies, when you get really close to them, go rawr really quietly?
They what?
They go rawr really quietly.
I did not know that.
Yes, I think it's a secret. So what do you want to wear tomorrow?
I don't know.
Maybe something purple? Really deviate from your norm?
It's what I usually wear. Can wear it again.
Or you could wear black.
Black.
I think I've ever really seen you wear black. Wow, okay, tell me how you really feel.
Black.
Fine, white.
Feels so uninspired. White? Maybe, but isn't the idea to like not be as shiny as the king?
Well, I have no idea what he's going to wear, so. What should I wear? Because it totally matters.
If you want to wear something different than your usual fare, then do so. You can leave the satchel home.
I can leave the what home?
The satchel.
Wow, okay, fine.
Go naked. Fine.
Go naked, it's fine. What about... Ooh. Yes, perfect. Hang on. What about this?
What is that? What is that?
Short is what it is. It's a hula dress.
It's a hula dress?
No, it's a mini skirt.
It's a mini skirt. It's certainly mini.
Okay, fine. Less mini.
That looks nice.
Or where did it go? No. Aha. Also, no. You know I used to wear this top for a while.
Is that Matt's skirt?
No. I like this skirt though.
That matches.
Wasn't really going for the top, but it was just something I used to wear a lot actually.
Right. Looks nice.
If I want to go very conservative, that's probably not it. Ooh. Okay, but I want to take the bottom off. Oh. I think that was a mistake.
I mean,
It's
looks
a look.
nice.
It's a look. What the look is, I don't know, but it's a look.
Definitely a look. You do seem to be in a better mood than yesterday.
I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes I just get in a mood. You're in a worse one. I feel like you took my shitty mood yesterday and kept it. Am I wrong?
I've been dealing with a lot.
I know. You should not keep shitty moods. You should throw them out the window.
I'll get better. I'm just processing.
Which part?
That this conversation.
Oh, okay. But this.
Are these the colors?
Maybe somewhere in the greens. I can go back to browns if you prefer.
That's not what I said. I asked if this is the final look that we
No.
should be judged on.
No, I'm exploring my options. Should I wear heels? I've never been able to wear heels before. The tallest boots. Holy shit.
The highest of heels.
The highest of heels. Look at this. Holy shit.
Almost look like an adult now.
Wow! Hurtful! My feeling! You just took it and whipped it in the lake! You're like, you don't need that feeling. Get that out of here.
How many times must we teach you this lesson, Philip?
Well, that is wrong. Getting there-ish with colors, I think.
It's not bad. Looks pretty good. No one will recognize you like this.
Yeah, even from today, they won't recognize me. Fun fact, people don't know what anyone looks like. They just recognize them based on clothes.
I mean, that's not entirely untrue.
Figure out something to do with my hair.
You seem to like braids a lot. I don't know if that's convenience or if it's preference.
It's convenience. I just thought of something horrible. I should definitely not wear this. How dare you? Artemis wore her hair like that. When are you going to show me your outfit?
Was it this one? I don't think it was this one. I think it was something similar, though. Do you remember this? Did you post the first issue of News Chemi? No, it was this here. This was the way I used to wear it. Way back then. I'm gonna be upset if you're having snacks without me. It's fine.
I found an apron! Total side note. The most exciting thing ever. Well, that's inappropriate. Listen, I wrote a 7-page article today, an essay, so that you should teach me Fireball. You can't just walk away from me before you read it, Professor! 7 pages! You don't even know. I cried over this paper. I think it did. I think it did. I don't know about the boots. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes or no on these boots?
I needed to, like, where's the hokey pokey? Okay, I wasn't sure. I never know what to do with shoes. I didn't have them for hundreds of years, okay? I am aware you can't hurt us without VoIP. Go fix your VoIP. Unless you want to save it for tomorrow, because it's 3 a.m. Do you want to save it for tomorrow? Because it's 3 a.m. for me. And I should go to bed, because if I log off now, I'll definitely, probably, relax for an hour, and then, you know. I cannot be emotionally traumatized by someone who cannot speak. And while you have definitely done that, you know, sir, it's fine. I think everybody's gone to bed anyways, so it's probably fine. You know what? I did. What do you mean I didn't traumatize you? All she said is she would be here for you. All she said was she doesn't need to find a new home, sir. That she'll go traveling with you, and that she'll, even if you need to go by yourself, she'll still be here when you get back. Bruh, how is that traumatizing? She said, sir, you need you need like some bros and sisters to beat the shit out of you, because occasionally you do stupid and you need a support system. He heard, I'm divorcing you and I never want to see you again, so get the fuck out of my face. I'm a strong, independent new woman and I don't care about you. That's what he heard. Oh my god, there's a gator chasing me. Sir. He's like, he heard, I'm a strong, independent resurrectee. I don't know. Do you think you can save it for tomorrow? Like, or do you think it would be better if we just, you know, chilled? I need some meat to rot. Well, no, I want to know if you're okay. Oh, that was not what I wanted. No, well, you know I don't log off. Like, I don't, like, go to bed as soon as I log off, right? Like, you know that. Thing got yeeted. Yeah. My 2.5 hour cooldown process. Like, it's like 5 o'clock and I start to. I know, but I was trying to give you, like, not sad girl RP today, and I was having a really good day. And then you came and you had sad boy RP, and I went, oh, and then I got really worried, and I was like, I was trying so hard. You wasn't planning for sad boy, but the opportunity presented itself and you couldn't help it. You're like, I got this, it's fine. Yo, sometimes you just need like a sad girl, sad boy RP. You come into the camp and your wife is trying to be a bunny rabbit. Like, there is something wrong here. I don't know what it is, but there's something wrong here. Was it something I said, or was it just like digesting? went all stabby at his feelings. She did not. She didn't go. She was like, look, I'm gonna be a bunny. He's like, I don't even want to tell anybody. And she's like, that's fine. He's like, no. What Calista told him is, I will not be isolated. I will not be drawn away from what I love, even by you. I want you to feel the love that I feel, is what Calista was trying to tell him. And this motherfucker heard, I don't love you, go fuck yourself. Calista did not go stabby at his feelings. She was being, like, good feelings. Like, she doesn't even look the same, right? It's fucking... She yelled and cursed? What are you talking about? She didn't yell and curse. What are you talking about? Sir! Sir, please. She just, like, addressed the thing he's been trying to, like, do for centuries, which is trying to get her to, like, run away with him like some kind of princess in a storybook. She went off on him about being adopted. She did, because it annoys the piss out of her, because that's her family, and he's like, they're adoptive, and it's like, no, they're not. Fae don't have families like that. Not by mortal standards. That's why their standards are different. She did yell at him, because she was like, you're treating it like they're not real. They are real. Yeah, she did go off on him about being adoptive families. Families are the oaths you make to one another. And that doesn't mean you get to... What am I looking at? What am I hearing? I know it's there. Yeah, but here's the thing. She does not have biological family, right? Because she considers herself Fae, and Fae don't have biological family. And yeah, her brother Zorik might be a racist piece of shit, but he would still defend her if she asked him to, right? And Zendaya and Roman might rage, but it's usually because they care. Marcus might be a little shitbag. Marcus being... The two people she has known the longest is Marcus and Pandora. Marcus is always... Here's the thing. It's like the difference between what Marcus says and what Marcus does, right? Yeah. Yeah. I feel like these are very ineffective work clothes.
Weren't you getting them for the coronation?
It was, and then I put them on, and I put them on to see how much what I like about them, and I don't know what I like about them.
Probably the high heels, I would guess. They're not the most practical.
Yeah.
Look, you're almost at a reasonable height.
What? That's hurtful. It's very hurtful, you know that? Extraordinarily hurtful. My feeling.
You're fine.
You took
You're
my
the height
feeling.
you are because that's what you wanted.
What? No. That's what you
Would
wanted,
you
so you
have
could
liked-
look down on me.
I can make you taller. Do you want to be taller?
Listen, I'm sure I could figure out how to be taller if I wanted to be taller. It's fine.
Right, but you don't want to. That's my point.
I don't know what I want, but I'm very confused by these heels. Is this how shoes usually work?
Are they okay? How did hooves feel like in relation?
Like a fingernail, but like a really big one, like you were standing on your fingernail. I guess would be the easiest way for me to explain it. But like,
That
really,
sounds incredibly uncomfortable and painful.
no. I guess that's wrong. Okay, if you squeeze your big toe, right, like on top of the toenail, it doesn't really hurt, right? It's like that.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. It's weird. It's like, if you get smacked on your toenail, or like, it doesn't really hurt. It hurts if you jam it, but like, you don't ever jam your hooves. Other than like, like slamming it with like horseshoes or something like that. That can hurt. But no, it's like one toe. I don't know. It's definitely not all of the beans that wiggle. Okay, it's fine.
Go on.
Oh, I don't know. I think you're right. I think it's the impracticality of the boots. Feel
The heels or the boots?
the heels. Boots are fine. Unless we could go with all the way up the thighs boots. That's a lot. Ooh, I like these. These are cool.
They look nice.
They definitely are the wrong color. That's closer. Okay. Can I interest you in some snacks?
Oh. Yes, thank you. What? if you're being metaphorical while holding the actual thing, you went a few layers too deep, metaphorically. Right?
Look at that. What's that over your head?
Look, if you say snacks while actually holding snacks, I'll assume you're being literal. Say snacks without holding snacks.
Listen. Why not both?
Why don't you head inside and lie down, and I'll join you in a bit. You seem tired.
I love you.
I love you too.
Good night, Alvin.
Good night.
Oof. Almost put Artemis is sleeping here. Wow. On the bright side, I fixed the hole.
Did the lead vanish? No, right? It was there yesterday.
No, it stayed, I mean.
Yes, well done. No, I mean it.
I'm laying here
I'm glad you
dramatically
did.
until you come to bed. It's fine. Good night. I love you. Have a good evening. Do whatever the hell you want. It's fine.
I'm
It's
not
fine.
going anywhere. I
Just gonna lay here really sadly with Solstice. Bye. It's fine. No, you stay there. It's fine. Me and Solstice are gonna have a conversation. Isn't that right, Solstice? Where the fuck have you been for 200 years? No, no. This is Solstice's and me's private conversation. It's fine. I give up. I'm not here anymore. There's nothing else for me.
Why are your feet on the pillow?
Because sometimes you need a new perspective in life.
It's fine. I'm here. Happy?
No. Miserable. Horrible. It's the worst.
You're very funny.
I'm very dramatic.
Usually not on purpose.
Wow. That's not nice. My feeling.
It's been a lot of feeling hurting.
Our son is being crowned king tomorrow. I'm sure there will be plenty of time for feely hurdies tomorrow, too.
I hope not.
But like good feely hurdies, right?
Yeah. Good. Oh. I hope this is what he wants. Like he's not just saying that.
Well, if it isn't, then I'm sure Ata will take his place if he doesn't want it. Hopefully in a less dramatic way than he had to take mine.
I doubt it. He'll be headstrong and not admit it to himself or others. And just stay there, do his best, lose himself for years and years until something forces his hand.
No leader wants the job, Halvern. I don't know if you know that.
I take it you've not met that many leaders.
I've met quite a few. No good leader. How about that?
I don't know how I can. Can I like vehemently disagree with that without you taking it personally?
I mean, you're
Like
entitled
that-
to your opinion. It's wrong, but
there's a lot of bullshit sayings out there, right? But someone not wanting something, making them a good candidate for it is probably one of the most egregious examples.
No, you are inverting my statement. What I'm saying is no good leader wants to be a leader. Not wanting to be a leader makes you a good leader.
But if someone doesn't want the job he's doing, how can you trust them to do it right? If they don't want the responsibility, how can you trust them to take it seriously and to do it correctly? If they would rather be doing something else.
Because it is easy not to be responsible.
There are those that accept responsibility. There are those that want to take it because they believe that they can help and they want to help and they see that as the best way to do so. There are even those that take up leadership, maybe not for such altruistic reasons, but they understand that the benefit of the group improves their own position as well.
Yes, but they don't want it. Not the good ones, anyways. They want to help, but they don't want to necessarily be in charge. They know that the best way to do that is to be in charge, though. This is an irrelevant argument.
I suppose what you're saying isn't that they don't want to be in charge, they don't particularly care if they have authority?
I don't know what I'm saying. It's 3 a.m. I should go to bed. Snuggles.
Yes, Snuggles.
I feel like you need like an emotional support blanket, and I don't have enough weight to really do that, but I'll try.
It's fine. I'll be okay tomorrow. I think quickly.
I don't know.
I just need to process.
What do you need to process?
Should get some sleep.
Glom? Yep. All right.
Good night, Calista.
Good night. All right, guys. That is it for tonight.